everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Starting from Prototype to Immortality, author, cracks_real, Chapter 1-51, Synopsis, Welcome to the top of the food chain. The protagonist fuses with the blacklight virus from Prototype, merging the T-virus, G-virus, and A-virus from Resident Evil. Chapter 1, Fusion with the blacklight virus, Where am I? Chong Wei stared dumbfounded at the towering skyscrapers before him. It wasn't that he was some country bumpkin who had never seen the world, but the entirely English signage surrounding him left him at a complete loss. The streets were devoid of the familiar Chinese characters he knew, and every passerby had a foreign face. The way they looked at him felt strange, an expression he was all too familiar with, as it mirrored how people in his home country looked at foreigners. Except now, he was the foreigner. I remember. I was playing Prototype earlier. Chong Wei struggled to recall, and then he saw a man in a black leather jacket with a hood, someone who looked eerily familiar. Is that Alex Mercer? A cosplay? Having just played the game, Chong Wei immediately recognized the figure. But before he could confirm his suspicions, the man was surrounded by a group of people. This scene triggered a strong sense of déjà vu in Chong Wei, making his pupils contract and his mind momentarily go blank as if struck by lightning. When he came back to his senses, he saw the Alex Mercer look-alike smashing a test tube-like object on the ground. A sharp pain shot through Chong Wei's left eye as a shard of glass from the test tube embedded itself into it. The unknown liquid within the tube seeped into his bloodstream. Argh! Clutching his eye in agony, Chong Wei soon found the pain overwhelming to the point where it abruptly disappeared. This is a game. The only thought left in Chong Wei's mind was this. It seemed he had somehow transmigrated into the Prototype game world. And for some inexplicable reason, he had been struck by a shattered test tube, blinding one of his eyes. This was unbelievably unlucky. What he didn't realize was that the blacklight virus from the test tube had already entered his body. Feeling dizzy and disoriented, Chong Wei instinctively decided to stay far away from Alex Mercer and the people chasing him. As for rushing over to snatch the blacklight virus from Alex Mercer, Chong Wei didn't have the guts for that. However, he soon noticed something wrong with his body. His dizziness worsened, and eventually, he had to find an empty alley to collapse against a dirty wall, not caring about the filth on the ground. Unknown virus detected. Activating supervirus system. Virus analysis complete. Blacklight virus DX 1118C. Chong Wei didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up, a notification appeared before him, informing him that he had successfully fused with the blacklight virus. Supervirus system. He discovered that this system could fuse and optimize viruses. However, it required something called gene points, which could only be obtained by killing and consuming other organisms. I fused with the blacklight virus. Am I human or a virus now? Panicked, Chong Wei examined himself, and the system provided an answer. He could no longer be considered human, nor was he purely a virus. Instead, he had become a new type of life form. The blacklight virus had reconstructed his genetic code, turning him into a new human species. The virus had become a part of him. The system explained that he could merge with other viruses in the future or choose to fully evolve and optimize the blacklight virus. The system seemed to impose no mandatory tasks, granting him complete freedom. I'm still too weak right now. At best, I'm just slightly stronger than Alex Mercer was right after his resurrection. Chong Wei contemplated his next move. He needed to hide until the infection outbreak occurred or locate Elizabeth Green, the virus mother, and release her. But when Chong Wei stepped out of the alley, he found the streets already overrun with infected. How long was I unconscious? Only now did Chong Wei realize he might have been out for a long time. The sheer number of infected suggested that the outbreak had already begun. In the original storyline, Alex Mercer's initial virus release was quickly contained by Blackwatch. An infected spotted Chong Wei and charged at him. The infected from the black light virus were incredibly strong, comparable to mutants or elite zombies in other apocalyptic settings. However, in the prototype world, they were commonplace. This particular infected had evolved blade-like arms. Chong Wei dared not face it head-on. The blades created by the blacklight virus were far harder than steel, capable of slicing through a car's shell with ease. Unlike Alex Mercer, Chong Wei wasn't a virus masquerading as a human. He had no idea if his body could regenerate after being torn apart, so he quickly dodged. Fortunately, his reflexes seemed to have improved significantly. The infected's charge missed him, and Chong Wei retaliated with a punch. The infected's head exploded like an overripe watermelon, spraying gore everywhere. Chong Wei felt nauseated, but his body seemed to come alive. Black and red biomatter flowed from him, snaking like tendrils that pierced the infected's body. Within moments, the tendrils had completely absorbed the infected, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. You have gained 10 gene points. The system notification startled Chong Wei. Holy crap! I'm this strong already. He stared in disbelief at his clean hands. Everything had been devoured. With his newfound strength, his fear quickly dissipated. He didn't feel any lingering disgust or fear, possibly because those emotions were now suppressed, or perhaps his body no longer produced such hormones. None of that mattered. Chong Wei was now exhilarated, eager to hunt and slaughter. He was ravenous. What's that thing? Blackwatch soldiers soon noticed Chong Wei. To them, he looked like an ordinary man, yet every infected he encountered was effortlessly torn apart. Infected bodies were resilient enough to deflect bullets. Only Blackwatch soldiers equipped with high-caliber automatic rifles and perfect headshot accuracy could suppress them. Yet this man shredded infected with ease, his body covered in sinister, writhing tendrils that consumed the remains of his victims. He seemed like a unique type of infected. A bullet struck Chong Wei's head, leaving a gaping wound. For a brief moment, his mind went blank. But soon, his brain tissue regenerated and his thoughts returned. Chapter 2, Evolution. Chapter 2, Evolution. Chong Wei clutched his head, ignoring the soldiers of Blackwatch, and immediately fled. The momentary blankness in his mind made Chong Wei realize something unusual about himself. It seemed that his brain could indeed affect him. In other words, my weakness is my brain. I wonder if evolution can solve this issue. Chong Wei pondered the implications. If his brain became so damaged that he couldn't maintain his ability to think, it would put him in a highly vulnerable position. After all, he wasn't like Alex Mercer, a living humanoid virus without the limitation of a brain. Even if Mercer were riddled with holes, he could still retaliate swiftly. Fortunately, Chong Wei had just killed a significant number of infected individuals, gaining a considerable amount of gene points. Now, he just needed to find a hiding spot to optimize and evolve. He entered a convenience store, where an infected individual immediately lunged at him. Chong Wei casually killed it and absorbed it. Evolve the blacklight virus. He selected the option. Would you like to consume gene points to mutate and evolve the blacklight virus? The system prompt appeared. After Chong Wei confirmed, a new notification appeared. He then discovered that he could imagine his desired evolution form directly in his mind. This is possible. Give me a four-armed overlord form. Chong Wei wasn't one to limit himself to Alex Mercer's forms. The four-armed overlord form was similar to Mercer's hammer fist form, but with 4 arms. Additionally, his muscles would undergo significant enhancement. All he had to do was imagine. Whether evolution would succeed depended on the system. Soon, his gene points rapidly depleted. Chong Wei felt an intense, tearing pain throughout his body as the blacklight virus ripped through him, mutating and evolving. When it was over, the convenience store now housed a towering figure. Standing at 2 meters tall, his body was covered in explosive, muscular bulk reminiscent of characters from Hong Kong comics. Most notably, an extra pair of arms sprouted from his shoulders, covered in black and red material that also coated his body. What incredible power! Chang Wei threw a punch, and the convenience store wall exploded outward under the impact. The deafening noise attracted nearby infected individuals, who came charging in with howls. Perfect timing to test the combat capabilities of the four-armed overlord form. Chang Wei found controlling four arms surprisingly easy, with no signs of discomfort. This new sensation intrigued him. When the infected appeared, he decided to use them to hone his combat skills and adapt to this new form. Perhaps it was due to the real-world physics or his four arms, but the attack speed of this form didn't feel as heavy or clumsy as the hammerfist form in the game. Instead, it carried a relentless aura barrage-like fluidity. Moreover, Chang Wei noticed that his muscle enhancement had indeed been realized. Each punch carried the destructive force of a tank's main cannon, pulverizing infected into splattered remains that painted the ground and walls like grotesque paint. So strong. In this form, I could probably pummel hunters and even supreme hunters to death, right? Chang Wei was exhilarated. Well, maybe supreme hunters were still a bit intimidating after all, they could dismantle aircraft carriers. But at the very least, early-stage hunters, super soldiers, and Goliaths shouldn't pose any threat to him now. With four fists, my attack speed is twice that of Mercer's hammer fist form. My attack frequency is the same. Plus, I can evolve for blade forms and play four-sword style. Heck, maybe I could even go full Azura's Wrath with 6 arms. As he controlled his body, a surge of black and red energy flowed over him, transforming him back into his ordinary human appearance. Naturally, Chang Wei wasn't about to abandon the Blacklight virus's signature abilities of absorption, disguise, and mimicry. Next time, I need to evolve a pair of wings. Not having flight capabilities is really inconvenient. Chang Wei wasn't interested in interacting with Mercer. His current focus was solely on accumulating gene points. That said, working with him could be an option, for example, to accelerate the spread of the infection. Chang Wei's thoughts were becoming increasingly inhuman, directly gravitating toward the most advantageous strategies. The most efficient way to maximize benefits was to achieve widespread infection in just a few days, instead of the weeks it would normally take. In the game, attacking military bases could accelerate the infection spread and progression. I wonder if it's the same in reality. His gaze turned toward the Blackwatch soldiers. Absorbing them would reveal the locations of nearby military bases. What a twisted thought. Is the Blacklight virus influencing my thinking? Or is it the result of my system's evolution? However, with over a decade of human moral grounding, Chang Wei wasn't so easily corrupted. He calmly restrained himself from attacking the Blackwatch soldiers. Interestingly, unlike Mercer, he could obtain memories from the brains of infected individuals. This eliminated the need to target Blackwatch soldiers altogether. Chapter 3, The Evolution of the Blacklight Virus. Chapter 3, The Evolution of the Blacklight Virus. Chang Wei's mutation and evolution rely on his own capabilities and efforts. The system merely provides a stable and controllable framework for mutation and evolution. It cannot create abilities like breathing fire out of thin air. At this moment, Chang Wei was in a non-infected zone, separated from the infected area by just one street. Here, everything seemed peaceful. The combat strength of Blackwatch is enough to crush Umbrella Corporation. It was clear that this peace was due to Blackwatch's formidable combat prowess. The news only reported that they were hunting down terrorists. Surprisingly, the residents actually believed this narrative. It was hard to understand how citizens of the beautiful nation America could trust their government's statements so blindly. Chang Wei didn't come to the non-infected zone to attack military bases. He had his own plans. A pet shop. Looking at the pet shop in front of him, Chang Wei thought about how Americans kept all kinds of pets: reptiles, insects, and even venomous snakes. These creatures provided genetic components that Chang Wei needed. The Blacklight virus couldn't create something out of nothing. All evolution was based on the acquisition and utilization of genes. Chang Wei realized he couldn't limit himself to evolving cold weapons. There were many other avenues to explore. For example, electric eels. While insects and arthropods possess impressive strength and quick reactions, scaling up their abilities to human size would first require addressing their structural limitations. Without sufficient bodily strength, Earth's gravity would crush them. Their remarkable strength, therefore, wasn't entirely applicable. That said, they weren't completely useless. Structural mechanics and other aspects studied and utilized by researchers could still provide valuable insights. However, for someone like Chang Wei, a layman, he didn't know which traits were useful and which weren't. The only thing that came to mind was the supernatural ability of electric eels to generate electricity. This was a power strong enough to kill crocodiles. If the blacklight virus could adapt this, covering the entire body with electrical organs to generate high-voltage currents for attacks would be entirely feasible. The average discharge voltage of an electric eel is over 350 volts, with some recordings reaching 650 volts. The maximum voltage of the South American electric eel exceeds 800 volts, enough to kill a cow. Chang Wei's luck was good. He found an electric eel in the first shop he visited. He also purchased some birds, not forgetting the importance of flight capabilities. Looks like I'll have to catch some myself. Flight didn't necessarily require wings, bat wings would suffice and even fit the aesthetic better. Then, Chang Wei consumed the electric eel and the ornamental birds he had bought. The blacklight virus acquired new genetic material, granting him gene points. This confirmed that ordinary organisms could also provide gene points. Suddenly, Chang Wei spotted a figure running across the rooftops of tall buildings. Alex Mercer. What a nostalgic sight. Not long ago, he had controlled Abro to climb walls. Now, seeing Alex Mercer sprinting up a skyscraper while stepping on glass was a surreal experience. Soon after, Chang Wei noticed several hunters chasing Mercer. His eyes lit up. The genetic points of ordinary infected individuals far exceeded those of other creatures, let alone hunters. Of course, since Chang Wei had chosen a different evolutionary path from Mercer, absorbing a hunter wouldn't grant him claw forms. His version of the blacklight virus was more stable due to the system's influence, making sudden mutations unlikely. Mercer intended to lure the pursuing hunters into the wilderness to eliminate them, avoiding harm to civilians. As a virus-revived being, Mercer still considered himself a normal person. He believed he was persecuted, and that the current viral outbreaks were caused by others. Despite inheriting part of Mercer's memories, he exhibited a superhero-like sense of responsibility, ensuring his battles avoided civilian casualties. Players, on the other hand, often behaved less ethically when controlling him. Let's end this here. Mercer led the hunters into a small forest. Seeing no one else around, he revealed his claws. Mercer had extensive experience dealing with hunters. These creatures, capable of smashing main battle tanks with a few slaps, were best avoided in direct strength contests. With his claw form, he could easily tear through their bodies, impervious even to rifle bullets. As one hunter pounced on Mercer, he dodged with a side step and countered by slashing its abdomen open with his claws. The hunter let out a wail, its wound rapidly healing as it lunged at Mercer again. To kill a hunter, a creature completely integrated with the blacklight virus, it was necessary to exhaust it continuously. Otherwise, if left in a near-death state, it would simply recover. Such skill! He must have been through many battles. Chang Wei had followed the scene, and was secretly observing. Watching Mercer maneuver effortlessly among the hunters, Chang Wei couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 4, Brutal Slaughter. Chapter 4, Brutal Slaughter. Transformation, Four-Armed Overlord Form. Chang Wei was here to snatch the prey, so he wouldn't just stand idly by. Without hesitation, he transformed into his four-armed overlord form. His height surged from over 1.8 meters to 2 meters instantly. Enhanced muscles caused his body to swell, and his four strong, hammer-like arms immediately drew attention. Mercer instinctively sensed something that sent chills down his spine. In the next moment, he saw a colossal figure descending from the sky. For Mercer, who was relatively smaller, the 2-meter-tall Chong Wei already felt like a small giant. With a single punch, Chong Wei sent a hunter flying. The force of the blow was so immense that the hunter crashed through several trees before coming to a halt. Then, he grabbed another pouncing hunter with both hands. Ha 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 ha, split apart. Chong Wei sneered cruelly, exerting force with both hands. The hunter struggled desperately but was torn apart with sheer brute strength. Irregular cracks stretched across its body as fibers of flesh snapped apart one by one. The hunter went limp in Chong Wei's hands, losing all signs of life. Having torn apart a hunter alive, Chong Wei's hands emitted black and red tendrils that swiftly disassembled the hunter's remains. You have gained 500 gene points. What the hell? Chong Wei was overjoyed. Ordinary infected creatures only yielded about 10 gene points. Even devouring creatures like electric eels provided only single-digit gene points. But hunters provided 500 gene points. Then how many points would a leader hunter, supreme hunter, hydra, or even a nest be worth? However, the remaining hunters weren't intimidated by Chong Wei's brutality. Instead, they seized the moment while he was ecstatic to launch another attack. Fortunately, although Chong Wei didn't experience the luxury of time-stopping explanations, his thought processes had significantly accelerated. Those thoughts had flashed through his mind in just a split second. Besides, who would stand dazed in a battle unless they had a poor sense of their surroundings? Aura, 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 aura. Chong Wei threw a left hook, sending one hunter flying, then followed with a right swing, crushing another hunter's head. The hunter collapsed to the ground, and he unleashed a barrage of punches with his forearms, shattering the creature's entire skeleton. Finally, he stomped down with his foot, extending tendrils from his leg to disassemble and devour the mangled corpse. So strong. Mercer was both excited and astonished. He was thrilled because it seemed he had finally encountered a kindred spirit. What shocked him was that this kindred spirit appeared to be far stronger than himself. That explosive musculature, those 4 powerful arms, and the sheer force to send a hunter flying with one punch, all of it completely overpowered these monstrous creatures. In just a few breaths, Chong Wei had taken down 2 hunters. When the remaining 3 hunters got back on their feet, they no longer attacked recklessly and fearlessly as before. Hunters possessed intelligence, they weren't mindless zombies like ordinary infected creatures. Furthermore, fear was an innate biological instinct. Even creatures like hunters, fused with the blacklight virus for weaponization, were no exception. Scared, little mutts. Chong Wei burst into maniacal laughter. Once he entered combat, he became utterly exhilarated. At that moment, women and games seemed utterly dull in comparison. He craved rivers of blood and the sight of living beings being pulverized beneath his feet. With his enhanced muscles, Chong Wei's jumping and movement abilities had been greatly amplified. With a single stomp, he left behind a blur as he swiftly closed in on the 3 hunters. His left arm subdued one hunter, while his right hand grabbed another, slamming them to the ground. The 3 hunters struggled frantically, and even Chong Wei found it challenging to maintain control. Simultaneously grappling with 3 hunters is my limit. Chong Wei's mind rapidly processed the situation. Controlling 2 hunters felt manageable, while handling one was effortless. But 3? That posed a constant risk of them breaking free. However, his goal had never been to simply control them. Using the 2 hands of his left arm, he grabbed one hunter by its head and neck, securing it far more firmly than the other 2. Naturally, Chong Wei decided to deal with this one first. With the hand gripping its head exerting force in one direction, and the hand on its neck twisting in the opposite, Chong Wei violently rotated the hunter's head. After spinning it over 700 degrees, the hunter's tough skull finally detached. Blood gushed from the decapitated corpse like a fountain, reaching several meters high. The spasmodic movements of the hunter's body soon ceased as Chong Wei absorbed it. Meanwhile, the other 2 hunters managed to break free from his grip. Once free, they immediately attempted to flee. At this moment, Mercer blocked the path of one hunter. He had no intention of letting these creatures return to the city. Chong Wei quickly reacted and pursued the other hunter. The fleeing hunter was no match for Chong Wei's speed. He easily caught up, grabbed it, and tore it in half. The lifeless corpse dangled limply, resembling a slaughtered pig in a meat factory. Chapter 5, Lightning, Electric Shock, Electric Form. Chapter 5, Lightning, Electric Shock, Electric Form. Mercer didn't hesitate when it came to the hunter. By the time Chong Wei turned back, he saw that Mercer had already absorbed the hunter. A single hunter wasn't too difficult for Mercer to handle. "Hello, my name is Alex Mercer," he introduced himself. When he noticed Chong Wei approaching, Mercer asked, "And you are?" "Chong Wei," he replied. The strange pronunciation caught Mercer off guard for a moment. "If you want to uncover the truth, go find Elizabeth Green," Chong Wei said. Although Chong Wei's English proficiency had been mediocre at best, after absorbing so many infected, he had picked up the language. Communicating with Mercer was no longer an issue. Mercer's eyes widened. Chong Wei seemed to know a lot about his situation. "I can only tell you this, Blackwatch, Elizabeth Green. Find her, and you'll understand everything." After careful consideration, Chong Wei decided to accelerate Elizabeth Green's expansion of the infection zones. Naturally, it was better to let others do the dirty work, and Mercer was the perfect candidate. As for whether Mercer would feel deceived later, Chong Wei figured he could always explain that he didn't know Mercer had lost his memory and was searching for it. He was merely sharing the truth about the virus and its origins. "Wait," Mercer said. He had memorized the name Elizabeth Green, but wanted to continue conversing with this kindred spirit. However, Chong Wei ignored him, leaping away with a powerful jump. Mercer could only watch helplessly, unable to pursue since he hadn't yet unlocked his super strength. Left with no other choice, he decided to return to his sister, hoping she could help locate Elizabeth Green. His instincts told him that the towering figure of Chong Wei hadn't lied. Once out of Mercer's sight, Chong Wei reverted to his normal human form. "Next, I need to collect a large number of gene points to enhance myself and evolve into the electric form." Chong Wei noticed that the infected zones weren't expanding, instead, they were shrinking. This was due to Blackwatch and Mercer's actions. In the early stages, Mercer had eliminated too many hunters, leaving the Blacklight virus at a disadvantage against Blackwatch. Otherwise, a single hunter capable of destroying main battle tanks, agile, and resistant to most small-caliber firearms would have been a nightmare to deal with in an urban environment. Let alone the fact that hunters usually operated in packs. Chong Wei didn't care if the infection zones disappeared due to his relentless hunting. The early infection zones weren't particularly important. Once Elizabeth emerged, infection zones would no longer be an issue. After hunting down a large number of infected, Chong Wei found a secluded spot to undergo his second mutation and evolution. Evolving an electric organ based on the electric eel's genes. The electric organ shaped by the Blacklight virus has to be far superior to an electric eel's, right? Chong Wei was thrilled. Although high voltage meant low current, as long as he could kill or paralyze hunters and supreme hunters, it would suffice. Under Chong Wei's guidance, the supervirus system began the second mutation and evolution. The electric eel genes he had absorbed fused with the Blacklight virus. Soon, Chong Wei felt an itch spreading across his entire body. Sparks of electricity appeared on his skin, crackling as they ionized the air with a sinister sound. The arcs of electricity were visible to the naked eye, a testament to their immense power. High-voltage electricity. Chong Wei was the first to experience the intense electric shocks coursing through his body, making him tremble uncontrollably. Sensing that continued electrical output might burn him to a crisp due to the heat generated, the Blacklight virus promptly evolved protective measures for Chong Wei. Once the evolution was complete, Chong Wei's appearance returned to that of a normal human, though electric organs were now integrated throughout his body. "This is incredible." Electric arcs danced between Chong Wei's fingertips, crackling loudly. Even with just one finger, the voltage exceeded tens of thousands of volts. He estimated that if he went all out, the voltage could reach millions or even billions of volts. However, he didn't intend to push it to such extremes. High voltage inherently meant a significant reduction in current. Also, this consumes a lot of stamina. Only the unreasonable blacklight virus can sustain my electricity generation. An electric eel can only generate electricity for a short period, but I can maintain it for nearly an hour before needing to replenish my stamina. With the system's assistance, Chong Wei was acutely aware of his body's changes. Under normal conditions, he could sustain electricity generation for about an hour. However, if he unleashed his full power for high-voltage output across his entire body, his stamina would deplete within seconds. This electric form could also be used in conjunction with his four-armed overlord form, effectively stacking abilities. I need to catch a hunter to test its effectiveness in combat, Chong Wei mused. If the output of tens of thousands of volts could significantly impact a hunter, he wouldn't have to worry about the current being insufficient. Chapter 6, Flight. Chapter 6, Flight. Chong Wei ventured deep into the infected zone. The area he previously found had already been cleared by Blackwatch operatives. It took him a long time to locate a second infected zone. The Blackwatch soldiers had intensified their patrols, making it impossible to spread infection by capturing a few infected creatures and releasing them outside the zones. Chong Wei had tried this method, but Blackwatch soldiers quickly arrived to eliminate the infected, preventing any new infected zones from forming. Fortunately, even though Alex Mercer lacked Elizabeth Green's ability to spread the infection and create hives in the early stages, the blacklight virus he carried still caused sporadic outbreaks. The blacklight virus transmission methods and resilience were unmatched by ordinary viruses. Chong Wei consumed many infected creatures he encountered, devouring them as he came across them. He desperately needed genetic points. While doing so, he discovered traces of hunters. Immediately, Chong Wei decided to test his lightning speed form on one of the hunters. 10,000 volts of electricity. Under his control, crackling arcs of electricity coursed across his body, piercing the air and striking the hunter before him. The high-voltage current caused the hunter to stiffen and convulse. The electric arc discharge generated intense heat, causing nearby air to explode. The heat effect of the current further heated the struck object, and within seconds, the target was either scorched or fried to death, much like deep-frying chicken. Electric arcs could instantly melt copper bars, reaching temperatures of thousands of degrees Celsius. If not for the unique properties of the blacklight virus, Chong Wei wouldn't have been capable of emitting such high-voltage electricity. This kind of power was beyond what any biological organism could withstand. The hunter was paralyzed for a while, its body beginning to show signs of charring. Satisfied, Chong Wei ceased his electrical attack. With this, any enemy that comes close will be caught off guard by my power. Chong Wei was very pleased. Just 10,000 volts of high-voltage electricity had such devastating effects. The hunter couldn't resist, and even after Chong Wei stopped discharging, it remained motionless, smoke rising from its body. When Chong Wei moved to devour it, he discovered that the hunter was already recovering. The virus was terrifying, creating creatures that completely defied natural laws. While Chong Wei wandered for several days, Alex Mercer had also begun his search for Elizabeth Green. During his investigation, Alex Mercer found his girlfriend, Karen Parker. Since Karen Parker was the original Alex Mercer's girlfriend, she immediately sensed something off about this version of Alex. However, Alex claimed to have amnesia, leaving Karen Parker skeptical. In the original plot, she would betray Mercer after probing him, and realizing he was not the original Alex Mercer but something else entirely. Her betrayal was inevitable. Of course, this isn't an attempt to justify Karen Parker's actions. Since the story here follows Mercer's perspective, it's easy to empathize with the feeling of betrayal by his girlfriend. With Karen Parker's insider knowledge and the help of his sister, Dana, Mercer finally tracked down information about Elizabeth Green. During these days, Chong Wei observed the locations of military bases while continuing his hunting. With nothing better to do, Chong Wei achieved his third evolution flight form. This was a form that neither the protagonist of the first game nor the second game managed to develop in the original story. Recently, Chong Wei had been studying aerodynamics, flight structures, and related concepts. He also captured bats and other flying creatures to expand the potential of his genes. Eventually, Chong Wei evolved a pair of enormous bat wings that he was very satisfied with. The wings generated powerful gusts when flapped, creating quite a commotion. But they worked. Chong Wei could fly. He realized all his previous studies were unnecessary. The blacklight virus was inherently unscientific. Each wing stretched over 2 meters when unfolded, allowing Chong Wei to fly continuously for over an hour before needing to replenish energy. His flying speed was decent, reaching up to 200 kilometers per hour, roughly 55 meters per second. With his superhuman physique, Chong Wei could perform various aerial maneuvers and sharp turns without much difficulty. The forces exerted during these movements were well within his tolerable range, so he wouldn't end up splattered like a pancake from a sudden halt or turn. So this is what flying feels like. Chong Wei leaped into the air and took flight without needing a running start or jumping from a high point to catch an updraft. He ascended higher and higher, finally landing on the rooftop of a tall skyscraper. Technically, I could swing around like Spider-Man, but flying feels way cooler. After just a few hours of flight, Chong Wei was already in love with the activity and sensation. From his aerial vantage point, he felt like a god looking down upon the earth. Chapter 7, Starting Trouble. Chapter 7, Starting Trouble. Since Chong Wei wasn't flying very high, and his heat signature didn't match that of an engine or exhaust system, he naturally avoided detection by radar. He soon noticed that the nearby infected areas seemed to have increased significantly, and the air was now thick with the blacklight virus. Looks like Mercer has found Elizabeth Green. Perched on a rooftop, Chong Wei's 2-meter-long wings stretched out behind him, exuding both awe and beauty. Having learned to use the blacklight virus to mimic clothing, Chong Wei hadn't worn actual clothes in a long time. Instead, he crafted for himself a black priest outfit, not the kind worn by real-world priests, but a stylish, anime-inspired design. To religious devotees, it would seem entirely blasphemous, a garment deserving of the stake. Chong Wei mused that he could switch to an all-white version when making a grand entrance, a pure white priest's robe paired with devilish bat wings behind him. The spectacle would be striking. But first, I need to find Elizabeth Green. The red light virus. Chong Wei began to move. His supervirus system allowed him to devour and integrate multiple viruses. The red light virus was essentially the ancestor of the blacklight virus. Though it hadn't been weaponized or optimized for combat like the blacklight virus, it had its own unique strengths. The red light virus was exceptionally potent, boasting incredible reproductive and assimilation capabilities, perfect disintegration of materials, and the ability to convert them into its own power. Unlike the blacklight virus, which required a host with immense physical and mental fortitude to merge successfully, the red light virus had a highly self-aware nature that made it formidable. However, finding Elizabeth Green wasn't easy. For one, Manhattan was much larger than it appeared in the game, and even locating Mercer's safe house was a challenge. On the other hand, Chong Wei noticed he was being watched. After devouring an infected individual, he discovered from their memories that the military had begun tracking him. Though he appeared far less frequently in their sights than Alex Mercer, they had still designated him as Prototype B. Many infected individuals' memories revealed that they had been Blackwatch soldiers before being infected by Elizabeth Green. This confirmed that Green had already escaped. Unfortunately, none of these memories revealed Green's whereabouts. Chong Wei could only bide his time, steadily accumulating strength. At this point, Chong Wei wasn't entirely sure of his own power level. In his base form, he still couldn't take down a hunter with one punch, leaving him unsatisfied. He aspired to reach a level where he could overpower a hunter even in his normal state. That would truly be impressive. Unlike Alex Mercer, who had a ceiling to his abilities, Chong Wei's system allowed him to continually enhance the blacklight virus as long as he had genetic points. After 3 evolutions, his blacklight virus had already surpassed Mercer's. If the two were to face off and attempt to devour each other, Chong Wei was confident he would emerge victorious. Feels like I've been too laid back lately. Should I start causing some trouble? Disguising himself as a normal person, Chong Wei adopted the appearance of an infected individual to avoid being recognized. Since his photo had been exposed, this seemed like the safest option for now. From a distance, he observed Blackwatch soldiers battling infected individuals. The sight stirred a desire to act. I need to upgrade my eyes and senses next, develop some super senses like Superman's. Chong Wei picked up a nearby car with his bare hands and hurled it at a group of 5 Blackwatch soldiers. They hadn't anticipated this move, and by the time they reacted, it was too late. The car had already crushed them into pulp. Chong Wei quickly picked up their weapons and aimed at the remaining Blackwatch soldiers. Their response was far faster than in the game, with some already calling for air support. But since Chong Wei had resolved to stir up trouble, he wasn't concerned. The first shot was on full auto. By the time the clip was emptied, all the soldiers were dead. Among the infected he had absorbed were former Blackwatch soldiers, some of whom were elite warriors. Combined with Chong Wei's enhanced reflexes and precise control, he could empty a fully automatic clip and still guarantee every bullet hit its mark. In the game, Chong Wei loved picking up Blackwatch weapons to fight Blackwatch soldiers' high accuracy and headshots galore. Who wouldn't enjoy that? In reality, the effect was terrifying. With automatic weapons capable of firing dozens of rounds per second, the soldiers didn't stand a chance. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead, each with a bullet to the head. With the Blackwatch soldiers eliminated, the infected surged through the broken defenses. But just then, 2 helicopters arrived. Chapter 8, New Abilities. Chapter 8, New Abilities. Chong Wei quickly transformed into an infected to disguise himself, yet the 2 helicopters showed no mercy, killing him as if he were an ordinary civilian. This was because they had been targeted by Alex Mercer too many times, and were now fully aware of the prototype's ability to disguise. In the game, their response might seem rigid, with their alertness fading once you were out of sight. However, reality allowed no such loopholes. Blackwatch now adhered to the principle of better to kill wrongly than let go. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The helicopter-mounted machine guns opened fire, their terrifying power tearing up the concrete ground, leaving craters. The infected were shredded into pieces, and even Chong Wei, the innocent civilian, was struck by the bullets, collapsing to the ground on the spot. As soon as the 2 helicopters shifted their attention elsewhere, Chong Wei grabbed a nearby sedan and hurled it at them. The car smashed directly into one of the helicopters. The terrifying force carried by the car instantly deformed the helicopter, crushing the pilot and onboard soldiers into bloody pulp. The other helicopter, sensing danger, attempted to turn around, but Chong Wei had already hoisted a rocket launcher. Chong Wei smiled slightly, pulled the trigger, and a rocket shot out with a roar, hitting the helicopter. The helicopter exploded into a massive fireball, and the surging heat wave made Chong Wei feel like his hair was being singed. Fortunately, the blacklight virus's formidable regenerative abilities spared him from balding. With Chong Wei causing havoc, the infected soon breached the defenses, attacking civilians and expanding the infected zone. Once the number of infected reached a certain level, Chong Wei began harvesting. However, the harvesting process was too slow. Chong Wei contemplated a way to accelerate the spread of infection. If all of Manhattan Island were to fall, he could harvest at will. Better yet, if the infected could leave Manhattan and spread the virus to other cities, he could harvest even more genetic points. Evolution. Chong Wei chose an evolutionary direction. He wanted to develop blacklight virus parasites capable of parasitizing and controlling hosts' actions. The inspiration came from nature's parasitic organisms, such as horsehair worms or parasites that control snails. These parasites could manipulate their host's behavior, providing an excellent reference for Chong Wei. Of course, he wouldn't go as far as devouring horsehair worms or similar creatures. That wasn't something he could stomach. Instead, he relied on the blacklight virus to find its own way, with the system's help to evolve this ability. The results did not disappoint. Chang Wei successfully evolved the blacklight virus parasite. This parasite met all of Chang Wei's requirements. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a worm but a suborganism of the blacklight virus resembling a parasite. According to the system's description, since it originated from Chang Wei, a prototype, who had undergone numerous evolutions using it on other organisms, even infected ones, would provide a certain degree of enhancement. Some might even undergo atavism, inheriting genes from Chang Wei, the parent organism. For instance, Chang Wei's electric form, forearm overlord form, and flight form could all be passed on through these suborganisms. He could also create variants without these traits to simply strengthen hosts. To test this new ability, Chang Wei grabbed a fat infected individual. Aside from hunters, this was the strongest infected among ordinary blacklight organisms. In his hand, black and red material wriggled, and soon a creature resembling a cross between a centipede, scorpion, and spider appeared in his palm. The blacklight virus parasite let out a bone-chilling shriek before using its sharp mandibles and forelimbs to burrow into the infected individual. Why does it look so much like a facehugger but far more ferocious? The blacklight virus parasite's appearance was terrifyingly grotesque, yet every move it made was under Chang Wei's control. He had a unique connection with it, akin to manipulating his own limbs. Even with his insect phobia, he found nothing terrifying about the parasite. The infected individual, now hosting the parasite, struggled violently but was quickly subdued. Then, transformation began. Under the influence of the more advanced blacklight virus carried by the parasite, the infected's body developed a carapace-like exoskeleton, appearing nearly indestructible. While it might still not withstand a punch from Chang Wei's forearm overlord form, its defense was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Moreover, as a weapon, its blade-like arms became more exaggerated and menacing, clearly capable of dealing devastating damage. Chapter 9, Drawing Attention. Chapter 9, Drawing Attention. Very good. With this, I can now spread the blacklight virus to the outside world. Chang Wei looked at the infected creature under his control with satisfaction. Every action and thought of the infected was under his command. However, he had no idea how the blacklight virus established this connection, or if it could be disrupted. Although the system's explanation was detailed, it couldn't cover every aspect, leaving Chang Wei to figure things out on his own. Next, Chang Wei decided to test the combat strength of this infected creature. Naturally, the targets were other creatures infected by the blacklight virus. The comparison results were clear: ordinary infected were no match at all. It usually only took a single strike for the controlled infected to kill a regular infected. Even the previously troublesome bloated infected were effortlessly disemboweled, killed within 2 slashes. Finally, Chang Wei's curiosity led him to pit the controlled infected against a hunter. The hunter clashed violently with the infected, sending the latter flying hundreds of meters with a single slap. The impact embedded the infected into a wall, shattering its hardened shell. Yet it survived, struggling free from the wall's constraints before charging at the hunter again. Initially, the hunter ignored it. Infected creatures attacking hunters were a rarity and typically insignificant. But seeing this creature return for another round infuriated the hunter. This time, the infected had learned its lesson. It slashed at the hunter, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone and caused blood to spurt out. Enraged by the pain, the hunter used its full strength to slap the infected to death in a single blow. The difference in mass is too significant, Chang Wei analyzed, but being able to withstand a hunter's slap. This outer shell's defense must rival tank armor. As the hunter began to retreat, Chang Wei raised his hand, releasing an electric arc that struck the creature. The hunter collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Even Alex Mercer himself could be subdued with AC electric baton, let alone a hunter. With the electric current increasing, the hunter's spasms became more violent. Meanwhile, Chang Wei commanded the sub-body of the dead infected to emerge. The corpse of the infected, whose upper half had been turned to pulp, began to writhe. Blood and flesh split open, and a sub-body emerged. After Chang Wei ceased the electric current, the sub-body swiftly burrowed into the hunter. Chang Wei's sub-bodies were incredibly difficult to kill, possessing the same regenerative abilities as him. Moreover, being inside a corpse offered additional protection. Once the sub-body entered the hunter, the latter's convulsions grew even more intense. It seemed as though it were struggling on the brink of death. In reality, the blacklight virus within the hunter was so potent that the sub-body required more time to complete its infection and transformation. Soon, Chang Wei observed black spikes protruding from the hunter's body. These spikes were formed by the blacklight virus. Additionally, the hunter's originally defenseless pink skin became covered with a hardened layer of the virus. The hunter was reborn, becoming even stronger. Hunters were already formidable creatures. They could block the 120mm smoothbore cannon of a tank with just a claw and remain unscathed. After this enhancement, this hunter might even be able to take on a leader hunter or supreme hunter. Go create more infected, Chang Wei ordered. The armored hunter quickly sprinted off in a specific direction. Thanks to the sub-body's tenacious vitality, Chang Wei didn't have to worry much. Even if the host were killed, the sub-body could play dead, waiting for the right moment to parasitize a new host. It would only fail if its core was discovered and destroyed. Otherwise, it was like the terror drone from Red Alert. Next on the agenda was finding Elizabeth Green. Chang Wei refused to believe he couldn't locate this woman after searching the entire infected zone. Little did he know, Alex Mercer was also looking for him. The reason was tied to Elizabeth Green. Following Chang Wei's instructions, Mercer had managed to find her, but she didn't provide the answers he sought. Instead, she escaped, causing the infection zone to expand dramatically. Feeling deceived, Alex Mercer was determined to track down Chang Wei for an explanation. However, finding Chang Wei wasn't easy. For a long time, he had been focused on strengthening himself. It wasn't until he gained his electric form, flight form, and four-armed overlord form that he felt confident enough to act more openly and pursue further enhancements. Even Blackwatch couldn't locate Chang Wei, let alone Alex Mercer and his sister. But today, Chang Wei made an appearance, immediately drawing the attention and focus of both sides. Chang Wei has appeared, Mercer's sister informed him. He's appeared. Mercer's excitement was palpable. Today, Blackwatch was attacked in the infected zone. The attacker was reported to be an infected capable of disguise. They suspect it's you. Chapter 10, Core Hive. Chapter 10, Core Hive. Of course, that was impossible. Alex Mercer hadn't even been there today. It was clear that the military and Blackwatch couldn't distinguish between Type A and Type B prototypes. Both could shape-shift and disguise themselves, and unless they appeared simultaneously, identifying the difference was practically impossible. However, Alex Mercer was certain it was Chang Wei, unless there were other prototypes he didn't know about. No matter if it's Chang Wei or not, I have to check it out, Alex Mercer said as he pulled up his hood and left the safe house. What Alex Mercer didn't know was that Chang Wei never stayed in one place for long. He didn't have safe houses like Alex, nor did he need them. At this moment, he was roaming the infected zones, searching for Elizabeth Green's lair. Alex Mercer later found information about Elizabeth Green on the laptop he had sent to his sister. But by then, he had already released Green from the Gentech tower. His betrayal by his ex-girlfriend had left him stabbed in the back. However, this misfortune turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it greatly enhanced his abilities. This newfound power gave Alex the confidence to confront Chang Wei. Otherwise, after witnessing Chang Wei's ferocious form, and the terrifying strength that crushed hunters with ease, Alex Mercer wouldn't have dared to seek him out so recklessly. Chang Wei, on the other hand, had the advantage of knowing the storyline. However, he wasn't sure whether his presence might alter the plot. That uncertainty lingered until he noticed signs of infection at the stadium. Surrounding the area were Blackwatch soldiers and Marines guarding it. That was when he knew he had found the right place. Elizabeth Green. Found you. Chang Wei craved the genetic points Elizabeth Green possessed. Additionally, he coveted her ability to breed hunters, leader hunters, and even supreme hunters. Recently, Chong Wei had created a total of 10 Ravager offspring, which had started to wear him out. After all, the Blacklight virus wasn't specialized in reproduction, that was the domain of the original virus from Project Red Light. These 10 Ravager offspring had already caused significant chaos, spreading Chong Wei's Blacklight virus far and wide. Now, a three-way war was unfolding: Red Light original virus creatures versus evolved super Blacklight virus organisms versus the Marines and Blackwatch. Alex Mercer wasn't involved. He lacked the ability to spread the virus, and even if he did, it wouldn't provoke hostility from the Red Light original virus creatures. Chong Wei's super-evolved Blacklight virus, on the other hand, was entirely different. Its complete evolution made it distinguishable, and led to an inevitable conflict. Chong Wei paid little attention to these events, keeping only minimal contact with his Ravagers. They didn't share senses with him. However, once he retrieved them, he could access their memories and learn what had transpired. At the stadium, the infection wasn't as severe as it would later be when Alex Mercer arrived. Of course, this was merely a disguise. Internally, the site had already transformed into a core hive, where leader hunters were being incubated. Supreme Hunters or Super Hunters were unique creations. Elizabeth Green might not even realize she had the ability to produce them. The two Supreme Hunters seen in the story were, in fact, the same entity. A small Easter egg revealed this. After Alex Mercer left, a hand emerged from the pool of blood, proving the Supreme Hunter wasn't truly dead. Captain C had likely been absorbed by the Supreme Hunter, who then impersonated him to collaborate with Alex Mercer. As for why the Supreme Hunter had such intelligence immediately after birth, it was likely due to the Blacklight virus's ability to absorb and inherit memories, a terrifyingly powerful trait. This allowed the Supreme Hunter to learn how to disguise, hide, and even manipulate Alex Mercer. This time, Chong Wei didn't opt for stealth or subterfuge. Instead, he boldly transformed into his four-armed Overlord form. Unlike its initial state, Chong Wei's form had undergone numerous evolutions. The system had enhanced the Blacklight virus significantly. The four iron fists, now of high density and immense energy, each packed a force exceeding that of a tank's main cannon. Each punch could obliterate a hunter, smashing it to pieces without needing to sever its spine. His body was coated with high-density, hardened Blacklight virus and supermuscles, drastically increasing his mass. Although only 2 meters tall, his body mass now rivaled that of a tank. Chong Wei punched through the hardened shell of the core hive. Before the Blacklight virus could regenerate it, he charged inside. Within moments, the breach was completely repaired. Although the concrete wall was missing, its defensive strength remained unaffected. Elizabeth Green. As soon as Chong Wei entered, he roared loudly, smashing everything in sight. He was unstoppable and utterly destructive. Meanwhile, his predatory Blacklight virus spread outward, absorbing and assimilating other Blacklight virus creations, converting them into genetic points. Chapter 11, Superabsorption. Chapter 11, Superabsorption. Elizabeth Green quickly appeared in response to Chong Wei's shout. After all, the commotion he caused was too significant for her to ignore. You are. Elizabeth looked at Chong Wei with confusion. The sense she received from the Blacklight virus made her feel as though Chong Wei was her child. However, the same Blacklight virus also gave her the feeling that she was facing a superior being. This left Elizabeth feeling both puzzled and unable to make sense of the situation. The moment Chong Wei saw her, he didn't waste time. He immediately began to channel the electricity within his body. 100,000 volts, electric surge. At that moment, Chong Wei seemed to embody Jace himself. The chilling sound of electricity tearing through the air, and the dazzling electric light filled the scene. A glowing sphere of electricity formed between Chong Wei's hands. He then launched it, striking Elizabeth before she had a chance to evade. In fact, even if Elizabeth had tried to dodge, it would have been useless. The tracking ability of electrical effects was incredibly strong. Struck by the electric surge, Elizabeth immediately convulsed and collapsed to the ground, arcs of electricity coursing over her body. Chang Wei didn't hesitate. He stepped forward decisively. At the same time, a tail sprouted from his spine. The tail's sharp, needle-like tip was a specialized form that Chang Wei had evolved for enhanced absorption capabilities. It bore a striking resemblance to Cell's tail. Its effect was naturally extraordinary, allowing him to absorb prey, and even hunter commanders without needing to break their spines. As long as he pierced them, it was enough. Ordinary absorption through the blacklight virus had little effect on Elizabeth. Based on his deductions, Chang Wei concluded that he had only one chance against her. After all, he was too powerful. His electric attacks were overwhelmingly effective for ambushes. If this attempt failed, Elizabeth might be so terrified of his strength that she would flee and hide, making her nearly impossible to locate again. Thus, even if he wasted some genetic points, Chang Wei believed it was worth it. This was why Elizabeth had the feeling that Chang Wei was her superior, because Chang Wei had already evolved into a predator of the blacklight virus. To prevent Elizabeth's escape, Chang Wei used his forearms to firmly grasp her limbs. He then drove the needle-tipped tail into her abdomen. Compared to ordinary absorption, this enhanced method was exponentially more terrifying. Chang Wei instantly felt the surge of virus and power flowing from Elizabeth into himself. You have gained 100 genetic points. You have gained 100 genetic points. You have gained 100 genetic points. A stream of system notifications flooded Chang Wei's vision. Meanwhile, Elizabeth let out gut-wrenching screams. No, spare me. The overwhelming threat restored her consciousness, and she began to plead. But the arms holding her felt immovable, as if nothing in the world could shake them. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape. In the end, Elizabeth could only watch as she was forcibly absorbed by Chang Wei. Aho! After absorbing the substantial power that was Elizabeth, the blacklight virus within Chang Wei's body became highly active. The two distinct strains of the virus in his body began to clash violently. System. Chang Wei opened the system interface. Upgrade the blacklight virus reproductive ability, splitting ability, and the capacity to produce hunters. Also, I want. Inside the core hive, the bulbous nests began to rupture. Emerging from within were hunters, all fixating on Chang Wei. Particularly noteworthy was a massive hunter commander, which let out a roar at Chang Wei. The roar seemed to issue a command, as all the hunters suddenly charged toward him. Even though the system was upgrading the virus, Chang Wei was far from defenseless. In his four-armed overlord form, he delivered an iron-fisted punch that shattered a flying hunter into pieces, as if smashing a watermelon with a baseball bat. The swarm of hunters posed as much threat to Chang Wei as a feather might. He even took the initiative to charge into their ranks, unleashing a storm of carnage. The hunter commander swiped at Chang Wei's iron fist, but he didn't budge an inch. Haven't had your meals, puppy. Chang Wei sneered, retaliating with a devastating right hook. His punch landed squarely on the hunter commander's head. Under his overwhelming power, the supposedly tough skull caved in. Not bad, you're sturdier than I thought. Chang Wei was slightly surprised. He had expected the hunter commander to explode into mush under his punch. However, it merely suffered a dent in its skull, a non-lethal injury given the hunter commander's vitality. But then, Chang Wei's needle-tipped tail pierced the hunter commander's flesh. Before long, the hunter commander visibly withered. If Elizabeth could be drained dry in minutes, how could the hunter commander stand a chance? Chapter 12, The Super Blacklight Virus. Chapter 12, The Super Blacklight Virus. 1,000 tendrils, devour everything. Chang Wei finally unlocked the 1,000 tendrils ability he had long desired. However, unlike Alex Mercer's version, his tendrils were unique. Thus, he decided to give his ability a new name. The sentient tendrils pierced through all living organisms and blacklight creatures alike. The entire core hive exploded and collapsed. Yet, Chang Wei emerged unscathed. His entire body was covered in a high-density, blacklight virus-generated full-body armor. The design was inspired by the Guyver Unit I, except it was primarily black with glowing red highlights, making it even more intimidating. Armor form. Moreover, this was the evolved armor form of the Blacklight virus. Its defensive power far surpassed the four-armed Overlord form that Chang Wei had previously relied on. The four-armed Overlord transformation consumed a significant amount of energy to condense the Blacklight virus. Now, with the increased quality of his energy, the transformation became effortless and could occur instantaneously. After absorbing Elizabeth Green, Chang Wei realized how terrifying she truly was. Fortunately, his initial electric shock attack had dealt a decisive blow, otherwise, if she had transformed into her monstrous final form, he would have faced a much tougher battle. That form was a creature capable of severely injuring Alex Mercer, who at that time was near his peak power. All the forms I've desired have finally evolved. Just absorbing Elizabeth alone has fulfilled all my needs. Truly powerful, Chang Wei exclaimed with delight. His electric shock abilities had also been enhanced. Not only were the strength and durability of his electric cells and organs significantly improved, but he also developed a new method of generating electricity through learned techniques. Now, Chang Wei could produce immense amounts of electricity by absorbing oxygen from the air and combining it with nitrogen inside his body. He also gained a new weapon, electric whip tendrils capable of supersonic speeds. These could be used to bind, coil around, pierce enemies, and discharge electricity. The whip's toughness and binding strength were extraordinary. Using these tendrils for electric attacks consumed less energy while delivering higher voltage discharges. Biological missile ability. An idea conceived by Chang Wei, handed over to the system and Blacklight virus to evolve. This ability allowed him to create liquid explosives within his body, which he could then load into explosive projectiles. When fired, these guided missiles could be directed to a certain extent via brainwaves. The destructive power was immense. The composition and generation method of the explosive material remained unclear, but the results were undeniable. Producing these biological missiles required minimal Blacklight virus and energy. Most importantly, their flight speed was exceptionally fast. Strong acid ability. Inspired by the xenomorph's blood, this ability allowed Chang Wei to release highly corrosive acid. He didn't need a specialized organ for this, his entire body could inject the acid into targets. This was one of the conveniences of the Blacklight virus. As for the acid's potency, it faithfully recreated the terrifying effects seen in xenomorphs. Moreover, it could be combined with the biological missile ability to create acid missiles. Invisibility ability. Evolved successfully, likely due to the diverse gene samples contained within Elizabeth Green. By camouflaging his body like a chameleon and transforming into a pseudo-cold-blooded creature, the Blacklight virus on his surface could distort light, rendering him invisible. This ability could deceive both visual and thermal imaging systems, achieving the same advanced invisibility as Predator or nanosuits. Six-blade style. An evolution of the blade form. Chang Wei modified Alex Mercer's blade design, making it longer and slimmer instead of broad and thick. The joints could rotate 360 degrees, allowing him to perform techniques like lightning cyclone slash. By spinning himself or the six blades at high speeds, he could slice through targets with devastating efficiency. Interestingly, Chang Wei discovered he didn't experience dizziness while in his spinning top state. In that form, even if he faced Alex Mercer's armor mode, he could likely shred it to pieces. The original Alex Mercer was powerful, but the abilities and forms Chang Wei had now evolved were either designed to counter or surpass his. If the two were to fight, Alex Mercer would end up like Elizabeth Green, becoming a part of Chang Wei. Chang Wei tested his newly evolved division and replication abilities. He let a drop of his blood, infused with a significant amount of Blacklight virus, fall to the ground. The droplet began to expand in midair. By the time it hit the ground, a strong, powerful arm had already grown. Within minutes, the arm developed into a full body. A black hunter, slightly larger than the average ones, appeared before Chang Wei. Blood-borne soldiers. Additionally, Chang Wei's Blacklight virus had reached the same level as Alex Mercer's final form. As long as even a single drop of blood or a tiny biological tissue remained, he could regenerate entirely. Chapter 13, The Harvest Begins. Chapter 13, The Harvest Begins. The Black Hunter, in terms of defense, strength, and speed, far surpassed ordinary hunters. Chang Wei had tested it against regular hunters and Blackwatch soldiers, and the result was clear. The Black Hunter could easily tear through hunters. The ease with which it did so was reminiscent of when Chang Wei first used his four-armed overlord form to battle hunters. In fact, Chang Wei had indeed passed the genes of his four-armed overlord form into that drop of blood, so this Black Hunter had 4 arms. Calling it the four-armed hunter was entirely fitting. Additionally, the blacklight virus within it was incredibly stable, ensuring it wouldn't uncontrollably spread unless the four-armed hunter intended to. Even when the virus was spread, the infected wouldn't turn into ordinary infected beings but rather deteriorated hunters. Deteriorated hunters were significantly smaller than regular hunters but far faster, with reduced strength and defense. They were essentially a downgraded version of hunters. At first glance, this might seem like a disadvantage. However, given that these blacklight creatures evolved specifically for weaponization, how could this possibly be a drawback? First, deteriorated hunters ensured quality. No matter how the blacklight virus spread, it wouldn't degrade further. Deteriorated hunters could only infect others to create more deteriorated hunters. And while deteriorated hunters were weaker compared to hunters, they still far outclassed infected entities like common fat mutants. Second, they significantly reduced energy consumption. Without needing as much strength and defense, the energy and blacklight virus required to create one hunter could instead produce 10 deteriorated hunters. Deteriorated hunters only needed enhanced speed. As long as they could evade enemy detection and attacks, they were sufficient. After all, their primary mission was to spread the blacklight virus quickly, widely, and stably, infecting an entire city at the fastest pace possible. Much like xenomorphs, as long as there was enough flesh and blood, deteriorated hunters could be mass-produced in large quantities. This ability was an evolution Chang Wei developed specifically, anticipating potential enemies like swarms or hive-mind creatures. In a sense, he had become the swarm himself. Lastly, deteriorated hunters acted as storage tanks for genetic points. Once they had harvested and plundered enough life forms, Chang Wei could recover those points at lightning speed. After the four-armed hunter, Chang Wei developed another species that incorporated several of his own form enhancements, most notably, the ability to secrete strong acid, the Death Hunter. As for the electricity-based abilities, Chang Wei chose not to share them. If Alex Mercer managed to absorb and acquire those abilities, it would be quite troublesome for him. By comparison, while strong acid was also potent, Chang Wei had specifically evolved his shell to counteract it, rendering him immune. The Death Hunter had a physique similar to the four-armed hunter, but with vastly different coloration, a striking crimson. To facilitate the release of acidic mist from its body, it required a less durable outer shell. Its role was purely destructive. Chang Wei would dispatch Death Hunters when genetic points couldn't be reclaimed from targets, aiming for total annihilation. As for the so-called Super Hunter or Supreme Hunter, Chang Wei had accessed Elizabeth's genetic library to obtain a complete version. It was only then he realized that the Super Hunter in the original storyline was merely an incomplete, undeveloped form. Even though the Super Hunter could theoretically continue evolving and becoming stronger, the incomplete version lacked many of the abilities of the full version. The complete Super Hunter was a weapon designed and created by Elizabeth specifically to deal with her disobedient son, Alex Mercer. Yet it ended up being unleashed prematurely when Alex injected it. Why Elizabeth didn't continue developing another Super Hunter afterward remained unclear. Perhaps she didn't have time, or maybe that one injection caused her to lose critical data, preventing further production. The fully evolved Super Hunter is impressive, but it's of no use to me, Chang Wei thought. To him, even without using his lethal electric current attacks, he could easily crush it. From start to finish, all he wanted from Elizabeth was the ability to produce blacklight-based units. He had little interest in most of the units Elizabeth designed, firmly believing that his creations were the most suitable and the best. Of course, referencing others' ideas was necessary. One couldn't become the strongest through imagination alone. Practicality was key. Go create deteriorated hunters and find Alex Mercer for me. Chang Wei planned to absorb Alex Mercer, then conquer the world, thoroughly plundering it and amassing enough genetic points to travel to the next world. That way, any valuable discoveries in the next world could be quickly integrated into his evolution. What's more, transitioning to another world required 100 million genetic points as payment. He wasn't sure whether this was a fixed amount per world or if it varied. The four-armed hunter, having received its orders, dashed away. "Captain, why has the casualty rate among Marines and Blackwatch soldiers been so high recently?" At Blackwatch headquarters, the one-armed General Peter Randall questioned the captain standing before him. Chapter 14, Battle Against Blackwatch. Chapter 14, Battle Against Blackwatch. Blackwatch is affiliated with the Advanced Research Projects Agency of the United States Department of Defense and is heavily supported by the United States. Even Captain Robert Haas, an elite among elites, was personally invited to join Blackwatch by General Randall after a successful operation as depicted in the comic storyline. After all, Robert was a man who, during a mission, faced a horde of infected animals, witnessed all his teammates perish, and emerged as the sole survivor. General Peter Randall believed that even within Blackwatch, there was no elite quite like him, hence the personal invitation. However, now Randall felt disappointed. With the most elite captain, the most advanced Blackwatch soldiers, and the auxiliary special operations team, the casualties had only increased. "Sir, a new type of infected creature has recently appeared. Our forces are no match for them," Captain Robert reported. "What kind of creature could overwhelm someone like you, who single-handedly took down a female runner?" General Randall skeptically asked. "Runners, or advanced infected individuals similar to Alex Mercer, were once killed single-handedly by Captain Robert." "Sir, it's not me but the soldiers," Robert corrected. Facing the swift deteriorated hunters, even Blackwatch soldiers who are far superior to Marine forces suffered devastating losses in a short time. They simply could not contend with the deteriorated hunters. General Randall soon reviewed the information brought by Captain Robert, horrifying images, shocking field reports, videos, and audio recordings. In the videos, only afterimages and the soldiers' screams were visible. They travel in packs and move incredibly fast. The footage then showed the actual body of the deteriorated hunters that had been killed. Even though Robert's team had significantly reduced the casualties compared to fighting standard hunters head-on, it didn't mean they weren't dangerous. General Randall flipped through photos of corpses, anatomical diagrams, and internal structures. "They look like smaller hunters." "Yes, but they're more troublesome and intelligent. Unlike hunters, which don't dodge and are easier to hit, these creatures disrupt our field of vision, evade attacks, and coordinate like wolf packs or lion prides. Moreover, we discovered a more potent strain of the black light virus in them. The difference is as stark as that between a Black Hawk and an Apache, both helicopters, but with entirely different roles and firepower," Captain Robert elaborated. General Randall frowned and decided to assign Captain Robert to lead the super soldiers in tackling these new pack hunters, which had caused significant casualties. The super soldiers are enhanced blacklight-infected individuals created by injecting the virus into human bodies. However, unlike typical infected, they do not undergo grotesque mutations or lose their sanity, making them a near-perfect transformation. Their strength is exceptional, and they even once suppressed Alex Mercer. At that time, Mercer had consumed almost everything except for Supreme Hunters and Elizabeth Green. With the deployment of super soldiers and considering that the first-generation super soldiers are not as sluggish as the second-generation, casualties among the deteriorated hunters began to rise. This drew the attention of the Disseminator, a four-armed hunter. Its intelligence was not low, and with Chang Wei having implanted it with memories of Blackwatch and Alex Mercer, it knew a great deal. It even transmitted these memories to the deteriorated hunters via viral inheritance, teaching them cooperation, evasion, and attack strategies, making them appear highly intelligent. The four-armed hunter initially had no specific target. The deteriorated hunters were only tracking Alex Mercer. However, after Blackwatch provoked them and caused substantial losses, the four-armed hunter found this unacceptable. Spreading the blacklight virus was a painstaking effort for it. The mother organism had only created a single four-armed hunter, leaving it responsible for continuous virus dissemination and hunting. It had painstakingly created hundreds of deteriorated hunters, but dozens were wiped out in one battle, a severe setback. Chang Wei believed that a single four-armed hunter was enough for Manhattan Island. With nothing better to do, it decided to assault Blackwatch's blockade on the island's bridges. The four-armed hunter ambushed the super soldiers. Hundreds of deteriorated hunters located the super soldiers' positions and swarmed them. Even though the super soldiers were tough and had skin too durable for the deteriorated hunters to penetrate, the four-armed hunter's sneak attacks tipped the scales. In its four-armed overlord form, with strength comparable to Chang Wei's own, the four-armed hunter could cripple a super soldier in one blow, if not outright kill them. Moreover, unlike hunters, super soldiers lacked rapid regenerative abilities. As a result, Blackwatch's newly developed super soldiers were wiped out in one fell swoop. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Clues. Chapter 15. Clues. Manhattan Island. The sealed bridges. Chang Wei had only been here in the game before, remembering the extremely annoying machine gun emplacement guarding the entrances and exits. However, after the situation became real, it wasn't just a single machine gun anymore. There were several emplacements. The early Ravager spawnlings all perished while attempting to cross the sea. Because of this, Chang Wei had to personally intervene. In theory, without obtaining his virus sample, Dr. Raymond McMullen's blacklight virus detectors shouldn't have been able to detect his creations. This was especially true since those Ravager spawnlings were hidden within normal human bodies or other covert locations. Now, Chang Wei understood why. Anything that attempted to cross the bridge, whether infected or uninfected, would be shot dead. The Marines and Blackwatch soldiers stationed there were armed with grenade launchers and rocket launchers. Even the weakest weapon was a light machine gun, capable of shredding anything into pieces. On top of that, there were helicopters and tanks. The sea was also under lockdown, with aircraft carriers and escort ships temporarily deployed, making it impossible to swim out. "This is really troublesome," Chang Wei muttered. Then an idea struck him. After selecting a building, Chang Wei used the blacklight virus to create a stronghold within it, a nest to be precise. He injected a massive amount of the blacklight virus into the newly formed nest, granting it high activity from the start. Inside, four-armed hunters quickly matured. One by one, the four-armed hunters emerged from the mother core of the nest, letting out low growls toward Chang Wei, an expression of their submission. Use this nest as a base. Convert all surrounding life into nutrients. Chang Wei issued his command. Building a base under the enemy's nose seemed reckless, but with the blacklight virus, he dared to take the risk. The four-armed hunters immediately understood, roaring as they charged out of the nest. Chang Wei didn't leave. Instead, he began designing a new, terrifying type of unit, the Enhanced Hunter. These would be stealth-capable, deteriorated hunters. Mimicry, cold-blooded reptile mimicry, chameleon mimicry, light distortion. These genetic traits were introduced into the nest using the blacklight virus as a carrier. The base speed of deteriorated hunters was already troublesome enough. Adding stealth capabilities would make them exceptional assassins. This new hunter type was named Anubis by Chang Wei, symbolizing the incarnation of the god of death. The nest accepted Chang Wei's genetic input. Once the four-armed hunters brought back enough nutrients, it could produce the Anubis hunters. Chang Wei's command to the nest was simple: kill anything that moved except their own kind. Unlike the constantly roaming Chang Wei, Alex Mercer had been unable to track him down, and was forced to give up temporarily. Additionally, in the original storyline, Captain Robert had been killed by four-armed hunters, leading deteriorated hunters in an ambush against the super soldiers. As a result, Alex Mercer's remaining objective was seemingly limited to stopping the virus and infection. After all, no one had disclosed to him Blackwatch's plan to use a nuclear bomb to cleanse Manhattan Island. Even if Alex wanted to search for Elizabeth Green, She was now within Chang Wei's body and therefore impossible to locate. Alex Mercer had no intention of helping Blackwatch fight the infected. Instead, he began clearing infected zones alone. At this point, his strength had grown immensely. Only a massive creature like the Hydra could still give him trouble. The other infected were little more than energy reserves for him to absorb. However, as he continued his lone crusade, a four-armed hunter that had been searching for him finally discovered his location. What is this thing? Alex Mercer had just finished a grueling battle with a Hydra, barely managing to bring it down, when a swift hunter struck him. Fortunately, his body was now much tougher than before, and with his armored form active, he escaped unharmed. But then he saw a group of these strange creatures, smaller versions of hunters but much faster. Soon, the four-armed hunter appeared as well. Seeing it, Alex Mercer couldn't help but think of Chang Wei. This hunter's arms looked exactly like Chang Wei's. Could it be related to him? The possibility made Alex Mercer fixate on the four-armed hunter. The four-armed hunter lunged at Alex Mercer. Instead of dodging, Alex transformed his armored arms into hammer-like forms, his muscles bulging as he activated his armored muscle form. Superhuman strength plus armored form plus hammer form. The triple-layered enhancements allowed Alex Mercer to crush hunters effortlessly, giving him strength comparable to Chang Wei's. If it had been Chang Wei himself, Alex might have hesitated. But this four-armed hunter was not part of that consideration. The two clashed head-on. A deafening explosion and surging shockwaves spread outward. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thank you for your support. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Found you. Chapter 16. Found you. Alex Mercer was in disbelief. He was evenly matched with this four-armed hunter. What kind of joke was this? After the two separated, Alex, unwilling to back down, launched another punch at the four-armed hunter. The hunter roared in defiance and met his fist head-on once more. This time, the four-armed hunter was pushed back several meters. However, this result still fell far short of Alex's expectations. He had to admit that he was no match for this unique hunter in terms of sheer strength. But Alex Mercer was far more than just his current abilities. Devastating pain. Dark tendrils of the blacklight virus surged from Alex's hands, forming massive appendages that shot toward the four-armed hunter. The hunter was immediately invaded by the blacklight virus tendrils. Feeling its impending demise, it showed no fear, no cries of anguish, only a single act of transmitting Alex Mercer's information to Chang Wei through its signal. The bioelectrical signal, conducted through the blacklight virus, spread rapidly across a vast range. Far away on the bridge, Chang Wei instantly received the signal. Alex Mercer. Chang Wei's gaze, as though it pierced the distance, seemed to lock onto Alex Mercer. In truth, he had merely pinpointed the direction of the signal. So you dared to devour my subordinate. Looks like you're unaware of the existence of pheromones. Pheromones, also known as ectohormones, are substances secreted by an individual into the environment. These are detected by others of the same species via sensory organs like the olfactory bulb or the vomeronasal organ, causing changes in behavior, emotions, psychological states, or physiological mechanisms. Pheromones serve as a means of communication, and their existence has been proven across nearly all animals. Chang Wei had already anticipated the possibility of his four-armed hunter encountering Alex Mercer and being consumed. Thus, he had prepared by granting the hunter the ability to emit pheromones. With his abundant genetic points and ample blacklight virus energy, he could evolve even without the system's assistance, albeit with less direction compared to system-guided evolution. Once Alex Mercer severed the signal from the four-armed hunter, likely having completed the devouring process, he thought he was safe. But he was wrong. Meanwhile, the bridge had been overrun by Chang Wei's Anubis units and four-armed hunters. A massive number of these creatures were advancing toward the outside world. The Blackwatch organization attempted to detonate bombs to destroy the bridge but failed. Chang Wei no longer needed to concern himself with the situation on the bridge. The United States wouldn't react fast enough. By the time they deployed fighter jets to bomb the bridge or used bombers to carpet bomb the area, the Anubis units and four-armed hunters would have already spread far and wide. For now, the priority was Alex Mercer. From Chong Wei's back, massive, demonic wings tore through his flesh. With a single flap, the surrounding windows shattered with a deafening roar. His body was covered in numerous tiny pores, a technique derived from Alex Mercer's mastery of energy waves, and enhanced for flight acceleration. By absorbing vast amounts of surrounding air and releasing it in an instant, Chong Wei created an explosive thrust that propelled him past the speed of sound. The blacklight virus spread across his body, forming armor to shield him from the heat generated by breaking the sound barrier. This heat, caused by friction with the air, was one of the limiting factors in the advancement of modern supersonic weapons and vehicles. In a matter of moments, Chong Wei arrived at the location where the four-armed hunter had been devoured. With his superior senses, he tracked the pheromone trail with pinpoint accuracy. Found you. Before Alex Mercer could react, his body was instantly shattered into pieces. It was the result of a supersonic impact. Not only was Alex Mercer torn apart, but the ground beneath him was left with a massive crater. The deafening explosion inflicted secondary damage on him. Chong Wei burst into hysterical laughter, his madness evident. Grabbing Alex Mercer's head, he slammed it into the ground, dragging him across the surface at supersonic speeds. Alex's body disintegrated into particles so fine, they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. But Alex Mercer wasn't so easy to kill. The remnants of his body quickly reassembled, forming a new Alex Mercer. How enviable. No weak spot like a brain. It's almost like being digitized, isn't it? Chong Wei sneered, his pores venting excess heat. The surrounding air distorted visibly as the temperature rose. Still, the envy Chong Wei expressed was only in passing. Now, with his ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood, he no longer felt any significant jealousy. Chong Wei. The recent assault had left Alex Mercer deeply shaken. Chong Wei's hostile attitude left no room for negotiation. Resolving to uncover the truth, Alex Mercer abandoned any attempt at communication, and instead planned to extract answers from Chong Wei's memories. Grave Spire Assault. Without warning, massive spikes erupted from the ground beneath Chong Wei's feet. What was once a charged attack in the game requiring the claw form had no such limitations in reality. Chapter 17, The Unfathomable Chong Wei. Chapter 17, The Unfathomable Chong Wei. Chong Wei didn't dodge, nor did he block in any way. He allowed himself to be impaled by the spikes formed from the blacklight virus. Is that all? He stepped forward, separating himself from the spike as if unaffected. This was the first time Alex had seen his graveyard spike kill fail. Neither the force of the giant spike erupting from the ground nor the penetrating damage seemed to harm Chong Wei at all. To him, it was as though he were in a game in a state of complete invulnerability. In truth, this was because Chong Wei had enhanced his neural reflex speed. Coupled with the changes in his body that allowed control down to the cellular level, he achieved an effect akin to preemptive elementalization, avoiding damage altogether. It was a highly challenging technique. If he hadn't evaded in time, he would have had to endure the full brunt of the attack. However, even that wouldn't have been much of an issue for him. Don't you have anything stronger? Chong Wei hoped to see something unexpected from Alex. However, everything Alex had displayed so far was within his knowledge. After all, he had just been playing prototype before being transported to this world. While he didn't know Alex completely, he was at least 70 to 80% familiar with him. Under these circumstances, the only way Alex could defeat him was if he had an unknown trump card. But it didn't seem like Alex had any such means. Devastator Pain. Of course, Alex didn't shout the move name aloud. That would be too embarrassing, and it would also underestimate Chong Wei's neural reflex speed. Only a sneak attack would have any hope of working. Yet, Chong Wei effortlessly grabbed the massive tendril. While Alex was still in shock, Chong Wei unleashed a potent acid from his hand, corroding Alex's tendril entirely. The acid's lethality against the blacklight virus was beyond imagination, especially since Alex's virus had never encountered or adapted to it. The pain Alex experienced was several levels above childbirth. Chong Wei's acid wasn't ordinary. It could indiscriminately corrode both organic and inorganic matter because it was a hybrid acid developed through the blacklight virus. This hybrid acid was maintained in coexistence by the blacklight virus, preventing leaks or premature chemical reactions. It contained powerful oxidizers, fluoroantimonic acid, a mixture of nitric acid and HF/THF solutions of hydrogen chloride, carborane acids, and more. Digestive fluids from a pitcher plant. How does it feel? Chong Wei, instead of telling the truth, deliberately misled Alex at this moment. Using Alex's memories as its foundation, the prototype quickly pieced together the meaning behind Chong Wei's words. The blacklight virus could replicate and mimic the genetic information of infected hosts. No wonder Chong Wei was so powerful. Why hadn't Alex thought of this earlier? My blacklight virus has been hybridized with this digestive fluid, specially evolved to counter the virus itself. My blood and cells are infused with it, so absorbing me is out of the question. Chong Wei said this with a grin. It could really be used this way. Alex's pupils shrank. He realized he wasn't a match for Chong Wei. With just a few words, Chong Wei had terrified him. On Earth, there were countless organisms with unique abilities. Who knew how many genes Chong Wei had absorbed and evolved during his low-profile periods? He was utterly unfathomable. Alex decided against fighting to the death with Chong Wei now. Instead, he planned to escape and emulate Chong Wei's evolutionary method to strengthen himself. That was the only way he could stand a chance against Chong Wei. You won't escape, Alex, Chong Wei suddenly said. Alex didn't respond. Your sister is in my hands. These words caused Alex's expression to change dramatically. After experiencing betrayal by his ex-girlfriend and discovering his true identity, Alex yearned for the things that made one human, such as familial bonds. For example, his sister. I've deployed plenty of hunters to monitor your every move. Coupled with the fact that you've made no effort to hide, finding your base wasn't difficult. Chong Wei always prepared backup plans, especially in life-and-death situations. Even though he felt certain of his victory, and that Alex couldn't possibly absorb him, he still evolved defenses against absorption, and took the precaution of holding a hostage, even if the plan wasn't foolproof. At this point, Alex had probably realized he wasn't Alex Mercer himself, but rather a virus that had taken his form. So, would he still care about Alex's sister, Dana? As it turned out, Chong Wei underestimated Alex's desire and value for familial bonds. What do you want? Alex was furious, transforming into his armored and blade forms. Ha ha ha, relax. I just don't want you to leave. As for making you surrender and allow me to absorb you, I doubt you'd agree. Blacklight virus extended from Chong Wei's feet, quickly spreading across the area and forming a black and red domain. Alex warily watched the expanding virus, only to find it constructing a strange, enclosed space. Only one of us gets to walk out alive. Chapter 18, Crushing Defeat. Chapter 18, Crushing Defeat. The space constructed by Chong Wei, named Black Coffin, not only served to trap its targets but also had the ability to compress them. Relying on the incredible power of the blacklight virus, the Black Coffin could compress anything inside it, akin to a hydraulic press. Chong Wei's Black Coffin utilized liquid pressure transmission to achieve this. When pressure is transmitted through a liquid in a sealed container, it follows Pascal's law. He had tested it once using a Black Coffin less than 100 cubic meters in size. He crushed a main battle tank into powder. However, this required consuming a significant amount of his blacklight virus, so it became one of his ultimate techniques, akin to his 1,000 tendrils. It wasn't something he used often. Chong Wei wasn't content with just the 1,000 tendrils as his trump card. In his view, even that technique was far from perfect. Alex had completely abandoned the idea of escaping. He couldn't take the risk and had no choice but to try to find answers by consuming Chong Wei. The problem was that Chong Wei had an anti-absorption mechanism. Could Alex's blacklight virus evolve anti-corrosion capabilities fast enough to keep up with Chong Wei's? It's surprising. You already know what you are, don't you? Is it really worth fighting so hard just for a memory? Once he confirmed Alex couldn't escape, Chong Wei posed his question. What about you? Alex countered. I'm different from you, and from Elizabeth Green. Our evolutionary paths are distinct. The blacklight virus behaves differently in each of us. From the very beginning, there were no identical prototypes. So I didn't become the virus, instead, I fused with it to become who I am now. Chong Wei explained calmly. Although the blacklight virus often affected the release of his combat hormones, since the results were all beneficial, Chong Wei chose to ignore it. Taking a deep breath, Alex charged at Chong Wei. Six-blade style. Chong Wei shook his head and transformed into his six-armed form, each arm wielding a blade. Seeing this, Alex was dumbfounded. 6 blades. He only had one. How was he supposed to compete? More importantly, Chong Wei's blade form meant that his arms were no longer human in structure. In an instant, Alex lost control of his body and collapsed to the ground. Can't comprehend what just happened. Seeing Alex recover with a confused expression, Chong Wei smiled. The tongue of a chameleon, the structure of a snake, and other arthropods. I've been studying biological applications in engineering. This is my 6-blade style, blades capable of supersonic cuts with infinitely extendable attack range. I could wipe out an entire army within seconds. The initial inspiration for this form came from Parasite. During the practical phase, it evolved into a combination of whip blade and sharp blade forms. Finally, with the integration of biological structures, it became what it was now. In the original storyline, the whip blade merely extended attack range and mimicked Spider-Man. But now, Chong Wei could simultaneously control 6 supersonic blades, attacking from angles beyond human limitations. The blades could strike from any direction. Their destructive power was immense, capable of slicing buildings in half with a single slash. Unfortunately, he couldn't yet control more than 6 blades. Otherwise, a 100-blade style would have been even better. However, space had its limits. More wasn't necessarily better. Alex was in despair. He felt the gap between him and Chong Wei not only hadn't narrowed despite his courage and determination, but had widened further. It was like a person at the foot of a mountain looking up at someone on the summit, unable to discern their figure or even see them clearly. The whistling sound of air being torn couldn't keep up with the speed of the blades. This time, Alex noticed it. Earlier he hadn't been paying attention, otherwise, with his reflexes, he could have seen it. But seeing didn't mean he could dodge. In an instant, his body was once again torn apart. His armor was as fragile as paper. Chong Wei didn't allow him to recover this time, absorbing the severed parts instead. Alex quickly regenerated and launched various attacks at Chong Wei. However, Chong Wei ignored them completely. No matter how much Alex attacked, it didn't affect Chong Wei, who seemed to be in an invincible state. Alex had been cornered. The blacklight virus was still subject to the law of energy conservation. In the game, this was represented by a health bar. Once the stored energy and blacklight virus were depleted, the health bar would empty, leaving no room for recovery. Having lost much of his blacklight virus to Chong Wei, Alex was essentially at the brink of exhaustion. He couldn't absorb or consume the surrounding blacklight virus. Chong Wei's blacklight virus had an anti-absorption mechanism. The strong acid corroding Alex's virus only worsened his situation. In the end, Alex made a desperate move. 1,000 tendrils, end all things. This terrifying ultimate attack instantly filled the black coffin. The entire structure trembled but remained unbroken. Instead, it was Chong Wei who was struck by the tendrils and tightly bound. The tendrils, leaving no gaps, nullified his preemptive elementalization. Even though the tendrils piercing and entwining his body were corroded by acid, new ones continuously replaced them. Chapter 19, Evolving Again. Chapter 19, Evolving Again. Chang Wei appeared to be completely suppressed by Alex. The seemingly endless tentacles constantly wore down Chang Wei's corrosive acid, attempting to outlast him in a battle of attrition. Meanwhile, the hard, blacklight virus coating of the black coffin began to be consumed under the relentless assault of the tentacles. It was akin to the saying, dripping water wears through stone, and a rope saws through wood. However, Chang Wei soon launched a counterattack. Dazzling light and sparks erupted from Chang Wei's body. High-voltage electricity instantly paralyzed Alex's entire body. Even the countless tentacles froze under the uncontrollable electric currents. Is electricity? Alex had lost count of how many times he had been shocked, but each time, his astonishment grew. The electric current unleashed by Chang Wei was unimaginably powerful. The tentacles near him were reduced to ashes by the heat effect, while the others were carbonized, the damage spreading relentlessly. Under such a domineering electric assault, Alex, unable to move, felt even more despair than when facing the corrosive acid earlier. At least then, he could still fight back. What a pity, Alex. I still have several abilities I haven't used yet. But it seems your journey ends here. Welcome to the top of the planet's food chain. Unhindered, Chang Wei approached Alex, whose body had been charred into a blackened husk, struggling faintly within. Chang Wei extended his 5 fingers, lengthening them to pierce into Alex's body. His highly efficient absorption organs grew smaller but exponentially more powerful. Alex's memories flowed into Chang Wei like a rushing torrent, along with his physical form. You have gained 100 gene points. You have gained 100 gene points. You have gained 100 gene points. The system notifications were as overwhelming as when he absorbed Elizabeth Green. Chang Wei could feel his super blacklight virus becoming further perfected and evolving once again. Although Alex seemed to be completely overpowered in strength and ability, he had his merits. That was precisely why Chang Wei refused to spare him. He was in pursuit of perfection and ultimate power. Excellent. Now onto this world. Chang Wei reabsorbed the black coffin into his body, ensuring nothing was left behind that might enable Alex's resurrection. Meanwhile, General Randall, the highest commander of Blackwatch, decided to escape by helicopter after witnessing the vast regions of devastation and decay. His final plan was to cleanse Manhattan Island with a nuclear strike since he had no remaining trump cards to play. The strongest supersoldiers, including Captain Robert, had perished. Over half of the Marines and Blackwatch soldiers had been lost, and the situation on Manhattan Island had spiraled out of control. Even though Dr. Raymond McMullen had developed blood-tox-A virus specifically targeting the blacklight virus, it was ineffective. The super blacklight viral organisms dominating Manhattan had evolved beyond recognition, rendering blood-tox useless. The cities beyond the bridges had also fallen. The rapid spread of Anubis and the 4-armed hunters was unstoppable. But the nightmare wasn't over. I need to act quickly. Chang Wei's focus had shifted away from Blackwatch's nuclear strike. The destruction of Manhattan Island and his subordinates stationed there was of little concern. As a walking apocalypse, he could spread the virus wherever he went. Moreover, he now had a more pressing target: Pariah. Pariah, originally named Jason Green, was the child born to Elizabeth Green after she was infected with the blacklight virus during pregnancy. Pariah may be the only thing capable of stopping Mercer and Green. Although I cannot fully comprehend what Pariah is, I can speculate that he might represent the perfect embodiment of non-coding genomes, a glimpse of the ultimate evolutionary goal of life on Earth. Raymond McMullen. Pariah was the codename given to Elizabeth Green's son by Blackwatch. This child was considered the perfect creation of the blacklight virus. His existence was deemed fundamentally different from that of Elizabeth Green, Alex Mercer, or James Heller. Elizabeth Green's transformation resulted from an imperfect release of non-coding genome areas, while Mercer's transformation was artificially induced. Blackwatch scientists theorized that Pariah was the result of a perfect natural release, embodying Earth's ultimate life form. As the primary subject of the Crusade project, Pariah was imprisoned for 34 years. During his captivity, he mysteriously killed 5 people, though it was unclear whether they died from antisocial behavior or viral infection. Pariah had no apparent physical defects, and tests with 14 viral strains from green yielded negative results. Alex Mercer and Pariah shared many similarities. While Mercer's existence was the result of an artificial release of non-coding genome areas, Pariah represented a flawless natural release. Raymond McMullen believed that a meeting between Mercer and Pariah would lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 20, Genes. Chapter 20, Genes. This issue is far more complex than it seems. The development of genomics up to this day has sparked discussions and controversies ranging from structural and functional genomics to life evolution, philosophy, and even the political landscape of academic resources. It could make for a fascinating story. Existence is reasonable. That's correct. But does existence equate to usefulness? Take, for instance, our appendixes and wisdom teeth. They serve little purpose, create significant trouble, and are more remnants of human evolution than any sort of treasure. Similarly, the 98.5% of non-coding sequences in the human genome should also be viewed dialectically. As early as the 1960s and 70s, non-coding sequences were labeled as junk DNA. Yet, it didn't take long for researchers to discover that many non-coding sequences are closely related to gene transcription regulation. Junk is not really junk, and life is far from limited to the central dogma. So, what valuable things are hidden within these non-coding sequences? Textbook examples of classic non-coding DNA elements include promoters, enhancers, transposable elements, and biologically active small RNAs. In the early days of molecular biology, scientists devised ingenious biochemical experiments to unravel the mysteries of life, leaving future generations in awe of their brilliance. But in this new century dominated by high-throughput methods and big data, the research focus on non-coding DNA has undoubtedly shifted to the ENCODE project. This global large-scale collaborative research project is a model for biological big data and a pioneer in the field. Dozens of research teams worldwide systematically and comprehensively scan the biological activities of non-coding DNA in various tissues of humans and other organisms using the latest high-throughput experimental methods. Their methods include ChIP-seq to study chromatin-protein interactions, RNA-seq sequencing all RNA molecules in cells as a whole, DNase-seq sequencing chromatin regions sensitive to DNase, which are relatively loose and exposed, among others. It's a pity CRISPR wasn't available at the time. Otherwise, testing the functions of genomic regions both coding and non-coding would have been highly effective. Canver et al. Now, researchers have started catching up. In 2012, ENCODE's findings culminated in a major breakthrough. Commenting on this, Science magazine's Elizabeth Pennisi summarized, "This week, 30 papers were published in journals such as Nature and Science, declaring the death of the junk DNA theory." The ENCODE project has revealed that 80% of the human genome is functional. Of course, many counterarguments and targeted critiques followed. Chang Wei, due to his lack of expertise, dared not make arbitrary judgments. What a joke! For a sage of an era to surpass the accumulated knowledge of a civilization and find the ultimate answer is an absurdly far-fetched notion. Chang Wei never considered himself a genius with inspirations akin to Einstein's. When it came to the accumulation of knowledge, however, he lacked nothing. But he felt that most of this knowledge merely collected dust in his mind rather than colliding to spark inspiration. Jason Green. Location: Vandenberg Air Force Base. However, this is classified military information. Chang Wei had a struggling figure in his grasp, none other than Randall, the top commander of Blackwatch. "General, do you know where this base is located?" Chang Wei asked with a smile. "Nuclear bomb." Randall never imagined that Chang Wei would suddenly appear, obliterate his defenses, and make Blackwatch soldiers look like ants, easily crushed, and crushed they were. Even the super soldiers disintegrated under a single punch from Chong Wei. What shocked him even more was how Chong Wei knew the name. The doctor. But wasn't the doctor already? It's very difficult to step over an ant without killing it, General, Chong Wei said. The nuclear bomb has already launched, you lunatic. Randall did not wet his pants or beg for mercy. When Chong Wei slightly loosened his grip, allowing him to recover from suffocation, his first words were about the nuclear bomb. Puffing yourself up like a pufferfish sometimes only makes you more attractive to predators. Besides, who told you a nuclear bomb could destroy me? Chong Wei looked somewhat disappointed. He knew the nuclear bomb had launched and was irretrievable, but he didn't care. He could now accelerate himself to supersonic speeds using jet fighter-like principles of flight in a short period. Moreover, due to his size and material strength, Chong Wei could achieve Mach speeds that fighter jets, constrained by thermal barriers, could not. The speed of the nuclear explosion couldn't match his velocity. So, what was there to fear? I don't want to break my bottom line. After all, I'm not like Alex and that virus. But if you continue to withhold the information. Chong Wei's eyes glowed a crimson red. Randall displayed an expression of determined defiance. Then I'll have the hunter tear you apart and eat you, and then I'll eat the hunter. Randall's eyes widened. Wait, aren't you supposed to give me a swift death? Chapter 21, Facing a light brighter than the sun. Chapter 21, Facing a light brighter than the sun. The final result was that Chong Wei successfully located the whereabouts of the outcast. In truth, whether General Randall spoke or not, his death was inevitable. The difference lay in whether it would be a quick and painless death or a slow and agonizing one. Chong Wei decided on his behalf, opting for the latter. After extracting the information from him, Chong Wei said, "Actually, from start to finish, I never believed a single word you said, so." Releasing his grip, he tossed General Randall into the grasp of the predators lurking below. In that instant, General Randall, who had fallen from the depths of hell into the very lowest circle, could no longer maintain his facade of resolute bravery in the face of death. It made sense, after all. A butcher who committed atrocities, such as experimenting on his own citizens under the guise of serving his country's greater good, dared to adopt a martyr-like stance. As if he died proudly for humanity and his nation. What was that? Did humanity ever ask for his representation? Chong Wei felt deeply irritated. Hence, he decided to trample on the man's pride and shatter his spirit. The Joker once taught us that physical pain pales in comparison to psychological torment. Every punch Batman landed on him carried an even greater burden of anguish and torment on Batman's own psyche. That's why the Joker always laughed in the face of beatings he was winning in spirit, mentally tormenting Batman. And what could Batman do? He couldn't kill, which meant his outlet for pain had a threshold, a limit. He couldn't retaliate with the Joker's endless, continuous, and perpetual psychological torture. Chong Wei thought he should combine the two. Not only should he triumph mentally, but also physically. General Randall initially thought he could face a quick death, giving him the courage to confront his fate. He even fantasized about receiving a ceremonial burial wrapped in his nation's flag. However, now he was being slowly torn apart, piece by piece, by the predators. Their bites felt as if they dragged him into an infernal abyss with no escape. I discovered a new hormone that controls human sensitivity and repairs the body. Does it feel worse and more painful as time goes on? Chong Wei spoke with the detachment of a scientist examining a test subject. General Randall's eyes bulged wide with agony, but soon the pain transformed into an unbearable itch that engulfed his entire body. He itched so badly that even breathing became difficult, teetering on the edge of suffocation. Then came the cold. Pain has its limits, its saturation point. Humans possess remarkable resilience and endurance. Prolonged pain only leads to numbness. So, Chong Wei studied the hormone secretion mechanisms of the human body and synthesized a substance called the sting of agony. It was designed to torture. He thought it would be useful in the future, even if just as a backup tool. Who would complain about having too many options? Nuclear weapons. Chang Wei's gaze shifted toward the nuclear bomb. For now, he couldn't withstand a nuclear blast head-on. The power and energy levels were far beyond his current capacity. But that was fine. One day, he would suppress even nuclear weapons. For now, I'll test my theories with this bomb. Chang Wei wasn't the type to avoid challenges. Blacklight virus colossal titan. The blacklight virus rapidly spread from Chang Wei's body, forming a suit of armor akin to Guyver bio-boosted armor. This time, after absorbing Alex, his armor had grown significantly in strength and density compared to before. Additionally, he had acquired structural knowledge and meticulously reinforced the internal design of his armor. In terms of pure defense, even point-blank autocannon fire would feel like a tickle and wouldn't even leave a scratch. But that still wasn't enough. More blacklight virus spread across his body, shaping massive limbs, a torso, and a head. Moments later, a 10-meter-tall giant stood towering over the earth. Blacklight virus colossal armor. Or perhaps, the super blacklight virus colossal titan. And then, the nuclear bomb exploded. The world lit up with a light brighter than the sun. A massive fireball rose into the sky, followed by a terrifyingly fast shockwave and soundwave. The absolute destruction zone of the nuclear bomb, where temperatures instantly reach billions of degrees, was minuscule. Its primary destructive power didn't come from this initial blast. Such extreme temperatures, though devastating, needed duration to cause catastrophic damage. A nuclear bomb's primary lethality came from shockwaves, sound waves, extreme heat, and the electromagnetic pulse that crippled electronic systems. Anyone caught within the blast radius was as good as dead. Even outside, death remained a likely outcome. However, there were exceptional cases where people survived atomic blasts twice and lived to tell the tale. Chang Wei stood at the edge of the blast radius, just one step away from the center. He faced the terrifyingly high temperatures and scorching heat head-on. His eyes burned briefly before automatically switching to protective mode, allowing him to continue observing the light. Unfortunately, the blinding light only lasted for a short while. The searing heat and high temperatures then followed, surging toward Chang Wei. The surface of his colossal armor began to emit steam instantly. Soon, Chang Wei felt the outer layer of blacklight virus lose all vitality. Chapter 22, Super Evolution. Chapter 22, Super Evolution. Although Chang Wei's physique was smaller compared to monsters like Goliath and Hydra infected by the blacklight virus, his density and mass far surpassed theirs. It was akin to comparing a fist-sized block of steel to a foam box. The steel might be smaller, but it could effortlessly destroy the foam. The destruction of the blacklight virus on the surface of his body did not surprise Chang Wei. After all, if a nuclear bomb couldn't achieve that, it wouldn't be a nuclear bomb. Currently, Chang Wei resembled an ant ball, where the outer ants sacrificed themselves to protect those inside. However, unlike the ants, Chang Wei had the idea of using the nuclear bomb to force his blacklight virus to evolve. The blacklight virus could adaptively evolve to counteract and withstand abilities harmful to itself. Faced with the shockwave, heat, and radiation from a nuclear blast yielding 40 megatons, the potential of the virus already propelled by Chang Wei to become a super blacklight virus far exceeded that of Elizabeth or Alex. Thus, Chang Wei eagerly anticipated whether the pressure from the nuclear bomb could trigger an evolution independent of the system. The nuclear explosion ended, leaving Manhattan Island in ruins. The island's most prosperous area, which was also home to the highest concentration of blacklight virus organisms, had been annihilated. Before the detonation, Chang Wei had already ordered his subordinates to leave Manhattan via waterways. The surface of the island was now laden with excessive radiation, the ground vitrified into a glass-like structure. From within the nuclear blast zone, heavy footsteps echoed. With each step, large, writhing chunks of distorted blacklight virus fell off Chang Wei's body, squirming on the ground. Evolve for me. Absorb the radiation. I'm going to become Godzilla. Come on, if Godzilla can do it, there's no reason the enhanced blacklight virus can't. What's an atomic reactor compared to the unscientific nature of the black light virus? For the first time, Chong Wei experienced the agony brought by intense radiation. His body felt as if it were being torn apart and crushed in a hydraulic press. The torment was so severe even he found it hard to endure. With no other choice, Chong Wei manipulated his hormones, converting the pain into pleasure. Ha 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 ha. He rolled on the ground, laughing maniacally. The stimulation was overwhelming. Once the pain was converted, Chong Wei experienced a sensation far exceeding anything between men and women, far surpassing the euphoria induced by any drug. His dopamine levels surged by 5,000 times, continuing to climb. Overwhelmed, Chong Wei decided to calm himself by cutting into his own body. Half of his head was cleaved off but regenerated almost instantly. This brief moment of sobriety allowed Chong Wei to suppress his hormone levels and block his pain receptors. Watching as his body began to decay, Chong Wei realized that even the evolved, enhanced blacklight virus struggled to withstand such severe radiation. It was unimaginable that this nuclear bomb, already modernized and less radioactive than its predecessors, could still exert such power. However, Chong Wei wasn't overly concerned. After all, he had the system as his trump card. Currently, Chong Wei's DNA information capacity was about 8 times that of a human. It included not only reptilian traits but also characteristics of fish, birds, and other species, granting him the ability to adapt to various environments without the need for prolonged evolution. It's happening. Chong Wei felt the changes within his body. As it continued to decay, his lower body disintegrating up to his chest, and his upper body barely resembling anything human, his bones were exposed. New blacklight virus tissue began to grow, fueled by the vast reserves of energy Chong Wei had stored, which became the key to his evolution. Without the continuous regeneration of the blacklight virus, the current transformation wouldn't have been possible. Chong Wei noticed that the burning sensation around him had disappeared. Although he had blocked his pain receptors, his sense of touch remained intact. Has the radiation decreased? Rising to his feet, his body felt immensely powerful, as though it contained the strength to destroy the heavens and earth. The sensation was unprecedented. Chong Wei threw a punch, instantly creating a vacuum-like effect in the air. Moments later, a half-destroyed building hundreds of meters away collapsed entirely. He wasn't sure if the building had become fragile due to the nuclear blast, or if his strength had grown overwhelming. It's not generated within the body but within the cells. Chong Wei observed in surprise. He could sense the subtle changes in his body, especially with the system assisting him. The system revealed that every cell in Chong Wei's body, or rather, every blacklight virus cell, now contained an organelle resembling a nuclear reactor. These organelles could process radioactive materials and absorb radiation. His musculoskeletal system, nervous system, endocrine system, circulatory system, and digestive system had all undergone a complete transformation to harness nearly limitless atomic energy. This newly reconstructed body was now hundreds of times stronger than before. Chapter 23, Nuclear Fission. Chapter 23, Nuclear Fission. It's not fusion but fission instead. As expected, to achieve perpetual motion-like energy, I'd need to seek out the real Godzilla. With his physical strength amplified hundreds of times in his normal state, Chong Wei found that his abilities were naturally enhanced. Furthermore, he discovered that his body could now achieve supersonic movement. Each punch and kick was supersonic, unleashing destructive, unstoppable force. Chong Wei suddenly felt intense hunger. In the heart of Manhattan Island, reduced to a sea of fire and ruins by the nuclear explosion, there was something to eat. The taste of uranium-235 and plutonium-239. It seems my diet is going to change from now on. Pondering this, Chong Wei realized that compared to the nearly infinite energy of nuclear power, biomass and life forms offered energy that was too insignificant. Unless necessary, he no longer needed to prey on other living beings, except for those with special genes or abilities. This was actually a good thing. Sufficient nuclear energy implied that he wouldn't need to worry about energy shortages for evolution, nor would he risk dying like Alex, who was drained of energy and unable to regenerate the blacklight virus. 475 kiloton ballistic missile. There should still be some unburned nuclear fuel left. Chang Wei had never felt so ravenous. The tantalizing taste of deadly radioactive material beckoned him. Inhaling the radioactive dust in the air, every breath was death passing through his lungs. As he absorbed the radiation, the dust was expelled again from his mouth and nose. He found a small fragment of the highly concentrated uranium layer from the secondary fusion core. Initially, he contemplated studying it before deciding whether to consume it, but his body acted faster than his mind. With a gulp, he swallowed it. The scorching yet sweet flavor slid down his throat, making it itch while heat surged throughout his body, visible as thick smoke rising from him. The evolved blacklight virus cells in his body opened uranium absorption valves, instantly digesting the uranium. Some energy-storing cells converted the nuclear energy into electricity for storage, functioning similarly to human fat cells. As a result, Chang Wei appeared visibly more muscular, as these energy-storing cells resembled muscle tissue and provided excellent protection. Another part of the virus cells specialized in discharging energy. These cells had evolved to replace mechanisms, like those of electric eels. They could channel stored electrical energy at will, unleashing something akin to Godzilla's atomic breath, pure nuclear energy. Opening his mouth, Chang Wei exhaled a fiery serpent that shot over 100 meters, forming a blazing pillar of fire. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air as he rapidly released the excess heat in his body. Otherwise, he risked overheating and dying. Red light, a byproduct of the virus cell's activity, seeped from his skin. This state is too dangerous. I need to find a solution. He discovered unburned uranium-235 at the core and the lithium deuteride at the center. The deadly radiation, strong enough to break molecular bonds, felt like a gentle breeze to him. As he passed, the radiation concentration rapidly diminished. Even a small residue from a nuclear warhead of over 400 kilotons was enough to make Chang Wei feel satiated. This was the result of his body absorbing massive amounts of nuclear energy. Chang Wei devised a solution to undergo a transformation. He planned to evolve this nuclear-powered blacklight virus state into a transformation mode, reverting to his normal state for everyday use. Otherwise, the consumption and strain of maintaining such a state were too great. Even though he wasn't as large as Godzilla, and theoretically required less nuclear fuel and Earth's core energy, his digestion rate far surpassed Godzilla's. His entire body consisted of energy-devouring blacklight virus cells, making the energy drain unbearable. This task was better suited for the system. With its help, Chang Wei quickly completed a minor evolution, temporarily putting the blacklight, nuclear fission state into dormancy. While absorbing nuclear energy would continuously enhance and modify his body, it could also lead to energy depletion and death. Chang Wei wasn't ready for that fate. There were countless worlds, viruses, and genes waiting for him. Moreover, he might eventually discover energy sources even more powerful than nuclear energy. By now, the blacklight virus had spread across the globe. Although his nuclear fission state was dormant, the enhancements it provided remained. He soared into the sky, reaching the stratosphere in moments. In this layer of the atmosphere, processes that influence local weather could amplify into global climate effects. With minimal vertical air movement and predominantly horizontal airflows, Chang Wei planned to use the stratospheric wind currents to release the blacklight virus, contaminating the entire layer and infecting the world. Blacklight descends upon this world. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thank you for your support. Check out my other translations. Dragon Ball, collaborating with Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta. Extraordinary comprehension. I establish an immortal villain family fantasy lord, starting with daily information. Golden List live. I really can't hide anymore. Gundam, changing the world even with a mass-produced unit. Naruto, creating immortal techniques at 6, shocking Uncle Snake. Naruto. I confronted the 5 Kage before the system arrived. Naruto. Uchiha. Just want to die. Simultaneous transmigration. From Japanese anime to American comics, starting from Prototype to Immortality. Start in Dragon Ball GT. Super Saiyan 5 defeats the God of Destruction. Latest. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Covering the Sky and Blocking the Sun. Chapter 24. Covering the Sky and Blocking the Sun. The Black Palace has fallen. Terrifying monsters are attacking humans. At exactly 12 p.m. London time, the Queen was attacked by monsters. She fled alone by car, and we have since lost contact with her. This is the European community. Static noise. A global red crisis. The infection spread like ink dripping onto white paper, rapidly expanding at an unimaginable speed. It defied human understanding, making it impossible to contain. Unlike Blackwatch, which could suppress infections to a single street while keeping the next street unaffected and peaceful, most countries lack such military capability. Even those strong nations with advanced military power were caught off guard. More importantly, this was an upgraded version of the super blacklight virus engineered by Chong Wei. Just the Anubis, the deteriorated hunters, and the four-armed hunters alone were enough to overwhelm humanity's containment and eradication efforts. And now, Chong Wei had developed an even more terrifying creation, the Fengshen pterosaurs, which had faster propagation speeds and a wider range of activity. Flying hunters. Chong Wei understood that humanity's greatest strength lay in controlling airspace. As long as you flew high enough, a single airborne gunship, or A-10 Thunderbolt II, could suppress all infected creatures. These hunters didn't need extraordinary speed. They only had to act as obstacles, like how a slow-flying bird could destroy a fighter jet. The Fengshen pterosaurs had an operational radius of over 100 kilometers. They didn't need food or fuel. A 100-kilometer flight only consumed one human. Next came the elimination of humanity's satellite communications and guidance systems. A film covered the stratosphere, blocking sunlight and various electromagnetic signals. This was the blacklight virus atmosphere created by Chong Wei. With a thickness of 100 meters, it already overshadowed the skies above the Americas and Europe and continued to spread. Humanity, observing its presence, was gripped with fear. I've taken control of most of the ground and the skies. The only means left to attack me are nuclear submarines and missile silos. Chong Wei, in his attempt to cover the entire world, realized the Earth was much larger than he had imagined. Despite being a super blacklight virus now, the increased complexity of his form had slowed his production speed. Covering the whole planet instantly or even in a short time would require him to become even stronger. What surprised Chong Wei was that he still hadn't found the pariah, Jason. From General Randall's memories, Chong Wei located the target site, only to discover it had long turned into a nest for blacklight virus creatures. Devouring it revealed an extremely primitive version of the virus. Chong Wei didn't believe that Jason's blacklight virus was so inferior. Technically speaking, Jason should carry the original virus from the Red Light Project, with a more perfect integration than even Elizabeth. How could it be such an outdated version? So Chong Wei thought, if you refuse to come out, I'll infect the entire world, sea, land and air. Let's see where you can hide then. Nuclear submarines posed a threat to Chong Wei. The problem was that the ocean was vast, and eliminating humanity's submarines was beyond his reach for now. Aquatic creatures infected with the blacklight virus were too scarce, making it impossible to locate the submarines. However, fleets like the Pacific Fleet had already been wiped out. Chong Wei's insane tactics, combined with the evolved hunters, were so unprecedented that even Blackwatch and the United States military didn't realize it was the blacklight virus. They assumed it was an alien invasion. After all, could a virus really create something like that atmosphere? Don't be ridiculous. If viruses were this powerful, humanity would have left Earth ages ago. Still, they couldn't just sit back and wait to die. Aliens or not, they were determined to knock the enemy's teeth out. The only issue was that the enemy was in the stratosphere. Using nuclear weapons there could have dire environmental consequences. When the Tsar Bomba detonated on the ground, its shockwave circled the globe 3.5 times. Now, they planned to use 101 megaton hydrogen bombs for a blanket strike on the stratosphere to destroy the black substance. Some countries, lacking hydrogen bombs, would even resort to using standard nuclear weapons. Such a plan would undoubtedly result in severe pollution and radiation. While a nuclear winter might be unlikely, it could lead to even larger holes in the ozone layer. However, considering the rapid spread of the substance at a speed of 1 square meter per second, and increasing, there was little choice. Alarmingly, Chang Wei had modified the blacklight virus to adopt a quasi-photosynthesis mechanism. Ordinary photosynthesis couldn't sustain such conversion speed and efficiency, but the blacklight virus's energy utilization was almost miraculous. As a result, the spread rate only grew faster. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Hard to find. Chapter 25. Hard to find. The nuclear missiles were launched. Among the 100 nuclear missiles, most were hydrogen bombs, but due to time constraints, some were replaced with regular nuclear bombs. Thermonuclear fusion weapons. Chang Wei was more wary of hydrogen bombs, more powerful and environmentally friendly thermonuclear weapons. While he had a nuclear fission state that allowed him to treat ordinary nuclear bombs as food, their destructive power was negligible compared to his recovery speed and energy reserves. Hundreds of nuclear missiles struck Chang Wei's Great Black Sky, the viral black light layer that covered him. The small nuclear devices inside the hydrogen bombs detonated first, reaching the temperature required for fusion, which triggered the hydrogen bombs to explode. The light and heat generated in an instant easily tore apart Chang Wei's Great Black Sky. The terrifying shockwave shattered the clouds. Chang Wei immediately entered his nuclear fission state. His blacklight virus cells awakened from dormancy, absorbing the immense light, heat, and radiation. His body began to swell on the surface. The infinitely expanding blacklight virus was continually dissolved and annihilated by the hydrogen bombs. However, some parts survived, which Chang Wei recovered and evolved further. Humans observed the bright light of the hydrogen bombs for a moment, followed by the movement at the site of impact. Then they saw it, the shredded and destroyed black curtain. Fantastic! The human leadership celebrated together, congratulating themselves on their apparent victory against the alien threat. But as the live broadcast of the scene continued to be transmitted back, the snow-filled static screen revealed the black curtain regenerating. And this time, the speed of regeneration was even more astonishing. Previously, the regeneration rate was about 1 square meter per second, slowly increasing. Now, it was 100 square meters per second, with a near-linear upward trend in growth. What's going on? Everyone was baffled. Chang Wei had absorbed an unimaginable amount of energy, which he unleashed to exponentially increase the spread of Great Black Sky. It's absorbing nuclear energy. Speculation arose among the scientific community, though they lacked concrete evidence due to the absence of collected samples or clear observations. The alien entity clearly anticipated humanity's reliance on their most powerful weapons. At this rate, in less than 10 days, it will cover the entire world, completely blocking electromagnetic signals, telecommunications, and sunlight. We can't sit idly by. If nuclear weapons don't work, what about fuel air bombs or similar weapons? Our ground forces have been disrupted, and the Air Force is barely operational. The Navy has already been annihilated. We lack the strength to carry out large-scale operations. On the ground, infected creatures consumed everything edible and turned inedible objects into more of their own. Buildings became nests, while airborne nests filled with gas emerged, producing pterosaur-like creatures. Massive balloon-like nests floated in the sky, and due to Chang Wei's new modifications to Great Black Sky, it too could now produce pterosaurs. Is humanity doomed? World leaders despaired. The unexpected attack by infected creatures had left ground forces decimated, making it nearly impossible to mount any meaningful resistance. As for forming a united global military force, that was now a pipe dream. With infected creatures dominating the skies and the ground, any small force would be wiped out instantly. Chang Wei gave humanity no time to ponder or decide. At his command, countless nests worldwide produced millions of infected creatures in an instant, overwhelming all land, and digging 3 meters deep to locate hidden underground spaces. He even created a Hydra massive drill-like construct spinning at hundreds of thousands of revolutions per second. Unlike human drilling equipment that required periodic replacement, the Hydra evolved automatically, becoming increasingly wear-resistant and heat-resistant. Chang Wei intended to drill 10,000 meters deep to flush out the wretched Jason. He would turn the entire world upside down, including the oceans, convinced he would find Jason eventually. This relentless search lasted an entire month. Chang Wei was dumbfounded. What was going on? Humanity had been reduced to a few scattered survivors, and most biological life had perished. The world had grown eerily quiet and cold. Without sunlight, plants had frozen to death, and the ground was covered in ice. Where could Jason be hiding? Wait, why would that guy hide from me? Shouldn't he be ecstatic to rush at me and devour me? Isn't that the instinct between prototypes? Chang Wei pondered, speculating that Jason might have hidden deep in the ocean. But how long would it take to find him there? Moreover, not a single blacklight virus unit had been destroyed. Otherwise, he would have instantly known Jason's location. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, The Ocean's Treasure Trove. Chapter 26, The Ocean's Treasure Trove. Chang Wei was perplexed. Logically speaking, his blacklight virus organisms should be extremely alluring, especially to a prototype like Jason. Yet, the wretch Jason could resist touching them. He couldn't have known about the traps, electrical signal mechanisms, triggering systems, and tracking pheromones embedded within. So why didn't he interact with them? To prevent his blacklight virus organisms from being swapped or disguised as Jason's own minions, Chang Wei made it a daily routine to tirelessly traverse the globe, retrieving all his organisms, and then releasing fresh ones. The quantity remained consistent. He kept an exact count. His highly advanced brain ensured it. And yet, all his efforts proved fruitless. Having scoured nearly 10,000 meters underground, Chang Wei's attention turned to the ocean. The seas were vast. Humans had identified tens of thousands of marine species, which might account for less than 10% of all oceanic life forms. Don't assume the remaining 90% are just tiny creatures hiding in obscure corners. In recent years, humans even discovered a new species of whale, a massive creature over 10 meters long. This suggests that the diversity of marine life continues to expand human understanding with each new discovery. To the blacklight virus, the ocean was a treasure trove. If Jason had fled into the ocean, humans, organisms, every fluctuation, pheromone, or scent, none could escape Chang Wei's detection. His mastery of trace analysis and tracking, coupled with his highly developed brain's incredible processing speed, allowed him to identify the source of any trace he observed. He could even construct detailed models in his mind. But he possesses all the abilities I do. The most troublesome aspect of the blacklight virus is its capacity for evolution and learning. Trace analysis isn't some rare discipline. Absorbing any trace analysis professor would instantly make one a master. Hiding his tracks would be child's play for him. Intriguing. How is he this clever? Chang Wei owed much of his abilities to his imagination, and his consumption of several intelligent individuals via the hunter mechanism. After absorbing their memories and learning their thought processes, he developed even more capabilities. However, he remained limited, struggling to digest the immense information and knowledge he had acquired. It might take thousands, even tens of thousands of years for him to fully integrate this data into his own consciousness. He doubted Jason could grasp this point. Thought processes, cognitive speed, and intellectual capacity determine whether someone is brilliant or mediocre. Scientists are the epitome of excellence in this regard. This innate quality is akin to why there's only one Einstein, yet countless ordinary people. If even Chang Wei, who didn't consider himself a genius, struggled to assimilate all this information, how could someone like Jason, who had been under control since birth and only recently escaped, manage it? Jason hadn't systematically studied or developed his cognitive abilities and thought processes. Would he recklessly devour memories? Even Chong Wei felt his brain might explode from the strain. While deploying the blacklight virus across the ocean, Chong Wei contemplated deeply. As he sifted through his memories, a vague hypothesis emerged. Schizophrenia, or perhaps persona simulation and construction. If he wasn't inherently smart and found memory assimilation so arduous, what if he allowed the original memory owners to form personalities and think on his behalf? Of course, Chong Wei wouldn't risk such an experiment himself. He feared losing control. But Jason. It all circled back to the fundamental question: who am I? Who is he? Who are you? Philosophy, psychology, metaphysical definitions, any of these could drive someone mad. On top of that, Chong Wei had read Wang Yongming's theories on mind studies out of curiosity. If his hypothesis was correct, he might be facing a monster. And perhaps not just one Jason. While it had taken him a month to cover the sky, it only took half that time to blanket the ocean. Chong Wei was continuously evolving. Furthermore, his subordinates had located various nuclear power plants, nuclear fuel, and even nuclear weapons. With no energy shortage, he significantly accelerated the spread of the blacklight virus. He even infected sharks and orcas, using their genes to engineer aquatic hunters that combined the best traits of both species, initiating large-scale searches. But just as Chong Wei began his operations, Jason came knocking. So impatient. Chong Wei mused, wondering if Jason feared he would gain control of the ocean's treasures. The sense of Jason's overwhelming power set his blood boiling with excitement. To be cautious, Chong Wei immediately entered his advanced Guyver armor state, enveloping himself in a more robust armor. Simultaneously, he discreetly sent a portion of the blacklight virus underground. Moments later, the figure within Chong Wei's perception appeared before him at supersonic speed. The air was deafening with the alerts from countless microscopic blacklight virus particles floating around. Chapter 27, Biological Combat vs. Chapter 27, Biological Combat vs. Very well. Chong Wei hadn't finished his sentence when he was punched square in the face. A supersonic impact shattered everything nearby, even the solid nest cracked under the pressure and shockwaves, rippling outward with a deafening roar. Yet Chong Wei remained utterly motionless, standing as if he were an immovable object. I was thinking that if you couldn't even reach supersonic speed, this wouldn't be interesting at all, he remarked. The backlash caused the opponent's arm to explode and shatter instantly. Should I call you Jason or someone else? Chong Wei asked with a grin. You can call me anything, old man of the mountain, Lubu, Ollie, Tyson. The intruder replied nonchalantly, and within a blink, his shattered arm had completely regenerated, as if the explosion moments ago had been an illusion. Oh, are you the old man of the mountain I know, or the one everyone else knows? Chong Wei started stretching, casually questioning. Of course, the historical old man of the mountain, and Einstein, the intruder replied. The face of the commoner intruder was ever-changing, like Rorschach's mask. Unlike Rorschach's shifting inkblots, his face morphed in bone structure, features, and muscles. Can the blacklight virus achieve such feats? Chong Wei seemed intrigued. It's a bit tricky, you'd have to find the descendants of the old man of the mountain first, and then extract it from their genetic information. The commoner nodded. Their friendly conversation masked a battle that had shifted from overt physical collisions to the far more dangerous microscopic realm. Countless microscopic blacklight virus particles, invisible to the naked eye, clashed, assimilated, and absorbed one another in the air around them. This was a method Chong Wei had devised, a way to silently invade and absorb his target. But what surprised him was that the commoner could use it too. Had he just learned it, or had he mastered it long before? Frankly, if Chong Wei had considered this earlier, he would never have worried about Elizabeth escaping. Once the invasion succeeded, it was a lost cause. You're multitasking, fighting me, chatting, probing the depths of the abyss to see if I've left any contingencies, and completing a sealed blacklight virus zone. The commoner suddenly spoke. Oh, so you've left eyes outside. Chong Wei didn't deny it. My evolution surpasses yours. You focus on utilizing and developing organic matter, but you've overlooked inorganic matter, the commoner declared, locking eyes with Chang Wei. His pupils transformed into reptilian slits, then wolf-like irises, radiating a chilling, sinister aura. Hypnosis. Chang Wei blinked, his own eyes morphing into a more complex structure capable of perceiving light and colors beyond human vision. Interesting you caught on so quickly. The commoner's pattern-based hypnotic suggestion had worked countless times. Legends spoke of hypnotists replicating the methods of a holy son, using mass suggestion through patterns and language to create divine miracles. Once the masses worshipped, they would reveal the truth, claiming the holy son was merely a master of hypnosis. Of course, the hypnotist met a grim fate, hunted down and killed by a monotheistic religion. The commoner had specifically sought out the hypnotist's corpse to obtain this ability. The hypnosis just now had been incredibly potent. Had it not been for Chang Wei possessing the memories of a hypnotist, he might have been unknowingly hypnotized and devoured by this impostor. The next moment, the commoner sensed his blacklight virus was losing ground and decisively struck. This punch was even more ferocious than before. The blacklight virus ground beneath them melted and evaporated partially. Chang Wei was sent flying, smashing against the hardened blacklight virus wall, shattering it before crashing through another nest. He became a streak of light, tearing through 5 nests in succession before finally coming to a halt. The once invincible armor of his symbiotic bioarmor, cap, now showed countless cracks, resembling fragile porcelain. What a joke! A supersonic punch. Chang Wei's visual and neural reflexes were already beyond human imagination, yet he couldn't even catch the speed of that punch. In the arthropod world, there's a shrimp called the mantis shrimp. It's the second fastest attacker in the animal kingdom. It uses its forelimbs as weapons, launching them in just 1/50th of a second, reaching speeds over 80 km per hour. Its acceleration surpasses that of a 588 mm caliber bullet, generating up to 60 kilograms of force. The instantaneous friction even produces sparks in the surrounding water, the commoner explained. I've learned something new, Chang Wei replied as he stood up. Now, try my railgun. Chang Wei's right hand crackled with electrical arcs as he generated an electromagnetic field for acceleration, converting nuclear energy into electricity. Most of the energy avoided being wasted as heat. The railgun's principle was to accelerate a conductor through electromagnetic forces to deliver high-velocity kinetic strikes. Its formula, F equals BIL, where the Lorentz force equals magnetic flux density times current intensity times conductor length. Chapter 28, Monster vs. Chapter 28, Monster vs. Between 2 parallel rails, a projectile is placed. A strong electric current flows from one rail, through the projectile, and into the other rail. This generates an intense magnetic field around the rails, causing the electrified projectile to be launched in the direction of force. Currently, Chang Wei can control high-voltage currents exceeding hundreds of billions of volts, enough to ionize air into a conductor. That's right, he intends to use his own arm as the projectile. The railgun is Misaka Mikoto's signature move, but achieving it involves numerous challenges. However, that's not a problem. Chang Wei has the blacklight virus and knowledge about railguns. Even if he has to learn the hard way, he can still digest it. The eyes of the commoner shrank, and in the next moment, a fist enveloped in lightning struck him like a thunderbolt. Chang Wei understood well that reality isn't like a time-freezing commentary or a game where enemies allow you to charge up uninterrupted. Thus, after being struck and sent flying, by the time the commoner approached again, Chang Wei had already finished charging. The projectile, launched, was instantly accelerated to a terrifying speed of 300 km per minute. The massive electrical shock and resulting shockwave cleared everything in the surrounding area. The commoner was utterly incredulous. Did Chang Wei decisively go all out like this? Wasn't the instinct of the blacklight prototype to consume others of its kind, especially its original form? The commoner understood well the depth of human greed. Capitalists would sell the rope to hang themselves for a 300% profit. They'd kill one another for a useless piece of gold or wage war for years over a single woman. Shamelessness, greed, and cunning, these traits were humanity's flaws, yet also its strengths. Without these, humans would lack ambition and might never have descended from the trees millions of years ago. The projectile pierced through his body, instantly vaporizing most of it. The remnants disintegrated in the extreme heat of the shockwave. The treasure of the ocean lies there, and the blacklight virus resides within all life on Earth. I've already acquired the knowledge, memories, and experiences of billions of humans worldwide. Why would I covet your blacklight virus? As the commoner disintegrated into ashes and vanished, Chong Wei addressed the air, seemingly answering the unspoken question. The next moment, a sharp blade struck from behind at an unimaginable speed. Chong Wei's body shattered into pieces and dispersed into the air. The stunned commoner was left dumbfounded. Then, dozens of light beams shot in from all directions, vaporizing him completely. Atomic breath, radiant hot lines. By manipulating structure, Chong Wei had created nuclear-powered bioweapon emitters of blacklight virus in all directions. He was confident he could melt and evaporate even a colossal enemy. The decoy only contained the energy of a single railgun shot. Its purpose was to deceive and act as a shield. Cautious as ever, Chong Wei would never engage in direct combat with his true body. In fact, once he analyzed what the commoner truly was, Chong Wei abandoned any desire to consume him, fearing madness. While memories could be read and the main consciousness retained, uncontrolled memories could drown Chong Wei completely. This was akin to a form of parasitic reincarnation or fusion. True fusion meant the other party didn't care how many active and coexisting memories were crammed into their mind. But it wasn't over yet. A monstrous figure launched its spikes from afar at incredible speed, striking Chong Wei's position. A thunderous explosion erupted, and a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Turning biological forms into this degree of lethality truly absurd. Chong Wei's voice echoed from all directions. Human science is also formidable. I underestimated the utility of tools, came the commoner's reply, a blend of voices, men, women, young, and old, creating an eerie sound. Then you've truly underestimated them. Instead of learning from a pinnacle predator atop the food chain, you mimic Earth's outdated methods. The food chain has a time limit. Any species that fails to evolve will face elimination. Only humans have the luxury of abandoning evolution due to laziness and arrogance because they chose the most effective path of evolution. Well then, commoner, Mr. Old Man of the Mountain, Lu Bu, and the esteemed Einstein. Do you feel it now? That earth-shattering power. Light reflected in the commoner's eyes, the sun, blooming on land. A hydrogen bomb, nuclear fusion. You've evolved to this level. He had prepared countless contingencies, confident in his immortality and ability to consume the anomaly that was Chong Wei. Yet, all of this was a trap. The hydrogen bomb was the ultimate weapon. Once he was confirmed to be present, Chong Wei decisively obliterated everything through nuclear fusion. Cautious by nature and empowered by the blacklight virus, Chong Wei had no interest in playing a protracted game of cat-and-mouse with the commoner for years. Not at all, just a little trick. True nuclear fusion is still beyond reach. The unimaginable yield, detonating midair, annihilated not only Chong Wei's aerial fortress, but also his ground base. Chapter 29, The End. Chapter 29, The End. The commoner didn't give up on escaping, but at a detonation 1,000 meters above the ground, the hydrogen bomb unleashed its most devastating power, with an extensive area of impact and influence. Unless he had the ability to move at hundreds of kilometers per second, escape was utterly impossible. Not to mention that Chong Wei, in his insanity, initiated not just one nuclear fusion reaction. As the commoner was affected, caught in the blast, and rendered powerless, a second sun, then a third, rose in succession. Blinding light and heat radiated from fireballs with temperatures reaching millions, even tens of millions of degrees. The endless radiation of light and heat enveloped the entire land. The high-temperature fireballs created in the instant of the explosion expanded violently outward, compressing the surrounding air and forming high-pressure shockwaves. These waves spread at supersonic speeds, gradually slowing and weakening into sound waves as they traveled further. The overpressure crushed everything around it, and the dynamic pressure flung everything into the air. Even more terrifying was the nuclear radiation. Within the first few seconds of the explosion, gamma rays and neutron streams were released. The former traveled at the speed of light, while the latter reached velocities of thousands to tens of millions of meters per second. Both had tremendous penetrative power. Without nuclear radiation-adapted evolution tailored to the blacklight virus, one could not withstand the molecular bond-breaking damage. Chang Wei was conducting nuclear fusion experiments, a long-time ambition of his. He wanted to see if the blacklight virus could evolve into something capable of producing a nuclear fusion reactor. However, knowing the massive commotion and scale of such experiments might scare off the commoner, he refrained from trying it until now. Now, with the opportunity at hand, he couldn't resist. Over 1,000 clones, and they all failed. Hiding far away in the sky, Chang Wei observed as over 1,000 suns lit up one after another. The entire area, along with the sky and even the ocean, was laid bare. Clones buried deep underground failed and exploded, vaporizing millions of tons of soil and blasting even more into the atmosphere. Surface and aerial clones detonated as well. Even those submerged near the coast were not spared. Not a single success. Still, killing the commoner was worth it. It seems nuclear fusion can only be achieved by finding the real Godzilla to devour. Even with the blacklight virus, humanity's inability to achieve nuclear fusion means it's beyond the virus's capabilities too. Chang Wei mused. Strictly speaking, what he created was more like an unstable Godzilla Red Lotus form, a reactor malfunction leading to an ultimate explosion. The terrifying temperatures were beyond what even the blacklight virus could endure, leading to its complete annihilation. The biomass-based blacklight virus was still too weak. He needed to find a way to elevate it to a conceptual level or something similar. This prototype-based world had already been thoroughly wrecked by him. The detonation of over 1,000 hydrogen bombs unleashed power far surpassing that of the Tsar Bomba. Not to mention Chang Wei's unrestrained high-altitude explosions caused storms that might circle the Earth for who knows how long, massive tsunamis, and apocalyptic scenes reminiscent of disaster movies. Seawater submerged cities, and 1,000-meter-high tsunamis surged forward. Dust vaporized and launched into the upper atmosphere would block the sky for years, possibly plunging Earth into an ice age. So, before the marine life perished en masse, Chang Wei decided to claim this treasure trove for himself. Using human knowledge and creations, he had defeated the commoner, who relied solely on biological evolution and genetic manipulation. However, that didn't mean he intended to abandon biological research altogether. After all, evolution hadn't been eliminated yet. Many things from both this era and ancient times still remained treasures in their own right. Not to mention the Earth still held many fascinating secrets. The blacklight virus had infected 50% of the global population in depth. 6 months later, the virus had entirely infected the world. Chang Wei salvaged genetic material from numerous deceased organisms. The blacklight virus integrated these genes into a unified framework. Now, the information displayed on Chang Wei's system interface had changed. Chang Wei, Imperial Blacklight Virus / Primordial Blacklight Virus Description. The Imperial Blacklight Virus is a malformed variant of the Primordial Virus. It significantly reduces the damage and remodeling effects on the host's body while evolving toward devouring, replication, and greatly enhanced immune systems. If the most famous variant of the primordial virus, the blacklight virus, was designed for creating perfect biological weapons, then the Imperial Blacklight Virus had opened new paths for compatibility, perfect replication, and formidable evolution. It is a brand new biochemical virus, rightfully the emperor of blacklight viruses. Chang Wei also found remnants of the commoner. This individual still retained traces of blacklight virus cells, but without biomass, and with depleted energy, regeneration was impossible. It was akin to Alex Mercer after being hit by a nuclear bomb, reduced to a small fragment relying on a crow to restore itself. Chang Wei gazed at this fragment of the black light virus. Ultimately, he chose neither to absorb nor destroy it. Who knows? Perhaps when he returned, there would be a thriving ecosystem once again. Well then, goodbye. Mr. Chang Wei decided to leave this world. Would you like to pay 1 billion genetic points for world traversal? As soon as he spoke, Chang Wei vanished from the original location. Chapter 30, A New Gene Acquired. Chapter 30, A New Gene Acquired. 1 billion gene points consumed to traverse worlds. World traversal successful. Would you like to anchor the prototype world? Anchoring the prototype world requires 1 billion gene points. After anchoring, you may spend another 1 billion points to return. Chang Wei couldn't help but exclaim internally, this system is a proper toll booth. It's ridiculously extortionate. I barely gathered a billion gene points in one world, and now you're asking for a billion just like that. This system is oppressive and exploitative everywhere. When will it ever stop? Thankfully, he had amassed over 100 billion gene points. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the heart to anchor the prototype world. Pure gene point evolution no longer had much of an effect on Chang Wei. His blacklight virus had already reached its limits by devouring biological genes. It required something new to stimulate its growth. Unless it was something extraordinarily powerful, like Genova, Chang Wei still preferred to focus on the blacklight virus. Although his supervirus system could integrate any virus without conflict, ensuring he wouldn't die from virus versus virus interference, he remained cautious. Chang Wei ultimately decided to anchor the world. Who knew what kind of world he might end up in? What if it was some place like Holy Terra, the Sea Tiger world, or the chaotic primordial era with stars burning and divine weapons clashing? At least this way, he had an escape route. Moreover, one world could mean hundreds of billions of gene points as long as Chang Wei was ruthless enough. In the prototype world, Chang Wei had left behind the seeds of biological revival. It was uncertain how long it would take for them to thaw. He had absorbed all his blacklight virus back into himself, preventing the planet from independently evolving a mimicry of his ecosystem. This scenario was proof enough that ruthlessness was essential. If he had eagerly rushed to traverse worlds upon barely gathering a billion gene points, he might not even have had a way back. World anchored successfully. World captured. Traversal complete. Chang Wei felt nothing, no signs, no tremors. It was as if a drop of water had seamlessly merged with the ocean, utterly natural, and without a ripple. What greeted his eyes was a dark environment, lit only by streetlights in a city district. The eerie stillness was striking. Although the sun's last rays lingered, the city should not have been this silent at this hour. English again? What world is this now? Chang Wei pondered. Foreign films about viruses were countless, both obscure and mainstream ones. He had seen them all. Could it be that the supervirus system selected a world unrelated to such films? It might not necessarily be a game or movie world, I know. Unable to determine the situation, Chang Wei activated his super senses. In just moments, he locked onto human activity. At the same time, he detected something strange. Intrigued by the anomaly, Chang Wei wasted no time heading toward it. He made sure to keep his movements subtle. Still uncertain about the city's circumstances, he moved at what he considered an incredibly slow pace, about 100 meters per second. Eventually, Chang Wei approached a sewer entrance. Smells, pheromones, sounds. The sewer before Chang Wei wasn't dark in his perception. Instead, it was as bright as daylight. Nothing could escape his senses. He could even see, through thick concrete walls, perceiving the scenes behind them with precision. Suddenly, a sleek, skeletal creature resembling a four-legged predator slowly crept toward Chang Wei in the darkness. Drool dripped from its maw, landing on the ground. In the next moment, it lunged like a venomous snake. Chang Wei grabbed its head, his fingers exerting force to crush its hard shell into powder. Green blood spilled onto his hand, sizzling as it corroded his skin. Without even flinching, Chong Wei allowed the blacklight virus on his arm to rapidly spread, evolving a corrosion-resistant outer layer. Xenomorph. So, this is Alien vs. Predator 2. With its humanoid build, insect-like exoskeleton, and highly corrosive blood, this creature was unmistakable. After evolving anti-corrosion abilities, Chong Wei's blacklight virus consumed the xenomorph's corpse entirely, further enhancing his acid resistance capabilities. Predator, Requiem. For Chong Wei, xenomorphs were an excellent find in his current state. For instance, their DNA optimization capabilities. Xenomorphs were oviparous parasitic creatures that grew rapidly. They carried blank DNA chains within their bodies, capable of recording superior DNA traits from their hosts. When fully developed, they exhibited characteristics of their hosts, with their appearance adapting accordingly. This was the result of DNA optimization. This mechanism allowed these primitive organisms to continuously evolve and perfect their forms, adapting to various extreme environments, including atmospheric composition, temperature, and humidity. The DNA optimization trait heightened the terrifying nature of xenomorphs. They weren't merely grotesque hunters with sharp teeth. This was evident in later examples like the agile xenomorph dog from Alien 3, or the newborn hybrid of human and xenomorph DNA in Alien, Resurrection. All these outcomes stemmed from this optimization ability. Chapter 31, Alien vs. Chapter 31, Alien vs. Aside from the DNA optimization options, the other abilities of the xenomorphs are quite impressive. Take their regenerative abilities, for example. These abilities are universally present in all non-clone xenomorphs. No matter how severe the injuries they sustain, xenomorphs can heal themselves within minutes. This makes them impervious to all human weapons, and is one of the reasons they can survive in the vacuum of space. The blacklight virus itself already has decent regenerative capabilities. When combined with the xenomorph's healing ability, surpassing Wolverine and Deadpool becomes effortless. This essentially locks one's health bar, turning it into an invincible mode. In the game, the health bar of the blacklight virus is essentially tied to energy and viral consumption. However, with a regenerative ability, this consumption becomes negligible, significantly enhancing the virus's survival and endurance capabilities, making it much harder to kill. Unless exposed to extreme measures like high temperatures for complete annihilation, it will always regenerate. Moreover, xenomorphs demonstrate incredible physical capabilities. For example, the tubular structures on their backs absorb cosmic dust and radiation while also regulating body pressure and temperature. Evolution. A single mature xenomorph only contributed 100 gene points to Chong Wei. Perhaps this was because xenomorphs are much weaker compared to hunters. Soon, all the xenomorph genes were devoured and assimilated by the blacklight virus. Leave none alive, wipe them all out. Chong Wei shed some tissue from his body onto the ground. These tissues rapidly expanded, eventually forming hunters with xenomorph-like exoskeletons. The xenomorphs that Chong Wei had just absorbed were merely worker bees, not the combat-specialized warrior xenomorphs. This made Chong Wei curious about how long they could last against his hunters. As for the humans in that small town from the original plot, Chong Wei chose to ignore them entirely. Xenomorphs excel in stealth and assassination, but that didn't matter. The hunters created by the Imperial Blacklight virus were designed according to Chong Wei's preferences, and were infused with the genes of electroreceptive organisms. Creatures with electroreception can detect the electromagnetic fields generated by all living beings, rendering xenomorphs completely exposed before them. Furthermore, the hunters were stronger than the xenomorphs. Even the xenomorph queen and the Predalien could be easily swatted to death by them. Even Elizabeth Green's hunters could crush the xenomorph queen and the Predalien, so how could they compare to Chong Wei's hunters? Perhaps only an advanced xenomorph evolution capable of swatting the queen to death could stand against Elizabeth's hunters. But if it encountered Chong Wei's hunters immune to strong acid corrosion, equipped with electroreceptive abilities, and designed with genes primarily derived from arthropods, it would be utterly annihilated. Speaking of which, there's supposedly a xenomorph queen frozen beneath icy waters. Too bad the pyramid was completely destroyed. The alien universe is one thing, the Predator universe is another, and the Alien vs. Predator universe is yet another parallel universe. These three settings exist as different parallel universes. In the comics, it's a bit more cohesive. For instance, the Predators fought engineers but were no match for them. Without weapons, they were utterly overpowered by the engineers. Given the vast disparity in power levels, Chong Wei couldn't help but covet the engineers for their physiques and genes. Although he estimated that he could punch an engineer to death, hunting and acquiring exceptional genes was fundamental to the Blacklight virus's evolution. Naturally, he wouldn't pass up any opportunities. Just like with the xenomorphs, this batch could significantly strengthen and refine Chong Wei's hunters, making them even more formidable. If I can evolve my hunters into spore-based organisms like the green-skinned orcs, or even grant their cells totipotency, they'll have no weak points, and become even deadlier. As Chong Wei pondered, he decided to observe the battle between the hunters and xenomorphs for now. The Predalien quickly detected the presence of new intruders in the forest and the small town. These intruders were brazenly spreading pheromones and electrical signals, which served as the primary means of communication for the hunters, aside from conventional vocalizations. These signals also helped Chong Wei regulate their speed and range. Conveniently, while xenomorphs could sense these signals, they couldn't understand their meaning. The Predalien ordered 5 worker bees from its scavenged hive to evolve into warrior xenomorphs to confront the intruders. Simultaneously, it sought to bring back new genes for the hive. The 5 worker bees obeyed and transformed into warrior xenomorphs, their armor thickened, and their heads no longer smooth, but layered with small, interlocking plates, creating a tightly structured appearance. Meanwhile, the remaining facehuggers were commanded by the Predalien to hunt and create more xenomorphs. The intelligent Predalien itself ventured to the town's hospital. There it could implant multiple xenomorph embryos into pregnant women, using them as incubation chambers to mass-produce worker bees and warrior xenomorphs. This was why, later in the original plot, the lone predator could kill countless xenomorphs, yet they kept appearing endlessly. Chapter 32, The Predator Lone Wolf. Chapter 32, The Predator Lone Wolf. Moreover, the xenomorph-predator hybrid also possesses the reproductive capabilities of a xenomorph queen. The embryos it implants in pregnant hosts mature significantly faster than regular chestbursters. While normal chestbursters take at least an hour, or even several hours, to emerge, these embryos develop far more rapidly. The most perplexing aspect of xenomorphs is their growth rate. Within mere minutes after emerging, they mature at an incredible pace, seemingly drawing nutrition and energy from an unknown source. Chong Wei was aware of this plot and setting, yet he didn't intervene. He couldn't bring himself to act directly, but letting the alien xenomorphs do the dirty work spared him the guilt. Moreover, he could have his hunters kill them later to avenge the victims. 5 warrior xenomorphs encountered the hunter. After a brief standoff filled with snarling and posturing, the black-armored hunter struck first. The terrifying explosive power of an arthropod was instantly evident. The speed of its attack was even faster than that of the mantis shrimp, recognized as one of the fastest striking creatures on Earth. Although the black-armored hunter's speed was limited by its size, the biomechanically engineered predator still delivered attacks of incredible velocity and power. Even at subsonic speeds, its blows were monstrously devastating. In the blink of an eye, before the warrior xenomorph could react, the black-armored hunter crushed its skull with a single blow. The deafening shockwave and air blast rippled outward with a thunderous roar. The ground was left with a massive crater from the impact, and the remains of the warrior xenomorph were obliterated into fragments by the shockwave. The remaining warrior xenomorphs immediately scattered, opting to hide and launch ambushes. Faced with an insurmountable gap in strength, they chose to resort to stealth. But now that the black-armored hunter had established itself as the apex predator in the food chain, how could it let them escape? Initially, the black-armored hunter had hesitated during the standoff, as it was assessing these unfamiliar creatures. Its genetic memory contained data on all life forms on Earth. Thus, it had an innate understanding of terrestrial life forms, unlike creatures like the Indominus Rex that needed constant testing. Chang Wei hadn't provided the xenomorph genetic data to the hunter, using the encounter as a test of its intelligence and adaptability. The results pleased him. His hunters demonstrated impressive situational awareness. This indicated that they possessed a certain level of intelligence. The warrior xenomorphs planned to utilize the darkness to their advantage, a strategy effective against many creatures. Their exoskeletons rendered them invisible to thermal detection. However, the black armored hunter split up, and before long, the xenomorph predator hybrid sensed that the 5 warrior xenomorphs it had sent out had all been killed. This both shocked and agitated the hybrid. To the xenomorph predator hybrid, powerful and dangerous organisms meant valuable offspring and superior genetic material. Thus, it transformed the hospital into a slimy nest of biological matter, advancing all its xenomorphs into warrior xenomorphs. It couldn't produce Praetorians, and the messenger xenomorphs were still incubating. As for spitters, they were out of the question. The xenomorph predator hybrid concealed itself in the shadows, commanding the warrior xenomorphs to encircle and attack the powerful predators while it observed and waited for an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Chang Wei's gaze shifted to the distant mountains. His electrical sense and heightened perception detected an unusual electromagnetic field. Could it be the predator known as the lone wolf? Speaking of which, he had never seen an alien spacecraft before. Chang Wei also had a bold and audacious plan, to make the predator view him as a strong, dangerous, and suitable prey. In later Predator series movies, there were plot lines where Earth's warriors were taken to other planets to fight. If they considered human combat prowess worthy, it showed how desperate they were for prey. Moreover, Chang Wei was highly interested in the genetic material of the powerful organisms the predators gathered from across the cosmos. Besides, with the blacklight virus mimetic abilities, he might even disguise himself as a predator to infiltrate them. The lone wolf was a veteran tasked with handling xenomorph outbreaks. Seasoned and composed, he was an efficient and lethal hunter. Boom! A massive explosion echoed as the predator lone wolf detonated its crashed ship. However, just as it turned around, it was sent flying by a powerful punch. It crashed through 3 massive trees, each with a diameter of about half a meter, before collapsing on the ground, barely alive. Its mask locked onto the approaching Chang Wei. The mask served as a means of communication, and Chang Wei naturally refrained from striking it directly. Fluorescent green blood trickled from beneath the mask, dripping onto the ground. Dangerous. The lone wolf stared at Chang Wei with a mix of unwillingness and regret. Such a formidable prey. And then, it died. Even so, in its final moments, the lone wolf managed to transmit Chang Wei's information. Chang Wei then removed the mask and tossed it far away to ensure it wouldn't record or broadcast what happened next. He proceeded to devour and absorb the predator lone wolf. Chapter 33, The Birth of the Predator Hunter. Chapter 33, The Birth of the Predator Hunter. After absorbing the predator lone wolf, Chang Wei found what he was looking for from the vast ocean of its memories. This guy lived for so long, yet his mind is filled entirely with memories of slaughter. From lone wolf's memories, Chang Wei saw countless hunts targeting powerful and dangerous creatures. The predators were an incredibly strong humanoid species whose lives were inseparably tied to combat. Their leadership elections involved bloody battles for supremacy. When their children came of age, they underwent a rite of passage through combat. For entertainment, they engaged in slaughter matches, and disputes were resolved through honor duels. Through lone wolf's memories, Chang Wei also learned of several sacred hunting grounds, hunting areas on a planetary scale. Lone Wolf had been responsible for monitoring and patrolling this sector, so it naturally knew the coordinates of these planets, and how to pilot their spaceships, and use the Predator's weaponry and equipment. This meant that even if Chang Wei hadn't been targeted by the Predators, he could still use Lone Wolf's spaceship to travel to these hunting grounds. After all, the spaceship's energy reserves were unimaginably abundant. You've already sent out information about me. That was fast. At the end of Lone Wolf's life, Chong Wei saw himself in its memories, along with Lone Wolf's swift actions in uploading and transmitting data about him. Coordinates. Unwilling. Lone Wolf was so severely injured that it couldn't even articulate complete sentences. However, any predator seeing these keywords would immediately understand the situation. Next, Chong Wei was curious whether this would attract predator elders or, even more astonishingly, ancient predator entities. The weapons of the predator. Chong Wei excitedly equipped himself with Lone Wolf's gear. He had long wanted to play with the weapons and equipment of the predators. A wrist-mounted computer capable of nuclear-level energy output. Could it contain nuclear fusion technology? Out of curiosity, Chong Wei activated the computer using the predator's language and script and even located the spaceship Lone Wolf had hidden. He successfully obtained nuclear fusion technology. It was no surprise that the predators had mastered such technology. They could already engage in interstellar travel and traverse wormholes. Their technological level was far beyond human imagination. Their primitive appearance was merely superficial. However, after taking one look at the data, Chong Wei felt dizzy. No matter how many memories he absorbed, they were useless if he couldn't fully comprehend them unless he, like certain individuals, created alternate personalities within himself. The risk was too great, and Chong Wei dared not try. The weapons included a predator spear, a shoulder cannon, a boomerang, and more. Lone Wolf's arsenal wasn't extensive. As seen in the movies, Lone Wolf realized the gravity of the situation only after discovering the seriousness of the threat through the mask of a dead predator. Most of its equipment had been salvaged from a crashed spaceship and consisted of hunting gear rather than its personal elite weapons. The xenomorphs had a unique mechanism. When they parasitized a species, the resulting creature was, to some extent, adapted for hunting that species' kind. This was to prepare for eliminating the host species. Lone Wolf initially thought it was a regular xenomorph cleansing mission when it received the distress signal. It was only upon discovering the existence of the Predalien that it understood the severity of the situation and began a relentless pursuit. Powered gauntlets average. The flying disc is also average. The throwing blades are decent. Chong Wei examined the equipment. For him, using the predator's gear was more for entertainment. After all, his current strength far surpassed the capabilities of the equipment. While the shoulder cannon could destroy a spaceship with one shot at maximum power, Chong Wei reckoned he could achieve the same assuming the spaceship lacked force fields or energy shields. Come forth, my blacklight predator hunter. As was his custom, upon obtaining new genetic material, Chong Wei immediately used it as a basis to create an predator hunter. Compared to the blacklight xenomorph hunter, the predator hunter had a more traditional humanoid form, and lacked the distinctive physical traits of the predators, such as their flower-like mouths. The appearance and genetic expression of the hunters were determined by Chong Wei's preferences. He eliminated unnecessary features of the predators, resulting in a highly intelligent and traditionally humanoid subordinate. The intelligence level of a xenomorph queen was extraordinarily high. In human tests, it achieved an astonishing IQ of 175, and there were even rumors of xenomorph queens controlling entire spaceships in the space age. The Predalien naturally had high intelligence as well. After all, they were xenomorph queens that had absorbed the genes of predators. With the highly developed brains of the predators, the predator hunter, even at birth, possessed advanced intelligence. Additionally, its body structure was the result of Chong Wei's meticulous design. It incorporated features such as physical levers for transmitting force through joints, and hydraulic systems resembling jacks, efficiently transmitting force using body fluids and water content. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Leave a positive review if you've enjoyed it so far. Thank you for your support. Chapter 34, The Predators Assault. Chapter 34, The Predators Assault. Chong Wei's xenomorph hunters were locked in a fierce battle. While the continuous assault of the warrior xenomorphs posed no significant threat to them, it was enough to delay the hunters. The predalien grew more agitated watching the xenomorph hunter's ferocity, which made its own offspring seem useless in comparison. Its predator DNA instincts filled it with an overwhelming thrill and desire, an almost primal urge to charge in recklessly. However, the xenomorph's cold rationality suppressed this impulse. It was fortunate, as charging in would likely result in it being swatted to death by a single strike from a xenomorph hunter. A xenomorph hunter slapped a warrior xenomorph, sending its body flying midair and tearing it into 3 pieces. The acidic bodily fluids sprayed everywhere, corroding the surroundings. However, these corrosive fluids dripped off the xenomorph hunter's body like ordinary water droplets, leaving it unharmed. Each xenomorph hunter faced an average of 10 xenomorphs attacking it simultaneously. The xenomorphs coordinated increasingly well, distracting the hunters and launching sneak attacks. But neither claws nor tail stingers could penetrate the xenomorph hunter's smooth surface, leaving no scratches whatsoever. The anti-corrosive biological wax coating on their exterior wasn't just for corrosion resistance, its slick surface significantly reduced friction. Sharp or pointed objects would slide off upon contact. Combined with their unique body structure, these creatures could withstand tremendous pressure. Their massive weight gave them the appearance of subsonic tanks in motion. The only potential threat, the xenomorph's inner jaws, couldn't get close. The hunters' smooth bodies made climbing impossible, and at close range, the xenomorphs were easily swatted away. The predalien quickly realized that its current brood wasn't sufficient to overwhelm the hunters. It roared, pure drool dripping from its mouth, as it contemplated its next move. Having already converted all available forest creatures into xenomorphs, it decided to spawn 10-fold, even 20-fold more if necessary. Just as it was about to leave, a thunderous boom echoed. A towering figure landed before it, the predator hunter. Standing as tall as a super soldier from the prototype series, the predator hunter was a picture of power and strength. A jet-black trench coat covered its entire body. Its face, eerily human-like, displayed no expression. Its eyes were completely white, lacking pupils. The coat was a viral mimicry created by the blacklight virus, a touch added by Chong Wei to enhance the hunter's aura of intimidation. The predalien growled, baring its fangs as its sphincter-like mouth opened and closed. It recognized the hunter's scent, both familiar and alien, making it uneasy. In the next instant, the two titans clashed. The predalien was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into a reinforced wall. The impact shattered the concrete and steel, leaving the xenomorph collapsed and struggling to rise. The predator hunter advanced with heavy steps. Its biomechanical structure, resembling hydraulic mechanisms, allowed it to exert a base force of hundreds of tons, with maximum output reaching tens of thousands. To withstand such power, its body's strength and density were unimaginable. Calling it a body of steel would be an understatement. Return. Chong Wei's voice echoed in the predator hunter's mind, transmitted via electrical signals. The hunter paused momentarily before turning to leave. Chong Wei didn't want the predalien killed outright. After testing the hunter's capabilities, he was more than satisfied. Absorbing memories had proven invaluable biomechanics, and various other knowledge had shown their worth. This realization spurred Chong Wei to commit to studying more diligently in the future. Pleased with the predator hunter's strength, Chong Wei still planned to develop other types of hunters to ensure comprehensive versatility. The predalien, spared by the hunter, fled immediately. This was precisely what Chong Wei had intended. The small town's inhabitants, caught between two monstrous factions, were now unable to alert the National Guard as they had in the original storyline. Chong Wei's orders were clear: no survivors. Whether human or xenomorph, none were spared by the hunters. This ensured the nuclear strike event from the original storyline would not occur. Meanwhile, in space, a uniquely designed spaceship received a distress signal from the Predator Lone Wolf. The Predator Elder aboard the ship examined the signal and noted the death of Lone Wolf, a seasoned cleaner and elite predator. This implied the situation on Earth had reached catastrophic levels. To the Elder, however, it wasn't particularly concerning. Sending a few elite predators from his crew would be enough to exterminate Earth, now a hunting ground. After all, becoming an elite predator required single-handedly clearing an entire xenomorph hive, including the queen, and 300 xenomorphs. Nevertheless, the Elder decided to personally head to Earth, because he had seemingly discovered prey that rivaled the creators themselves. Becoming an ancient predator Elder required hunting down a creator, a colossal engineer from Prometheus. Chapter 35, Alien Queen. Chapter 35, Alien Queen. The creator was already the most dangerous prey the predators could find, far surpassing the alien queen in lethality. Only the alien empress from the xenomorph homeworld could compare, otherwise, the creator's threat level was unparalleled. Now, the predator Elder had encountered a powerful target, someone who managed to kill the elite predator Lone Wolf in a single strike, leaving him to die unwillingly. It was true that predators had relatively strong physiques, but even human tanks and artillery could threaten their lives. However, the key here was not the one-hit kill, but the fact that Lone Wolf hadn't detected the enemy's presence or attack at all. Even the stealthiest aliens couldn't deceive an elite predator's senses. The predator Elder felt an insatiable thirst, and his blood boiled with excitement. He immediately ordered a journey to Earth to retrieve Lone Wolf's corpse. Little did he know, Lone Wolf's body had already been completely devoured by Chong Wei, and had become part of his own. On Chong Wei's side, after allowing the Predalien to escape, all remaining aliens were eliminated. What incredible speed! The Predalien, now locked onto by Chong Wei, had already fled over 100 kilometers and entered another small town. What ensued was the kind of uncontrollable chaos predators dreaded. The pyramid incident from the past had similarly resulted in aliens reaching the surface, leaving no choice but to detonate a nuclear bomb, destroying an entire civilization. That hunting ground had been abandoned, allowing humans to develop independently. In just moments, the Predalien produced thousands of xenomorphs and tens of thousands of facehuggers. Wasn't this guy violating the law of energy conservation? How on earth did it manage such insane energy storage? This showed how desperate the Predalien was to overwhelm Chong Wei's forces with sheer numbers and facilitate parasitism. Unfortunately for it, every move was under the microscopic surveillance of Chong Wei's blacklight virus. Nothing could escape his grasp. Chong Wei was curious to see if the Predalien could produce an alien queen. According to lore, if a queen didn't exist, one alien would evolve into a queen. However, even when the last alien queen was alive, the predator Scar still carried an alien queen embryo, suggesting that facehugger eggs were random. What was Scar's situation anyway? Was it ambushed, parasitized, and then woke up with no memory of the event, thinking it was fine? Or could the alien queen even implant eggs using its tail? After piercing Scar's chest, did it plant an egg? Soon, Chong Wei noticed one facehugger's egg was different. It was clearly a queen egg judging by its size. More importantly, the Predalien had cocooned itself. Was it still maturing and capable of further development? Could it become as massive as the alien queen? Gazing at the large cocoon, Chong Wei pondered. However, this wasn't his immediate priority. He needed to head to Antarctica and rescue the alien queen frozen in the ice. Relying solely on the Predalien and a juvenile queen was too slow. Given the choice, Chong Wei preferred the gene points provided by aliens over humans. Antarctica. Beneath the icy ocean, life barely existed, but Chong Wei moved effortlessly. The alien queen could not reproduce in such an environment. It was frozen solid. Unless it was in warmer waters, where the queen might infect marine life and evolve into creatures like a blue whale alien. Diving about a kilometer underwater, Chong Wei found the frozen alien queen encased in ice, bound by chains and massive cylindrical objects. Found you. Chong Wei smiled slightly, and his entire body began to heat up. Nuclear energy surged within his cells, raising the temperature of the surrounding seawater. Humanity's ultimate technique: boiling water with nuclear power. And Chong Wei was a terrifyingly powerful humanoid nuclear reactor. After outputting heat for a minute, the seawater began boiling, dispelling the surrounding cold. The ice encasing the alien queen quickly melted. As it thawed, the queen regained consciousness and immediately let out a screech. The scalding water seemed to have no effect on it. The alien queen struggled with all its might, breaking free from its chains and swimming upward. However, Chong Wei grabbed its tail with one hand. Not so fast. Suddenly, massive bubbles appeared around Chong Wei, creating a terrifying cavitation effect. The friction between his body and the seawater generated temperatures surpassing the sun. Although this lasted only a brief moment, it made Chong Wei feel a slight warmth akin to an ordinary person stepping out into 50 degrees Celsius heat. This phenomenon was merely a result of Chong Wei exerting force. The alien queen shot upward at an incredible speed. As it broke through the surface, its speed slowed down, barely surviving the friction and resistance of the 1,000-meter water column. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Humans are strong. Chapter 36. Humans are strong. However, due to the immense force exerted by Chong Wei, and his understanding of the alien queen's exceptional regenerative abilities which far surpassed those of ordinary aliens, to the point of recovering even when left with a single breath. Although the alien queen's speed slowed, it still flew a considerable distance before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Its entire body suffered multiple fractures, leaving it shattered and broken. Despite this, the harsh Antarctic climate wasn't enough to sap the alien queen's vitality or freeze it. It quickly recovered, stood up, shook its head, and gazed toward the seabed. After a tense moment, the alien queen left. It had set its sights on Chong Wei, this mysterious being. With such terrifying power, if used for reproduction, it could undoubtedly produce incredibly formidable aliens. Chong Wei, in turn, dispatched micro-level blacklight virus particles to monitor the alien queen. Following this, Antarctica's wildlife faced a calamity. Penguins, for instance. In the icy wilderness of the Antarctic winter, the alien queen laid a massive number of alien eggs. The facehuggers that hatched subsequently attacked penguins and other creatures. The resulting hybrid aliens gained stealth swimming capabilities, and began preying on even more organisms. Meanwhile, Chong Wei found the lone wolf spaceship and encased it in blacklight virus to prevent the upcoming battles from damaging it. If no predators showed up, Chong Wei intended to use this ship to head to the hunting grounds known to the lone wolf. At the same time, humanity finally became aware of the aliens. In the United States, numerous recent reports of local residents disappearing and sightings of monsters were received. Being aware of the existence of both predators and aliens thanks to the information brought back by the governor in the first film, and the city hunter-predator became intrigued upon hearing reports of monster sightings. Some within the U proposed capturing the predator, while others believed the situation had spiraled out of control and suggested using a nuclear bomb to obliterate everything. What era is this? Still thinking about nukes? Thermobaric bombs, infrasonic weapons, neutron bombs, any one of these can solve the problem. In movies, nukes are often used due to restrictions, but reality is different. Our drones have captured footage showing the area has been completely overrun. Massive numbers of monsters are advancing toward other regions. An opponent of the capture plan exclaimed passionately. He had no interest in live specimens, he only wanted to eradicate these damn monsters. The consequences of letting them spread were unimaginable. Seeing the shocking photos captured by drones, showing hordes of grotesque monsters, even those who wanted live captures and minimal destruction felt chills down their spines. They knew the situation was severe, but hadn't realized the extent of the crisis. How about napalm bombs? No, that's not reliable enough. Use thermobaric bombs instead. These creatures can hide in the sewers. Just use bunker-busting bombs and white phosphorus rounds, after all, they're monsters. No need to consider human rights. Chong Wei then observed the spectacle of humanity waging war against aliens. Napalm bombs were deployed, instantly killing hundreds to thousands of aliens. Even though the aliens' exoskeletons were resistant to rifle fire, and they possessed tenacious vitality, humans had far more powerful weapons than rifles. After a round of bombing, the aliens shifted tactics, opting for stealth and assassinations instead of reckless frontal assaults. However, the U.S. military prowess shone through as it established defensive perimeters with life detection equipment, floodlights illuminating the surroundings as brightly as daylight, heavy machine gun emplacements every 5 meters, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles equipped with machine cannons, and main cannons. Above the soldiers, drones patrolled to prevent sneak attacks or unexpected situations, with armed drones ready to fire at a moment's notice. Although their mobility and elite forces can't compare to Blackwatch, with this level of equipment and weaponry, dealing with aliens shouldn't be an issue. Chongwei's micro-level blacklight virus observed the arrangements and nodded in approval. The most troublesome aspect of aliens is their stealth. Whether using infrared or other detection methods, they're hard to spot until they're too close. But with hundreds of floodlights illuminating the area like daylight, where could they hide? Not to mention the ever-watchful drones overhead. If someone argued that aliens are fast, could they outrun supersonic bullets or escape the dense web of firepower where every square centimeter is hit by bullets? Could they evade fire control systems with automatic targeting, corrections, and lockdown capabilities? As for their corrosive blood attacks, drones could reduce them to shreds from a distance. In the face of vehicle-mounted machine guns and cannons that can penetrate tanks, what chance did aliens stand? Humans are strong, incredibly strong, especially when they take things seriously. As a few aliens tried to approach, the fire control system immediately detected them. Amid deafening roars that shook the air, the aliens didn't even have time to react before they were blasted into pieces. Chapter 37, Alien Outbreak. Chapter 37, Alien Outbreak. The aliens launched suicidal attacks, but before they could get close, they were blown into fragments, with their flesh scattered amidst the twisted metal remains. As for their corrosive liquid attacks, snipers were assigned to neutralize them. The military took extreme measures, deploying dozens of snipers armed with anti-material rifles, with orders to kill any aliens on sight. After all, the sight of the corrosive liquid melting steel instantly was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Researchers collecting samples discovered that this corrosive liquid could even dissolve test tubes. They experimented with dozens of materials for containment but failed every time. With such a dangerous substance in play, the military was on high alert. From the daytime battles to the nighttime clashes, the waves of alien assaults never ceased. They even devised a new strategy, crippling one of their own and hurling it forward. Each corrosive liquid alien bomb was intercepted mid-air by the anti-aircraft systems, causing the liquid to scatter everywhere. However, none of the alien bombs managed to breach the firepower net or the anti-aircraft defenses. Despite this, the alien offensive pushed the front lines forward considerably. Although the corrosive liquid couldn't penetrate, it still destroyed military positions and equipment. Without a material capable of resisting the corrosive liquid, the military had no choice but to retreat and tighten their defensive lines. The Air Force found it challenging to provide support. In an urban battlefield, a single heavy bomb could take out both aliens and friendly forces. For now, the army could only rely on tanks for artillery fire and large-scale bombardment with grenade launchers. The frontline soldiers were already suffering from ringing in their ears, unable to understand each other even with the best noise-canceling headsets money could buy. No matter how advanced the technology, it couldn't fully protect their ears in such intense bombardments. The sheer number of aliens led the military to consider deploying airstrikes further behind the front lines to alleviate the pressure on ground forces. While the blockade in this area seemed effective, Chong Wei had already noticed that the situation in Antarctica was spiraling out of control. Aside from research stations operated by major powers, Antarctica also harbored some illegal activities. It wasn't drug traffickers conducting secret trades, but poachers hunting penguins for their unique resources. Penguin fat products had been rare luxury items for over a century. However, due to conservation efforts, they were now classified as illegal luxury goods. This led to a surge in market demand, attracting those unwilling to smuggle drugs or weapons, but willing to endure Antarctica's harsh conditions to poach penguins. After all, market demand meant more money. At that moment, a group of poachers was hiding in a secret Antarctic base. Several poachers were resting and rendering penguin fat. The number of penguins they had hunted was horrifying, with the animals hanging upside down from railings. Their leader, a burly African man, was arguing over a satellite phone. "I'm telling you, we absolutely won't settle for less money this time, or we're quitting. Yeah, keep cutting the price, and we'll just dump all this penguin fat. This godforsaken place has the worst climate on Earth. We're risking freezing to death to make money, not to be exploited like laborers, UB*TCH. The others shouted in agreement, trying to convey their dissatisfaction to the person on the other end of the call. Having nearly driven African elephants to extinction for ivory, they had shifted to this desolate land for penguins. Spending years in such an uninhabitable place with no entertainment, they were here solely for big profits. Amid their heated discussion, they failed to notice a shadow slipping into their base. The poacher closest to the entrance was silently taken out before he could even scream. The others remained oblivious, still voicing their grievances, until the aliens invaded, plunging the scene into chaos. Although the poachers didn't care about keeping the penguins intact, they were armed. However, when the leader fired his rifle at the alien to no effect, he broke down. Monsters. Monsters like this in Antarctica alongside penguins. He regretted leaving Africa for this cursed place. The next moment, as the alien pounced, his thoughts ceased. It wasn't just this group of poachers that fell victim. A whaling ship near Antarctica also met a grim fate. The crew, having captured over 100 minke whales, was celebrating their haul when aliens swarmed the vessel. Monsters. Where are Ultraman and our Tokusatsu heroes? The alien queen boarded the largest ship in the fleet, and began laying eggs. Soon, countless alien eggs covered the ship. Chapter 38, Schemes. Chapter 38, Schemes. A whaling ship sailed across the ocean and suddenly crashed into a piece of land. The commotion startled many creatures. While most fled in fear, the noise attracted the attention of local humans, who came to investigate. What they encountered were thousands upon thousands of facehuggers swarming off the whaling ship, pouncing on them. By the time the Yautja predator ship arrived on Earth, their scans detected millions of xenomorphs covering the surface of the planet. However, humanity had not been exterminated by the xenomorphs. Although xenomorphs were often glorified as fearsome creatures capable of conquering the skies and the underground, and of gaining the traits of whatever host they parasitized, they were no match for humanity. As Chong Wei put it, humans are the most powerful, the apex predators at the top of the food chain. They suppress all defiance, and everything else either gets eliminated or is trampled underfoot. The xenomorphs' supposedly terrifying traits, impenetrable exoskeletons, the immense strength of the xenomorph queen, and their corrosive acid blood were no match for humanity when pushed to the brink. If humanity unleashed all of its forbidden weapons, it might survive, but the xenomorphs would undoubtedly be wiped out. The Yautja elder took a single glance at the situation and dismissed it. What it truly sought was its prey. However, when it arrived at the location where the lone wolf's signal had been transmitted, it found nothing but ruins, now a xenomorph hive. Unperturbed, the elder dispatched a few subordinates to slaughter the xenomorphs. Unfortunately, neither the Yautja xenomorph predalien hybrid nor the formidable prey that had killed the lone wolf were found. But that didn't matter. Patience was something the Yautja warriors had in abundance. In fact, the current situation aligned perfectly with the elder's intentions. Finding the prey too easily would take away the thrill, facing a weak opponent would diminish the excitement. It had been a long time since the elder felt its blood boil. This long-lost feeling stirred waves of excitement within it. With a single command, the Yautja elder sent all the warriors aboard the ship to the surface. Their task: eliminate all xenomorphs and witnesses. Was the number of witnesses too high? No problem. The Yautja ship carried a weapon capable of sinking entire continents with a single blast. By reducing the output slightly, they could scour the surface clean. Let's see, a total of 10 elite Yautja, and a bunch of blooded warriors. What tribe of Yautja is this? High above, Chong Wei observed the scene through the sky, using trillions of microscopic blacklight virus microorganisms as surveillance. The moment the Yautja appeared, the light and heat-sensitive microorganisms locked onto them. The stealthy Yautja ship was soon covered by a layer of blacklight virus microorganisms. Chang Wei was cautious, knowing that Yautja technology far surpassed human imagination and comprehension. Capable of traversing wormholes and hunting across the galaxy, their range of activity was incomprehensibly vast. The idea that alien civilizations capable of interstellar travel could be taken down by Earth's primitive computer viruses, bacteria, or nuclear weapons was utterly laughable. Such civilizations already possessed two terrifying foundational advancements: materials science. Their materials far outclassed human capabilities. Energy science. Their mastery of energy systems was leagues ahead of humanity. These two fields were the bedrock of human civilization's current achievements. If their foundations were stronger than humanity's, there was no way humans could compete. It was akin to a Stone Age chieftain trying to defeat a galactic empire army equipped with mech. Utterly absurd. Moreover, through his settings and the lone wolf's memories, Chang Wei had learned more about the Yautja. This only made him more cautious. Chang Wei had seen too many examples of people growing arrogant after gaining power, only to meet their downfall. Thus, even though he possessed both the super-virus system and the terrifying Imperial Blacklight virus, he wouldn't be foolish enough to confront the Yautja head-on. Good, it seems they haven't activated their energy shields. The Blacklight virus microorganisms covering the Yautja ship had gone unnoticed, which was a promising sign. The Yautja who disembarked also failed to notice the Blacklight virus microorganisms surrounding them and spreading across their bodies. While their masks' filters blocked the microorganisms from entering through the air, the virus could still invade through their skin pores. Rather than attacking the Yautja warriors one by one, which would be slow and risk alerting them, Chang Wei planned to take them all down in one decisive move. As for the Yautja elder, Chang Wei decided to save it for last. He wanted to test its strength. Now that I think about it, I really do seem like a villain. Lost in thought, Chang Wei maintained his disguised inorganic state, remaining undetectable to the Yautja. He leisurely enjoyed an ice cream, while watching the three-way battle he had orchestrated between the Yautja, xenomorphs, and humans. Meanwhile, the Blacklight virus microorganisms accelerated the decomposition of dead organisms, consuming and breaking them down at tens of thousands of times the natural rate. The benefit: Chang Wei could passively accumulate genetic points without lifting a finger. There was no need for him to engage in combat personally, nor did he need the hunters to intervene. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, The Invisible Killer. Chapter 39, The Invisible Killer. The three-way battle between the predators, xenomorphs, and humans had raged on for roughly a day. Once Chang Wei confirmed that all of them were fully covered by his Blacklight virus microorganisms, he decided it was time to finish them off in one fell swoop. Looks like it's time to harvest, Chang Wei remarked as he surveyed the situation. Humanity was on the verge of collapse. The addition of the predators had quickly nullified the humans' advantage in military weaponry. Though humans soon managed to detect the cloaked predators, the latter's agility, combined with their plasma shoulder cannons effective as both anti-tank and anti-fortification weapons, allowed them to destroy military structures and defensive lines in a single shot. Even large-scale carpet bombings, akin to how snipers are dealt with blindly striking with heavy explosives, only managed to take out a handful of unlucky predators. The rest remained unscathed. Their physical prowess far exceeded that of humans, with mobility rivaling the speed of high-performance cars. Equipped with advanced interception systems, their plasma shoulder cannons could neutralize most bombs and missiles. Unless humans resorted to indiscriminate, scorched earth bombardment, they had little chance of inflicting significant casualties on the predators. These predators were far more advanced than those that battled the governor in the jungle. Once they realized their cloaking was being detected, they swiftly adjusted it, rendering themselves invisible once again, and leaving humans helpless in their search for them. Predators despised being interrupted during their hunts. While they permitted humans to use weapons, be they cold steel or firearms, they drew the line at combat aircraft and tanks. Such heavy weaponry ruined the thrill of the hunt, stripping away the danger and excitement. After losing several blooded predators, adult elites, the predators prioritized eliminating the humans. As a result, under the combined assault of the predators and xenomorphs, human casualties skyrocketed. The invisible killer. Chong Wei sent out an electronic signal. Instantly, the blacklight virus microorganisms covering the predators, xenomorphs, and their surroundings began to undergo a transformation. Under a high-powered microscope, one could observe that the previously hairball-like structures with tendrils were now morphing into clawed, ferocious-looking entities, launching an all-out attack on their targets. The humans, predators, and xenomorphs had already started to sense something was amiss. Corpses of their comrades were mysteriously vanishing, sometimes right before their eyes. At first, they attributed this to the xenomorphs' corrosive fluids. However, when bodies untouched by the fluids also began disappearing, their suspicions deepened. Yet no matter what they did, they were unable to detect the microscopic blacklight virus organisms without specialized equipment. Once Chong Wei issued the devouring command, the xenomorphs began to visibly disintegrate and melt at a rapid pace. Driven into a frenzy, the xenomorphs attacked the surrounding air wildly, spraying corrosive fluid from their wounds in an attempt to harm their invisible assailants. It was all in vain. A colossal predalien, having emerged from its cocoon, burst out of its nest in excruciating pain, destroying countless objects in its path. Under its agonized commands, hordes of facehuggers and xenomorphs climbed onto its body, self-mutilating and covering it with corrosive fluid. While the blacklight virus microorganisms were highly resilient and resistant, they could not withstand such large quantities of corrosive fluid, and were dissolved. The heavily devoured predalien soon began to recover. Xenomorphs possessed an unparalleled regenerative ability that defied the law of conservation of energy, allowing them to heal rapidly without consuming sustenance. This was why Chong Wei often described them as having a lock-on health ability. Unless killed outright, even a near-dead xenomorph could recover quickly. Chong Wei was unfazed by the predalien's narrow escape. He wasn't in a hurry, he could always devour it later. As for the cloaked predators, their fate was even worse than the xenomorphs. Electrical sparks began to appear across their equipment, disabling their cloaking systems. The blacklight virus microorganisms had damaged their camouflage mechanisms, consuming large portions of the nets used for hanging weapons and enabling invisibility. Even the battle-hardened elite predators and blooded warriors could not endure the excruciating pain and unbearable itch caused by the microorganisms devouring their flesh. They clawed at their own bodies in desperation. The blacklight virus microorganisms then infiltrated their flesh, pushing the predators into unimaginable agony. Despite their experience, the predators flailed their wrist blades and spears wildly, attempting to strike down their invisible attackers. Chapter 40, Humanity's Wrath. Chapter 40, Humanity's Wrath. Some predators fired plasma shoulder cannons in all directions. Sparks flew as shockwaves and explosions obliterated some of the blacklight virus microorganisms. However, their numbers seemed infinite. These losses were but a drop in the ocean, as they could rapidly assimilate biomass like nanomachines to proliferate endlessly. In other words, as long as there was enough biomass, their numbers would only increase. One predator accidentally blasted the ground with its cannon, causing even itself to be flung into the air. However, the blacklight virus microorganisms clung to their targets like maggots on rotting flesh. No matter what methods the predators used or how they struggled, their mask scanned repeatedly, yet they still couldn't locate the invisible enemy. The devouring speed of the microorganisms was too fast. The predators had barely any time to think, let alone devise countermeasures, before they were entirely consumed. Although the predators had roamed the universe for countless years, facing many invisible dangers like the blacklight virus, they couldn't have anticipated this particular threat. Even if they had, it wasn't possible to have countermeasures ready at all times. Thus, once Chong Wei launched his attack, their fate was sealed. It didn't matter how battle-hardened these warriors were or how many terrifying monsters they had defeated in the past, it was meaningless. In most worlds, microscopic-level attacks were invincible. This invisible killer made the predators experience for the first time what it felt like to face an enemy that was also unseen. They had never imagined they would one day die at the hands of an invisible foe, never even glimpsing what was attacking them. Fear and unwillingness filled the eyes of every predator as they died with their eyes open. The predator elder was no exception. It opened its massive mouth, its mandibles twitching in rage as it tried to find the hidden assassin lurking in the shadows. But it was all in vain. Its strength, capable of single-handedly clearing out several xenomorph hives, was utterly useless here. Nearby, an elite predator fired its net gun, while others deployed laser grids like those used to seal sewer systems. These efforts did kill some blacklight virus microorganisms, but ultimately, all of them were reduced to skeletons. Even the skeletons didn't remain for long. Chang Wei halted his assault after devouring all the predators and most of the xenomorphs. Of course, he spared the humans. After assimilating the xenomorph queen, Chang Wei gained the ability to command xenomorphs. However, with nearly 10 xenomorph queens on Earth, he could only control a portion of them. That was enough. He commanded the xenomorphs to attack humanity without regard for their own lives. Time was running out, and Chang Wei needed to harvest more biomass as quickly as possible. Although he had easily wiped out the predators and seized their spaceship, he also learned from the predator elder's memories that such a situation would trigger a purge. A purge typically occurred when a situation spiraled completely out of control. An additional xenomorph planet was simply too much trouble for the predators. One was already more than enough. The purge didn't aim to exterminate all life on Earth, but the death of a predator elder and so many elite predators would attract countless more elite predators, elders, ancient elders, and even female predators. Even though Chang Wei was confident in his ability to ambush and defeat these incoming predators, no power or life form was truly invincible. Once his capabilities were fully understood, his weaknesses could easily be exploited. Even a virus as powerful as Genova, capable of consuming planets, met its demise. The Imperial Blacklight virus was still far from that level. Even if Chang Wei created a Blacklight nuclear Godzilla, it couldn't defeat predators capable of annihilating planets. A head-on confrontation was the most foolish choice, high risk, low reward. Chang Wei planned to harvest one last round of xenomorph gene points, and then escape to another hunting ground in the universe using the Predator spaceship. Delaying further could prove fatal. Under Chang Wei's orders, the xenomorphs launched a relentless assault on humanity. A tidal wave of xenomorphs surged forward. With humanity already severely weakened, they had no choice but to resort to hydrogen bombs and other nuclear weapons to scour the planet's surface. Fellow humans, humanity will not perish. The Lord will protect us. Today is the last day of human history, but our civilization will live on forever. The old era will be destroyed, but the dawn of a new human era will always come. On this planet, nothing can defeat humanity. As hydrogen bombs and nuclear missiles soared into the sky, all of humanity burst into tears, some from fear, others from rage. Let those monsters witness the wrath of humanity. Chapter 41, Request for Continued Support. Chapter 41, Request for Continued Support. The tribulation fire descended from the heavens, annihilating everything in its path. Boom boom boom. A terrifying explosion obliterated everything within its range. The land churned like a vast ocean, waves surging violently, rendering even an aircraft carrier into fragments no larger than a piece of paper. What a spectacle! Pity it was all for nothing. Chang Wei sighed as he watched tens of thousands of suns, varying in size, rise into the sky. This scene far surpassed the thousands of miniature suns he had created in the prototype world. However, these nuclear bombs ended up being meaningless. The moment Chang Wei discovered the hydrogen bombs, he immediately devoured the xenomorphs that might have been killed by the blasts, avoiding unnecessary waste. Driven by human emotions and empathy, he had initially hoped the nuclear bombs would wipe out the xenomorphs. But after weighing the situation for maximum benefit, he chose otherwise. The main reason was his frugality. As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, thriftiness was a virtue ingrained in him since childhood. He'd been taught to conserve water by tightening leaky faucets. let alone wasting this many genetic points. In the previous world, he'd squandered a fair share of resources. There was no helping it, he had to lure those ignorant masses into a trap, even if it meant sacrifices. By concentrating a large number of blacklight organisms and nests in one area, he created the illusion of a base, tricking the masses into taking the bait. The cost was that these blacklight organisms couldn't be recovered, resulting in the equivalent of wasting a fortune in genetic points. The outcome? Over 1,000 decoys underwent nuclear fusion and turned into hydrogen bombs, leaving the masses with no escape. They were obliterated along with billions of Chang Wei's genetic points. To recover those genetic points, the blacklight virus microorganisms had to be retrieved after devouring the material. Thankfully, Chang Wei could now maneuver at supersonic speeds. At such speeds, he managed to recover 80 to 90% of the blacklight virus microorganisms before the nuclear bombs exploded, instantly amassing a vast astronomical sum of genetic points. The earnings had already surpassed what he collected in the previous prototype world, maxing out his genetic points. Am I exploiting this system so much that it'll increase the difficulty later on? Having effortlessly earned tens of billions of genetic points, Chang Wei began to worry. He had barely spent a fraction of the over 10 billion points from the prototype world. Now, with this massive influx, if the system had any balancing mechanism, wouldn't it dramatically raise the difficulty of his next mission? What if he ended up in a world where destroying planets was as easy as breathing? In that case, no matter how powerful he became, survival would be a gamble, with odds stacked against him. Yet even if there were penalties, Chang Wei believed he had to seize the opportunity. Leaving these genetic points untouched was unthinkable. After the nuclear bomb cleaned the surface, the remaining humans observed a significant decrease in xenomorph numbers. They cheered but quickly grew despondent, realizing the immense time and effort needed to rebuild their devastated world. Hydrogen bombs might lack radiation and pollution, but the destroyed resources and infrastructure weren't something that could be rebuilt with the push of a button. Reality wasn't a game. Moreover, the harsh environment ahead would likely leave only a fraction of humanity alive. But no matter what, this is still our victory. Those damned bastards, those damned monsters, they lost to us humans. Humanity will endure. Chang Wei spent a few more days preparing to leave, while also searching for additional genetic points to harvest. After all, he had only absorbed the xenomorphs within the blast range earlier, plenty of them were still out there. Unsurprisingly, he managed to collect even more genetic points. Unfortunately, I can't stay any longer. I must leave now. Calculating the likely speed of the Predator reinforcements, he determined they could arrive swiftly via wormhole travel. He had to make his escape. Detection. Xenomorphs. Mutual destruction. Unbeknownst to Chang Wei, a fleet of Predator ships had appeared in Earth's orbit. They seemed to materialize out of nowhere, as if teleporting instantly from afar. This was a visual effect of wormhole travel, where distorted and stretched shapes returned to normal. The Predator forces were here. The death of a Predator elder was a significant event, and Chang Wei had made a grave error in judgment, misled by the Predator elder's memories. The absorbed elder lacked knowledge of the repercussions of an elder's death. It wasn't that such events were unheard of among the Predators, but this particular elder was relatively young and unaware of the consequences. Naturally, the incident caught the attention of nearby Predators, who escalated the matter to their higher-ups. The Predator army was on the move. Chapter 42, Seeking Continued Support. Chapter 42, Seeking Continued Support. To be able to kill a Predator elder, the assailant must either be a formidable prey or present a dangerous situation. Whether out of interest in powerful prey or curiosity about the threat, the Predators would inevitably come to investigate. As soon as Chang Wei activated the Predator elder's ship, communication requests from other Predator vessels poured in. Damn it, they came so quickly. Chang Wei realized his intelligence might have been incorrect, or that there were other variables at play. However, surrender was not an option. Who knew what these Predator warriors might do to him? Without hesitation, Chong Wei activated the ship's weapon systems, buying himself time to initiate a wormhole jump. But his ship quickly displayed a notification. The weapon systems had been locked, and a higher-level authority had taken over. An ancient predator has arrived. Chong Wei's pupils contracted. A higher authority than the predator elder could only belong to either an ancient predator or the female predator guards. Surely it couldn't be the predator queen herself personally leading the expedition. That would be illogical and absurd. Soon, Chong Wei noticed the ship's internal cameras scanning its interior. He chuckled helplessly. Several predator ships surrounded the anomalous vessel, preparing to scan its interior to investigate. Just then, a beam of light pierced through Chong Wei's ship, sweeping across the surrounding predator vessels. Even the predator ships made of alloys far superior to human materials and capable of interstellar travel and wormhole jumps were not immune. Without their energy shields activated, they disintegrated and exploded under the onslaught of the light beam. The predator crew members inside were naturally killed by the resulting firestorm and shockwave. The remaining predator ships immediately retaliated, blowing up the offending vessel. Chong Wei, however, escaped the explosion with ease. 80% of the blacklight virus cells were instantly destroyed. The power of nuclear fusion light is immense, but it's prone to overload. That beam of light was a product of Chong Wei's recent research and innovation, a technique similar to Godzilla's atomic breath or radioactive heat ray, though modeled after the burning Godzilla version. According to his vision, the fully developed nuclear fusion beam would surpass hydrogen bombs in energy output. A single shot could penetrate Earth's core, granting him the power to annihilate planets in humanoid form. For now, however, escaping was the priority. The predator warriors did not detect Chong Wei. He managed to particleize his body, escape the explosion, and reassemble himself elsewhere. This maneuver was risky because his cells were not yet omnipotent. Particleizing his body made it difficult to maintain consciousness during reassembly, leaving only instinct to guide him. If anything went wrong, Chong Wei might remain permanently particleized. The old Chong Wei wouldn't have dared to attempt such a move, but the current Chong Wei was willing to bet on a 50% chance of success. The result. Now, let's see if I can hijack a ship. Despite everything, Chong Wei wasn't ready to leave. As long as an opportunity existed, he wouldn't give up. The predator warriors, meanwhile, were determined to uncover what had occurred on Earth, and what had happened to the entity that seemed to have been obliterated in the explosion. They sent a squad of predator warriors to the surface for investigation. This group became Chong Wei's next target, though he wasn't in a hurry to absorb them. His sights were set on the ships still in the sky. On the ground, under guidance from their ships, the predator warriors began a purge. By this time, Chong Wei had already harvested the xenomorphs, but those in the deep sea had regrouped, and were now making landfall only to run straight into the predator warriors. Equipped with virtually limitless energy plasma shoulder cannons and seasoned combat techniques, the predators swiftly eradicated the xenomorph-infested areas they identified. However, the xenomorphs had proliferated to such an extent that the situation became dire. The predators decided to employ the most extreme measures. At the least, they would evaporate the oceans; at most, they would destroy the planet to prevent the emergence of a second xenomorph homeworld. The predators opted for ocean evaporation. Their ships dispersed, each heading to a major ocean. Using their energy cannons capable of penetrating over 1,000 meters of ice from orbit, they began firing. Even after atmospheric refraction and energy dissipation, the blasts were precise enough to pierce without destroying the continental shelf. The predators' mastery of energy control was astonishing. Scientifically speaking, their displayed power was far from their true limit. And then, Chong Wei witnessed a display of godlike power, opening the heavens, moving mountains, and filling seas. Chapter 43, Unexpected Developments. Chapter 43, Unexpected Developments. Beams of red light, each with a diameter of 100 meters, descended from the sky, landing into the ocean and instantly causing it to boil. What are they trying to do? Chong Wei had gleaned the answer from the memories of the predator elder. They intended to evaporate Earth's oceans, eradicate the xenomorphs, and thoroughly cleanse the planet. Such an operation wouldn't leave Earth entirely waterless due to its planetary water cycle. The evaporated seawater would condense into rain and fall back to the surface. Furthermore, Earth still held abundant groundwater resources, so there was no need to worry about a complete water shortage. The real concern, however, was the unprecedented torrential rains that would follow, far more catastrophic than the flood Noah's Ark had endured. A deluge lasting 1,000,000 years would pale in comparison. Humanity might even evolve to grow webbed limbs and gills in response to such a catastrophe if they survived. The sea level visibly receded, and mist engulfed the space between heaven and earth. This mist was actually scalding hot steam that annihilated over 90% of living organisms, including plant life. Global temperatures skyrocketed instantly, exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. For humans, a temperature of 50 degrees already posed severe risks of dehydration and heat stroke. At 50 degrees, one could fry an egg outdoors, let alone survive in temperatures above 100 degrees. Even Chong Wei, despite his heat-resistant genetic traits, felt the impact. His movements were hindered, though he remained functional. Only the predator species continued unaffected, systematically eliminating the remaining xenomorphs and human survivors. This ocean evaporating operation lasted 10 full days, with the predator spaceship showing no signs of halting. They proceeded to scour the newly exposed seabeds. Even if the xenomorphs managed to withstand the scalding waters, they were ultimately eradicated by this cleansing assault akin to wiping the slate clean. Of course, this was merely the predator's assumption. In reality, Chong Wei had absorbed the xenomorphs beforehand. Faced with such an extreme environment and relentless assault, and given that the predator spaceship never descended to a vulnerable altitude, Chong Wei decided to alter his plans. The predator's objective was simple: to flush out any remaining suspicious creatures during the purge. So Chong Wei decided to give them what they wanted. On the ground, predator warriors soon encountered an ambush. The enemy moved with incredible speed and bore a striking resemblance to them. Chong Wei, clad in his Guyver armor, concealed his identity. His shoulder sported a biological plasma cannon resembling the predator's own plasma shoulder cannon, capable of firing plasma streams and projectiles. For the predators, there was nothing more exhilarating than encountering a dangerous and powerful prey. Instead of retreating, the ground forces surrounded Chong Wei, opting for one-on-one duels. Having absorbed their memories, Chong Wei was fully aware of this tendency, so the outcome didn't surprise him. Predators could cooperate during hunts, but only when fair combat wasn't possible. In this scenario, Chong Wei had shown up armed with a blade, clearly challenging them to a duel. Except, after Chong Wei ambushed and eliminated 2 predators while demanding duels, the others granted his wish. Dozens of tri-dot red laser sights locked onto him, and an elite predator wielding a spear stepped forward. The two faced off briefly before the elite predator made the first move, lunging at Chong Wei with a lightning-fast spear thrust. Chong Wei easily dodged and countered with a single slash, splitting the predator's head open. Seeing Chong Wei effortlessly kill their comrade, the other predators weren't discouraged. Instead, they became even more excited and fervent. The stronger and deadlier the prey, the better. Predators were a thrill-seeking species, unafraid of facing insurmountable odds. They would charge headlong into battle against a formidable foe without hesitation. You and you come at me together. Knowing that the predators had translators, Chong Wei pointed to 2 elite warriors and spoke. The 2 elite predators didn't decline. They stepped forward immediately, one unsheathing a wrist blade, and the other revealing a weapon unfamiliar to Chong Wei from the movies, but present in his absorbed memories. Both attacked simultaneously, demonstrating their confidence despite facing a powerful enemy. Chong Wei sidestepped the wrist blade and instantly bisected the first predator at the waist. He then kicked the other, shattering half its body with a clean, decisive strike. An elite predator couldn't contain its excitement and removed its mask, exposing its flower-like mandibles as it roared. It was a sound of exhilaration. The other predators echoed the sentiment. All of you come at me together, Chong Wei declared. The predators exchanged glances, unable to hold back any longer. They relented. While the predators had advanced weaponry like net guns and flying discs, they refrained from using them in duels. In such fights, they relied solely on spears, wrist blades, or even bare hands. Chapter 44, The Prey. Chapter 44, The Prey. After Chong Wei killed all the predators on the ground, their spaceship finally showed signs of movement. They descended above the surface and soon, a group of predator elders and numerous predator warriors appeared. What a luxurious lineup, Chong Wei remarked, scanning the group. He recognized 5 predator elders among them. Even bloodied predators were merely errand runners, while elite predators served as mere escorts. At least he had successfully lured the spaceship down. Invisible killers. Chong Wei snapped his fingers, and the surrounding blacklight virus microorganisms immediately began consuming the predators he had slain, as well as the newly arrived predators. Afterward, Chong Wei headed toward one of the predator spaceships. The predator elders were caught off guard, never expecting such a powerful individual to employ such cunning and ruthless tactics. From their observations, they had assumed the previous predator elder had died solely due to Chong Wei's overwhelming strength. After all, it wasn't every prey that could effortlessly annihilate predator warriors. However, when Chong Wei boarded the spaceship and attempted to activate it, he discovered that all the ships had been locked. No problem. I have the clearance. One of the most convenient and godlike abilities of the blacklight virus was its mimicry. Even the predators couldn't anticipate the existence of a life form so adept at disguise and mimicry. However, things didn't go as smoothly as Chong Wei had imagined. After absorbing the invisible killers and digesting the memories of the predator elders, he realized that he had been exposed. Before the predator elders descended, they had instructed their subordinates to report Chong Wei's activities to other predators and even the Queen. The Queen, intrigued by the information, used her authority to seize control of the spaceships, witnessing in real time how Chong Wei had ambushed and killed the elders and elites, as well as the footage of him obliterating the ground forces. Son of a... Chong Wei cursed angrily, but at that moment, the spaceship initiated a wormhole jump. There was no need to guess. The destination was undoubtedly the predator homeworld. If they were aware of his abilities yet still dared to bring him over, it was clear the Queen was confident. Perhaps the destination wasn't even the homeworld but a more dangerous place. His plans to acquire new genes had failed. Left with no choice, Chong Wei decided to spend 100 million gene points to initiate another world traversal. Would you like to spend 100 million gene points to traverse worlds? The moment he finished speaking, Chong Wei vanished from the Predator spaceship, leaving the Predator Queen dumbfounded. Nonetheless, she ordered the spaceship to return for inspection. 100 million gene points spent. Traversing worlds. World traversal successful. Would you like to anchor the Alien vs. Predator world? Chong Wei definitely wanted to anchor the Alien vs. Predator world. No matter what, this world was a treasure trove. More importantly, he had to return for revenge. He wanted the predators to know the consequences of underestimating the blacklight virus. Anchoring the Alien vs. Predator world will cost 1 billion gene points. Once anchored, you can spend 1 billion gene points to return. Why is it so expensive? Chong Wei immediately questioned the system. This was way more costly than anchoring the prototype world. If every world got 10 times more expensive, wouldn't that mean he couldn't easily anchor any worlds? The cost of anchoring depends on the world. Would you like to anchor the Alien vs. Predator world? The system's simple explanation clarified things for Chong Wei. Different worlds, huh? After some thought, he agreed to spend 1 billion gene points to anchor it. After all, he wasn't short on points, and every world represented a massive gain in gene points. There was no need to be stingy. World anchored successfully. World captured. Traversal complete. Chong Wei didn't feel a thing. No signs, no sensations. It was as if a drop of water had merged into the ocean, seamless, and without the slightest ripple. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, much like last time. The difference was that this time, Chong Wei appeared to be in a church. It was a classic church layout, 2 long rows of wooden pews with a group of people praying together to Jehovah. Dressed in a pure white priest uniform, Chong Wei exuded an air of sanctity, albeit tinged with a sense of eeriness. "You can't just teleport me to a church because I'm wearing a priest's outfit, can you?" Chong Wei muttered to himself, especially since he wasn't even wearing a cross. If anyone noticed, they might think he was irreverent. Speaking of which, where was he? Could this be the realm of Kodomine Kirai? Just then, he saw a young man burst into the church, panting heavily as he hastily shut the door behind him. Huff, huff, huff. The young man was gasping for breath. "Young man, what's wrong?" Chong Wei spoke up, startling the young man. The young man noticed Chong Wei's attire. Although it seemed somewhat off, there was an unmistakable sense of discord. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, The White Chapter 45. The white-clad priest, however, because the young man was not particularly devout, he naturally did not notice the many incongruities in Chong Wei's priestly attire. Chong Wei, on the other hand, was pondering what kind of world this was. It looked somewhat like the opening scenes of Hellsing. The problem wasn't it supposed to be the policewoman Sarah's and the old officer entering the church? Moreover, this young man wasn't wearing a police uniform. Could he be a villager? "Don't meddle. I just want to find a place to hide," the young man said, pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Chong Wei. "Relax, child. No one wants to hurt you. The Lord loves all mankind," Chong Wei said as he stepped out of the shadows. The occasional flashes of lightning outside illuminated his face, allowing the young man to clearly see the priest's visage. In the instant their eyes met, boom. It was as if an ocean of blood formed by the life essence of billions surged forward, and the world suddenly turned into a deep crimson sea. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, a boiling, suffocating aroma of fresh blood that made breathing agonizingly difficult. In his ears rang a cacophony of screams, the anguished wails of billions of tortured souls crying out in despair, creating a terrifying symphony that made his hair stand on end. Every instinct screamed danger. His primal biology was in full alarm, warning him that the entity before him was a predator, a calamity, an insurmountable terror he could only submit to and await death. This visceral, sixth sense response came from the depths of his being, an instinct that all living creatures possess. While humans had dulled these instincts due to comfort and safety, it didn't mean they would remain dormant when confronted with true danger. Terrified out of his wits, the young man fired at Chong Wei. The gunshots rang out in quick succession, but Chong Wei stood unscathed. The bullets fell harmlessly to the ground before him, their kinetic energy entirely absorbed. Chong Wei dusted off his clothes, as if brushing away non-existent specks of dirt. Seeing this, the young man was so frightened that he fell to the ground, scrambling to escape. In the next moment, Chong Wei's hand clamped down on his shoulder. "I've always believed in an eye for an eye, blood for blood. I won't let anyone go just because they're no threat to me. So tell me, how do you want to die?" The young man found Chong Wei's grip like an iron vice, rendering him immobile. Hearing the low, chilling voice beside his ear, he was terrified to the core and unable to think of a response. I didn't mean to." The young man suddenly came to his senses. What had just happened? Why had he panicked just from seeing the priest? After all, the man was strikingly handsome, enough to inspire envy. Then, a gunshot. Watching the young man's headless corpse collapse to the ground, Chong Wei dropped the pistol in his hand. "I don't know how to use guns. It misfired." "I didn't mean to," Chong Wei said apologetically. Although he didn't understand why the young man had suddenly gone mad and attacked him, Chong Wei magnanimously forgave him. "Come to think of it, I'm at a loss here. I took multiple shots and you only got one." As Chong Wei prepared to leave the church to see if there were any vampires around, he suddenly heard voices outside. Though still some distance away, the voices were loud enough, combined with Chong Wei's enhanced senses, for him to hear everything clearly. "One man, 2 women. What a delightful combination," Chong Wei muttered. He judged that the newcomers were heading toward the church. Choosing not to hide, he stood openly as the group cautiously opened the church door and entered in the dark. This church was far too frugal, no lights, not even candles. Just two women. Chong Wei's pupils contracted as he saw what seemed to be clothes floating in midair. Oh wait, that was a black man. Meanwhile, the trio had also noticed Chong Wei standing above them. Children, have you come to pray or to confess? Chong Wei asked solemnly. Father, the outside is very dangerous. We're just seeking refuge, said one of the women, who had short hair and wore a daring outfit, a blue strapless top and an ultra-short skirt. Chong Wei gazed thoughtfully at the woman, who seemed to be the leader, before turning his attention to the dark-skinned, chubby man who appeared injured. He could smell blood. The other woman, dressed in a light blue professional outfit, was dismissed outright. Just a vase, Chong Wei thought. His memory contained thousands of women far more beautiful than her, whom he could admire from every angle without obstruction. Then it clicked. You know me? Jill asked, surprised. No, but I've seen information about you, Chong Wei replied calmly. Now he understood where he was, one of the legendary starting points of infinite survival horror, on par with High School of the Dead, the movie universe of Resident Evil. But why was it the second movie? Did the first one just skip over entirely? Chapter 46-47, Raccoon City. The movie version of Resident Evil doesn't seem as powerful as the game version. After all, the games have even introduced molds that grant individuals superhuman abilities. However, the movie version still has some incredible viruses, such as the T-virus. In the earlier movies, before they started retconning or changing settings, Alice, who was infected with and perfectly merged with the T-virus, demonstrated astonishing capabilities. Notably, after surviving a nuclear explosion, Alice showcased feats like telekinetically killing someone through a surveillance monitor, and even destroying a satellite in outer space. Such performances would crush even Miranda from the games, not to mention Veronica. And yet, this overpowered telekinesis ability was sealed away. Later, Alice reverted to fighting bioorganic monsters, especially Wesker, with guns and sheer determination. Perhaps the budget had all gone to hiring actors, leaving no room for special effects. While there were still large-scale scenes, none of them were personal superpower showcases for Alice. But for Chong Wei, this was an exciting surprise. Telekinesis. True telekinesis. Based on Alice's performance, her mental abilities lacked the properties of mind control and telepathy. Combined with their physical manifestations and effects, it was indeed telekinesis. Raccoon City. Chong Wei felt a bit regretful. He'd really hoped to see the fresh and youthful Jill, Ada Wong, and even the rookie with the bowl cut. Raccoon City is one of the most successful fictional cities in gaming history, alongside others like Silent Hill and Liberty City from GTA. Gotham City. That's undoubtedly a successful fictional city as well, but the comics came first, not the games, so it doesn't count in gaming history. Jill suddenly understood. She had appeared in the news a few times, even though she wasn't particularly interested in it. Her good looks made her a frequent choice for public appearances, much to her dismay. As they approached, Jill and Peyton both froze. They felt as though Chong Wei was some ferocious beast, radiating an overwhelming sense of danger. His piercing eyes were filled with a rebellious and icy indifference, much like a predator sizing up its prey. What the hell? They were actually frightened. And yet, this priest was undeniably handsome. Father, are you the only one in the church? The group introduced themselves to each other. Jill Valentine, an elite officer from the Special Tactics and Rescue Service stars. Terry, a journalist who was mostly a pretty face, a liability, and a hindrance. Sergeant Peyton, who seemed to have a passive invisibility skill, not that it mattered, since zombies relied on hearing rather than sight. Otherwise, he could have single-handedly mowed through hordes of zombies. Chong Wei's gaze landed on the headless corpse of a young man lying on the ground. What's this? Jill's hand moved instinctively to the gun at her waist. He broke down. came in and committed suicide. Chong Wei spoke calmly. Jill inspected the body but felt something was off. Just as she was about to say something, a sudden noise drew her attention. Something large was moving above on the ceiling. Jill immediately crouched, gripping her gun with both hands and aiming at the ceiling. Peyton mirrored her actions almost simultaneously. "What is that?" But Chong Wei saw exactly what it was, the iconic side character and cannon fodder of Resident Evil the Licker. With exposed, crimson muscles resembling a dissected frog from anatomy class, its forelimbs were unusually developed and armed with sharp claws. Its brain was visible and exposed to the air, but this was a trap. The Licker's true weakness lay in its chest, where its heart was located. However, even knowing its weak spot, its prone, rapid movements made it incredibly hard to land a critical hit. Fortunately, even without targeting vital points, sufficient damage could deplete the T-virus within it, rendering it unable to repair and regenerate. After all, even someone like Chong Wei, with the Imperial Blacklight virus, wouldn't dare claim he was truly immortal. The Licker was likely drawn by the scent of the young man's blood. Fresh DNA was an irresistible lure for these creatures. By continually obtaining fresh DNA, Lickers could evolve. The one at the end of the first movie was a Type 2, and later films even featured a massive Licker that had undergone countless evolutions. The church in Resident Evil Apocalypse had a fair number of Lickers. It was highly likely that the old priest's action sacrificing innocents to feed his zombified sister had drawn them here. In other words, even if Alice and her group hadn't come to the church, the old priest wouldn't have lasted long. Something shattered a window and entered. Jill and Peyton looked up in alarm, their fear escalating. "What is that? It's so fast." "I don't know." "Don't talk. These creatures attack based on sound." Jill and Peyton instinctively shielded Chong Wei and the journalist, Terry. Both of them were deeply responsible individuals. Translator's note: Chapter 46 is an announcement, I skipped it. Chapter 47, Chapter 48, Alice. Chapter 48, Alice. Chong Wei didn't make a move, he was waiting for Alice, the so-called most perfect T-virus host. Jill and Peyton turned on their tactical flashlights, but only caught a glimpse of a blood-red shadow flashing by. Its speed was so fast that they couldn't clearly see what it was, but they were certain it wasn't anything good. Peyton, slightly agitated by the T-virus, couldn't hold back any longer in this oppressive, dark environment and fired a shot. However, the gunshot hit nothing but air, making Jill inwardly curse the bad timing. "This place is too open. Let's retreat to the side door." She hurriedly pulled Peyton along. Sometimes, the most dangerous enemies for beasts are the ones they can't understand. However, by firing recklessly, they had already alerted the monsters to their threat. The church hall was too vast, devoid of any cover. Relying on just 2 small handguns to defend this space was nothing short of a dream. What Jill hadn't anticipated was encountering such monsters. She initially thought they would only face slow-moving zombies, and under those circumstances, her handgun and ammunition would have been sufficient for self-defense. Yet now, as her ammo ran low, it became painfully obvious that she had prioritized style over practicality. Otherwise, her 4-dimensional pocket should at least have been able to hold 1,000 rounds of handgun ammunition, right? "Father, is there anywhere sturdy around here?" Jill tightly grasped Chong Wei's hand as she asked. "I don't know. I'm not the priest here. You can call me." Chong Wei thought for a moment and gave himself an English name. After all, they could clearly see he was of Asian descent. "You're not the priest here?" Peyton exclaimed in shock. "No, I'm just here for fun," Chong Wei replied casually. "No time for that now. Hide first," Jill urged, feeling the urgency of the moment. They could chat all they wanted later. The group then ran into an elderly, bald priest. The old priest was surprised to see so many meals delivering themselves to him. He quickly greeted them warmly while giving Chong Wei, clad in his all-white outfit, a few extra glances. All those fancy, mismatched clothes, could he be one of those so-called heretics from some new sect? The old priest immediately felt this was divine guidance, a sign that the Lord approved of his actions, and had sent a heretic directly to him. "Father, there are monsters outside. Do you have anywhere sturdy we can hide?" Jill asked urgently. "Don't worry, child. This is the Lord's sanctuary," the old priest replied with a pious expression, leaving Jill speechless. Just then, the lickers couldn't hold back any more. After all, Chong Wei hadn't intimidated them. To them, these people were nothing but fresh meat, more tempting than the corpse outside. One of the creatures rammed into the door, breaking it open. Only after Jill and Peyton fired frantically did they manage to drive the bloody and battered monster back. The old priest was instantly stunned. Monsters really existed. He had thought Jill and the others were referring to zombies, but now he realized it was these demonic creatures straight out of hell. Lord above! Before the old priest could finish his exclamation, a licker's tongue shot out like lightning, wrapped around his neck, and dragged him outside. Jill and Peyton rushed to save him, but another licker emerged, forcing them to retreat. At this critical moment, the roaring sound of a motorcycle engine echoed through the air. That powerful, street-shaking noise instantly signaled the arrival of a high-performance machine. "She's here." Chong Wei's long-awaited target, the perfect prototype of the T-virus, had arrived. Not some low-level creatures like the lickers or zombies. Unless he ventured into the desert to find the clone of that doctor who seemingly developed the G-virus in the movie world, none of this could compare. Even Weskier's Ouroboros virus, with its teleportation and headshot immunity, didn't interest him much. Chong Wei could already teleport more effortlessly than Weskier. Jill and Peyton, startled by the engine noise, turned to see the stained glass window of the Virgin Mary shatter. A blonde, perfectly featured woman rode her motorcycle as she leapt from above, landing gracefully on the ground. She executed a sharp spin, bringing the bike to a dramatic halt. The lickers, drawn by the sound, immediately charged at Alice. Alice was momentarily surprised to see so many lickers in one place, wondering what could have drawn them here. However, she remained unflustered, calmly pulling out 2 MP5 submachine guns from her waist and opening fire on the creatures. The lickers tried to dodge, but the bullets still tore through them, spraying blood everywhere. Alice's neural reflexes allowed her to match the lickers' speed, achieving such precision. For Jill and Peyton, even with an entire arsenal at their disposal, 9 out of 10 shots would likely miss. The 2 lickers, riddled with bullets, collapsed to the ground, leaving bloody trails as they slid past Alice. Soon, 2 more lickers coordinated to attack, one from the front and one from behind. Unfazed, Alice hurled her motorcycle at one of them. Chapter 48, Chapter 49, Obtaining the Perfect T-Virus. Chapter 49, Obtaining the Perfect T-Virus. After a flashy series of moves, Alice took down 4 lickers. The remaining 4, seemingly intimidated by her, chose to flee. In truth, it was Chong Wei who was scaring them. "Who exactly are you?" After witnessing Alice's extraordinary display, Jill showed no courtesy and directly questioned her. Alice found Jill's abrupt and unreasonable attitude puzzling but decided not to bother. Having just awakened from her slumber, Alice's priority was to leave the area as quickly as possible. "This place is dangerous. The lickers have targeted you." "More of them will come," Alice warned the group. She was acutely aware of how many lickers resided in the underground hive, easily over 100. Now that they had all escaped, the grim reality was evident. The Red Queen had even mentioned that regular zombies could potentially evolve into lickers, though the probability was minimal. Still, minimal doesn't mean impossible. There were already at least 100 Type 2 lickers, and there was a chance that Type 3 lickers had emerged as well. Given these circumstances, even with her newfound strength, Alice knew she couldn't handle the situation alone. "You know about these creatures?" The mention of this term triggered Jill's reflexive questioning. "They're a product of the Umbrella Corporation," Alice calmly replied. "Umbrella Corporation again?" Jill, still harboring resentment over Umbrella's operations at the quarantine station, naturally held no goodwill toward the company. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Raccoon City, Umbrella Corporation had astonishingly constructed a steel barricade to seal off the city's entrances and exits in just one day as per the movie's setting. This level of construction speed and capability was unmatched even by the most advanced infrastructure experts. Umbrella's Special Task Force had established a massive tent as a temporary base near the barricade. Kane, the task force leader, was overseeing various operations when a female technician approached him with a report. Kane, the T-virus infection within Raccoon City, has reached the experimental threshold. The so-called experimental threshold was a critical standard determined by Umbrella through T-virus research and projections. It meant that over half the city's population had been infected, a strategic goal for their bioweapon. Kane immediately leaned over her shoulder to review the situation. Activate the pre-programmed remote commands and initiate the Nemesis project. The company needs data on T-virus infections and the Nemesis program. From now on, ensure all data is synchronized with headquarters without any errors. After observing the data for a moment, Kane issued his orders. Understood. The female technician promptly began her operations. Activating Nemesis program, disabling sedation protocols, programming chip functionality. Progress, 1%, 2%. Nemesis program initiated. In a distant hospital within Raccoon City, a massive metal bed held an enormous figure. Suddenly, its eyes opened, and the Umbrella logo briefly flashed within its irises. The Tyrant-class bioweapon, Nemesis, had been activated. Back at the church, Chong Wei, masquerading as a fake priest, sensed an ominous presence. It was faint, and he couldn't identify it clearly, but he speculated it might be a Type 3 liquor. Not that it mattered. While exchanging introductions with Alice and shaking her hand, Chong Wei had already infected her. Alice remained completely unaware of the infection. She didn't resist the handshake because, honestly, Chong Wei was exceptionally handsome. Thanks to the blacklight virus gene optimization and body enhancement, Chong Wei's appearance and physique had reached theoretical perfection. Though not imbued with a mimetic charm, Chong Wei could easily make women fall for him by releasing pheromones. Ordinary, non-evolved female humans would be drawn to him uncontrollably. Jill found Alice particularly annoying for two reasons. First, her impressive performance had overshadowed Jill and Peyton, making them seem useless. Second, Alice was attracting the attention of the suddenly appearing supermodel like Chong Wei. Watching Chong Wei hold Alice's hand for an extended period, Jill clicked her tongue in annoyance. Unknown virus detected. Super virus system activated. Virus analysis complete. Perfect T-virus. Chong Wei released Alice's hand. She remained oblivious to the infection, as her understanding of the T-virus was rudimentary at best if not worse. Chong Wei then delved into studying the T-virus through his supervirus system. The T-virus had several evolutionary paths, and the one Chong Wei desired most was brain region evolution. According to the system, brain region evolution would unlock telekinesis. The more advanced the evolution, the stronger the telekinetic abilities would become. Chapter 49, Chapter 50, Telekinesis. Chapter 50, Telekinesis. Not just telekinesis, it could also evolve into telepathy and mind control. Other minor abilities like self-healing were also included. Chong Wei found it hard to choose, so he decided he wanted it all. All those billions of genetic points he had accumulated were for this very moment. He was grateful once again for his diligent, painstaking effort in harvesting resources. Without it, where would he find so many genetic points to afford everything? Otherwise, he would have had to miserably choose just one path, and then slowly earn more points to unlock the others. System, I want everything. Chong Wei stretched out his hand, clenched his fist tightly, and gripped the non-existent power in the air. This physical gesture embodied his desire and determination. He wasn't worried about Alice or Jill noticing anything unusual, as he had already released a gas compound similar to an anesthetic, rendering them unconscious in an instant. As for the possibility of improper operation leading to overdoses, death, paralysis, or post-effects like numbness in their limbs, Chang Wei didn't care anymore. He had to evolve right now. All evolution paths selected. Proceed with evolution. The supervirus system asked. He silently confirmed in his mind. Evolution commencing. Accompanying this message, blacklight viruses surged through Chang Wei's body. The T-perfect virus, having undergone refinement through Alice, the perfect host, had reached a new level. Ordinary T-virus solutions or the T-virus extracted from zombie liquors still required another evolution within Chang Wei to reach this perfection, so naturally, he chose Alice as the virus receptor. Ordinarily, the Imperial Blacklight virus and the T-perfect virus should have been as incompatible as fire and water, clashing the moment they met. However, with the supervirus system in place, the immune system constructed by the Imperial Blacklight virus completely ignored the intrusion of the T-perfect virus. Chang Wei watched in pain as his genetic points drained at a rate of tens of thousands per second. How many hunters will I have to harvest to make up for this, he thought bitterly. Yet at the same time, he felt the changes within himself. After the evolution of his brain region, he inexplicably developed a new sense, one that replaced sight and touch. This new sense seemed to combine sight, touch, and hearing into a unified perception. It even resembled the Byakugan, enabling Chang Wei to sense everything within a 360-degree radius around him. Mental power. The sixth sense was intuition, but this perception wasn't the vague feeling of intuition. It felt more like mental power had evolved into a new sensory organ, or perhaps the brain itself had become the sixth sense, with mental power serving as its medium. With a range of over 1,000 meters, nothing within this radius could escape his awareness. Impressive but not very practical. Chang Wei muttered to himself. The formidable enemies he faced now were so fast that even his super senses might not respond in time. To make his mental powers meaningful, he'd need reaction speeds of several kilometers per second. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, he could be struck before he even had time to react. However, this telepathic-like mental power soon expanded its range to tens of thousands of meters, at the cost of billions more genetic points. This astronomical evolution clearly surpassed the T-perfect virus. After all, whether in movies or games, the T-virus couldn't possibly provide enough energy for such an advanced evolution, as it would always be replaced by better viruses. Telekinesis. Soon after, Chang Wei felt a second power, an obscure and incomprehensible force. With a sharp gaze, he tore apart the concrete floor, lifting a massive chunk of debris into the air. Telekinesis is probably strength based on mass. I wonder how much weight I can manipulate. Chang Wei said with a smile. Unlike Alice's crude method of shoving objects or people with telekinesis, Chang Wei's control was far more refined, thanks to having a perfect example to study. The Psychic Master Tornado from the One Punch Man universe had shown what true telekinetic mastery meant, an ability that bordered on invincibility. Perhaps. Fusion power is limited by material constraints. Magnetic confinement fusion is theoretically feasible. So could telekinesis confined fusion work? Chang Wei pondered. If he could use telekinesis to confine nuclear fusion, his life-form strength would undoubtedly leap several tiers. He might even use telekinesis to isolate the heat radiation from fusion, achieving an internal nuclear fusion sun without any external temperature changes. This way, he wouldn't turn into a mythical drought demon whose mere presence incinerates everything within miles. Wait, could it be that the drought demon myth was based on a being with an internal nuclear fusion reactor? Especially since Chang Wei's fusion reactors would be at the cellular level. With trillions of blacklight virus cells transformed into microfusion reactors, even at a microscopic scale, the energy generated would be apocalyptic. Perhaps he could even rival the power output of fourth-stage advanced beings like Zheng Zhao's mighty gorilla form, or surpass it entirely. Chapter 51, Super Evolution. Telekinesis, Telepathy, and Mental Manipulation. 3 superpowers guaranteed to manifest with brain domain evolution were all acquired by Chang Wei. Moreover, Chang Wei's T-perfect virus had evolved into the T-virus monarch. It had taken over 10 billion genetic points to evolve the T-virus to the monarch stage. In contrast, the blacklight virus only required a few billion points to evolve into the imperial blacklight virus. This disparity stemmed from the blacklight virus's innate ability to evolve independently, adapting to new genes and environments. The T-virus, lacking such advanced adaptability, could only evolve passively. Consequently, its evolution demanded an exorbitant amount of energy and resources. If it hadn't evolved into the T-virus monarch, it would have been a colossal loss, Chang Wei sighed. Currently, his telekinesis far surpassed the peak abilities of Alice from the Resident Evil films. His telepathy could cover 90% of the Earth's surface, meaning nearly all of humanity was under his mental perception. However, reading someone's thoughts required precise manipulation. The same principle applied to mental manipulation, likely because the T-virus didn't prioritize such capabilities. Only telekinesis brought Chang Wei an immense surprise. He could use it to shake all of Raccoon City. It felt as if, with a mere thought, he could lift the entire city into the air. His progress in microscopic observation, enhanced by his advanced sensory abilities and brain evolution, had reached the molecular level. This precision allowed him to manipulate molecules with telekinesis, granting him unparalleled destructive power. Before him, nothing could resist destruction, not even fictional metals like adamantium and vibranium. Simply twisting, tearing, peeling, and disintegrating matter at the molecular level with telekinesis could annihilate anything. For defense, his abilities were even more formidable, flawless and indestructible. Unless attacked on an atomic level, breaking through Chang Wei's telekinetic defense would require depleting his telekinetic energy. Otherwise, his defenses had achieved the property of absolute invincibility. Neither energy nor matter could breach his defenses. Chang Wei also utilized this microscopic control to upgrade his body once again, achieving molecular-level rearrangement for a tightly knit defense and fine molecular structure. Compared to the invincible physique of Superman from the Man of Steel movie, Chang Wei's body was even stronger, achieving absolute rigidity. "That's too difficult," he muttered. Testing his strength, Chang Wei found it impossible to gauge. He had become far too powerful. And this was without implementing his telekinetic nuclear fusion upgrade plan. If he completed it, could he destroy stars with a single strike? The Stairway to the Sun. Chang Wei recalled the origins of Resident Evil, the progenitor virus. Could the movie's world contain the Stairway to the Sun? Umbrella Corporation might have answers. Perhaps the originals lying dormant in the Hive's underground base held the key. Forget it. No rush for now. I need to relax. I barely feel human anymore, Chang Wei remarked. He quickly browsed memories of the most beautiful women he had encountered, grounding himself in humanity once more. Meanwhile, Alice and Jill, who had been unconscious, were awakened by Chang Wei. What happened? Alice sprang up, realizing she had unknowingly passed out. Jill and the others groggily got up as well. Peyton, however, opened his bloodshot eyes and roared, lunging at Terry. In a critical moment, Alice delivered a swift, sharp kick to Peyton's waist, knocking him to the ground. He's changed, Alice exclaimed. Terry scrambled toward Chang Wei in fear. Despite Alice exuding a greater sense of security, Terry instinctively trusted the calm and composed, not to mention handsome Chang Wei. No, Peyton. Jill aimed her gun at the fallen Peyton, her expression full of pain. Peyton struggled to his feet. Just as Alice was about to intervene to help Jill put an end to him, Chang Wei stepped forward. May the Lord enlighten you. Amen, Chang Wei said, raising a hand bathed in pure, radiant holy light, a bioluminescent glow. Alice, Jill, and Terry froze in astonishment as he pressed his glowing hand against Peyton's head. The recently infected T-virus in Peyton's body immediately recoiled, and the virus's regenerative abilities miraculously repaired his damaged brain cells, reviving him from the brink of death. What happened to me? Peyton asked, bewildered. Oh my God. Jill and Terry exclaimed in disbelief, while Alice stared at Chang Wei, her expression filled with shock and suspicion. What are you? she demanded. As you see, I'm a priest. You may call me Father Dante, Chongwei replied casually. Are you related to the poet? No relation. Don't overthink it. It's just a name. Their exchange left Alice rolling her eyes. Something far more outrageous just happened, didn't it? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.